far away.
I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I am cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. 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 I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I'm cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. 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 I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I'm cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day.
Oh dear.
You're dead, no? I thought I killed you. Okay.
I'm dead. I died in one bullet.
I just saw a giant fucking tree rolling into the catacombs.
The moment I
Okay.
saw I was a tree, I'm like, well, this is fucked, isn't it? Like,
It's quite
Damn it.
Fuck, I was too suspicious.
It just kept going that
Just
taunt.
before
the torch just lasted forever, bro.
Trace is doing tour to overpass right now.
Trace, what are you doing, dude?
I'm trying to get out. I know the jig's up. I'm just, I never suspect it.
Yeah, but oh dear, there's no way.
Oh.
I've been outdone. Can we say that? I have been outdone.
I was about to find out.
That's the worst.
Trace was just running around as a balloon for half of it. I couldn't believe it. He was a balloon.
Trace, are you questioning your existence right now?
Yeah, I have been since we started this round.
Is that steel?
I just saw Alex jump out of his skin.
Is that steel?
Oh.
Imagine none of us go down here.
Dude,
This is
Trace
ridiculous.
didn't do no one.
I'm in trouble.
Just walk away. Honestly, I think Stunner is his own worst enemy. I don't even think I'm concerned.
Second.
Trace, you've played Overpass before, right?
Shut the hell
It's
up.
like,
Would you stop taunting me?
The loudest motherfuckers.
Where are you
Is
guys?
so
dude,
good.
I was the whole bench, and you just ran right past me like 3 times.
Pardon me.
One down.
Yeet.
This is
Down.
He looked very suspiciously at my patch of grass. Oh, Harry, not bad, man. I'm actually quite impressed.
Right?
Yeah, that's nice work, actually. Really nice.
Yeah, he just cosplayed it himself, basically.
I feel like I'm getting juked here by Hugo.
I haven't moved since the freeze time. Easy win, Harry. Good start.
Good shit, Hugo. We're the
Well done.
best trash
Yeah.
I've ever seen, baby.
All right.
No.
Oh, no. You sound very close, mate. Oh no. Oh, I just random knifed you. I random knifed you. That was not on purpose.
Wait, Harry, were you the dollar bills?
Why are you all
Whoa.
long, boys? Why are you all long?
Dude, Hugo's cracked.
Yeah, I just swung all 3 of you on long. I don't like this. Oh, it won't let me open the shop now. There we go. I know I'm close. I can hear him here,
Dude,
but
he's somewhere.
am I
like-
blind?
Not even.
Oh.
Not even. No.
He's like 10,000 miles away, I think.
Y'all are trolling me right now. Oh! Sure
No way, dude. I was even specking Chad. I didn't even know
Did
where he
the grenade
was.
not kill you?
I
I
was
dropped
the
it right
rocks.
there.
I was the
Yeah.
rock.
Very
He was
well
the
played.
rocks.
Very well played.
Early and Olaf at the ready. He's known for his movement, the old man. We'll see how he gets this one done. Bump mine forward. Here he is, launching himself into the site. 1 for Olaf and 2 down.
Static Molotov being locked into the window. The bomb is going to be planted. And honestly, it's a recon nade.
Oh, and with the information, that's it. That's the game. Everything he needs. 2 shots, lining him up. Easily landed. The second as well.
Sai Wu here, poised to make an entrance in the B-side. Taking a lot of damage to the wall, Yanko.
But he's got a hell shot, Trace.
He absolutely does. It's starting to make a big problem here for Sanachiro and Axel.
Can't be. What have they done? To my game? There's no way. No way. No, what did they do?
these are some of the best Counter-Strike minds and players currently out there, understanding protocol utility, the flashes, the smokes. Now they're doing it in a freer environment, right?
Where a Hunter falls, Nico will rise. 3 in quick succession. He's going to ace them. Oh, it's glorious. Nico reminds them who they're up against. Oh, that was a real Rooney onto Nickelback. Multiple targets and Beamers, his hands in business. All right. Oh, god damn, nearly 5. Yeah, it's fast on the approach. APOC first man down. Oh, Banjo on a bit of a tear here. Phenomenal B-hole triple kill. Remember Rez? Remember how we spoke about him like 30 seconds ago? Here he is, and he's going to win the whole down round. He's delaying it as long as he can. Deals with the first man, makes it a double. Rez on a tear, 1 HP for Alex and Rez. This is the flank of a lifetime. He's locked him out of the round. In the smoke.
Oh, he could get both, he could get both!
Locking him. Surely Dexter looks at his minimap. He sees his dots not moving. He's hit something. Whoa! Oh, a quick one. Amanek.
Oh, what? Amanek!
Amanek! Giving us a show!
No way!
Nice shot for Esatag. 2 already, and he's looking to shut down the day, to go to bed with a smile on his face and just 3 kills away from that fact. Esatag's got another. There's a knife kill. Where? How? Esatag's killing everyone. And this can sell this. That will do. 3. Lovely shots. The transfer. Tasty.
Torzy very quick on the first, very quick on the second. He did get dinged, but that doesn't stop a third. Good God, that's quick.
This is such a weird position for an orbiter, but he's not going to clear it. Torzy, can you believe it?
That is ridiculous. What a way to close out of our first half of OT. Here comes contact. Rez opts for a more passive line. Down goes Frozen, yeah. Quick react. 2 of the hardest hitters. Rez. Oh! Immediate destruction. Mao's gone. Doing a double swing peek. And, turns the flash. He's done a lot with this. Alex is hitting everything. Could be anywhere. Crowd's imagination. He could go over the top. Oh my gosh! Beast!
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 15. We are on to our final best of 3 of the day, and it's Outsiders versus FaZe. 2 teams that were perhaps touted as favourites for Group B, but now are coming off losses from yesterday. Welcome to the night shift, by the way. My name is Paul. I'm taking over from the wonderfully talented Trace, and then I have Blair and Maui taking over from YNK and Cassard. Guys, really interesting best of 3 today.
Absolutely. And looking at the results, right, we have ENCE and Furia, 2 teams you would have thought, yeah, they're kind of struggling a little bit here in this group, maybe not making it out of the, out of the groups, making it to the playoffs. They're 2-0.
Yes.
And none of the 3 big dogs have won a single match yet, but at least it's guaranteed right now that either FaZe or Outsiders will finally have a W.
Yes, yes. It's shocking. It's shocking. But there's a lot of firepower today. It's going to get really hot. It's going to get really heavy up in this Paula. I'm excited.
Talking about things hot and heavy, I'm getting something in my ear right now about our casters. Apparently, there were some issues getting Harry and Hugo ready. Let's take a look at that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey, guys. No, where's Hugo? Hugo! Oh, he's cussing.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. There's 2. Yo, Hugo.
Nice, Alex. Come on.
Come on, bro. We gotta go.
Yeah, I have a molly. Molly flat.
Is Hugo...
How can he read inside it? Like,
it's dark. It's dark in there. How is he reading? Exactly.
Many questions going through my head right now.
What's going on?
Did they eventually get him out? Will he be casting from the shelf? Will he be reading whilst he casts?
There's a huge cliffhanger here, Paula. I don't know what's going to happen.
Is it going to be Hugo? I don't know. They've been mixing things up quite a bit.
I guess we'll just find out when the match goes live, if it's a Harry solo or if we're going to have Hugo as well. I don't know
what Heku was drinking, too, in that. It had a suspicious color. So I'm not going to further prod.
I don't think she's an NA player, man.
But I hope she comes out and clears the air, because I don't know what that was.
I don't think she plays for the North American team.
Okay. Either way, guys. Either way, guys. Let's delve into this matchup. It's Outsiders versus FaZe. At this point, which one do you think is the favorite here at ESL Pro League?
I'm going to go with FaZe. Listen, like, if you look at that game, it was a loss. Yes, they had the loss, but it was still a very pretty close series overall.
Okay, wait. Before we go into these points, let's take a deeper look at FaZe's story.
Karrigan has always, you could see how much it meant to him to win on Katowice stage. He just collapsed as he did it.
Which one do you think is the favourite here at ESL Pro League?
He included a stand-in and not fielding their full roster. So seeing FaZe still manage to lift that trophy on time, on cue, is impressive nonetheless. And I think that the fact that they made the change, they got Rops on the roster, and then had all these problems come their way and still managed to be lifting the silverware is a testament to how much potential this roster has.
I think outside the game we are actually on extremely good terms. We are vibing really good together, we're meshing really good together. We're just like 6 friends together, and I think outside of the game it's a really good mixture of people, and it's working out really well. And the composition we have now, it's extremely good.
The one thing Karrigan's always asked for in his teams, and in FaZe specifically, was time, and we finally gave him that. A year on from when Karrigan joined this roster, with no trophies in the cabinet, we had all the caveats in the world for FaZe, right? Rain and Rops not being able to make it initially. There was the perfect excuse to not perform, but then FaZe go ahead and win Katowice anyway with a stand-in. I think it's awesome, firstly, that Karrigan's been able to do this with a stand-in and with all the problems in the way, but for what that does to Rain, I hope pump him up, right? This guy's missed LAN, this guy's missed stages, he's been stuck online in his bedroom for the better part of 2 years. I don't think there's anything more motivating than seeing your team win a trophy on a stage, albeit without you, but hopefully that pumps Rain up and gets him hunting for the next one, because I think it's about time for the FaZe era.
I mean, it's amazing, the storyline. It is a fairy tale. I don't think people are throwing that word around lightly, because not only do you get Rops on the roster, he feels like he's out of jail, he's playing with Daddy Karrigan, and he's going to guide him to his golden era. You then lose him for your group stage qualifier, and I mean, you have to give respect to JKS, you have to give respect to Karrigan for trusting the advice of Twists. You know, Karrigan was looking elsewhere, and you still commit to JKS, and he delivers to the point where not only does he do it once, he does it twice. You lose Rain, who is just this pillar of consistency for the playoffs, and I just think it's very romantic to see Karrigan collapsing with the win and Rops being there just in sheer shock. Like, if you look, I've never seen Rops smile as much as he did, both on the stage and in the podcast the guys at HLTV did, just talking about that victory. He's been here a while now, and that's the most I've seen that kid smile. I think it's very hard to see that just being a fairy tale. You know, I think with the talent that FaZe have, their win in Katowice is probably the start of something bigger. I can't see ending the year and them not being a conversation for most victories or most playoff runs. They've got to follow through on this, because this is it. This is the golden mixture. You've got all the talent now in leadership and fragging, and I think this is a perfect blend of respect. Everyone's on the same page. I don't know, you're not going to get this concoction again, so if ever there was a time for FaZe to be trophy contenders regularly, it's now.
Very interesting takes from Alex and Hugo there, who are both speaking so much positivity about FaZe. And it's such a small sample size here at Pro League Season 15. But so far, both getting off to a bad start.
Yeah, but just to continue on that train of thought which I had earlier, right? Like, if you look at FaZe, the loss they had yesterday, they beat ENCE on Nuke, a map that ENCE are very, very comfortable on. They are upset experts, one might even say, on that map. Sure, they look very dismal on Dust 2, their map pick, which was, bear in mind, it was a punishment coming in from FaZe, right? And ENCE were kind of ready for it. But you look at the way Outsiders played, they look deflated. They were just a pale shadow of what we saw from this team early in IEM Katowice, in ESL Challenge, the beginning of the year, so to speak. So, yeah, for FaZe, sure, not a fairy tale start, but I believe this is a team who's been through so much they're not going to be affected by that one loss they had yesterday.
Yeah, Maui, how likely is it, considering FaZe have the piece of the puzzle, and the puzzle was a success at IM Katowice. How likely is it they can bounce back from that loss yesterday?
We simply can't jump the gun on FaZe after a single BO3 loss to ENCE. Given the context that we have now today, the fact that ENCE is actually a pretty solid team, one that seems to have come into Pro League with some extra preparation in the tank, FaZe is probably a team that just needed to warm up a little bit. After you win a championship, it's very typical. It's very common for a team. Na'Vi was so famous for doing this, where you would win a tournament and then just kind of cruise for a couple of months. And I think that FaZe has a lot more to prove still. Rain is a guy that has a lot more to prove still. He's a pillar of consistency, as Machine stated, but that consistency kind of hasn't necessarily been star performances. I'll say that. He's been a guy that in the last 3 years, 2011, 2021, 2020, and 2019, he had a sub 1.0 KD every single year. So consistency for Rain doesn't mean he has to pop out off the page, but he needs to deliver. He needs to do a little better, because yesterday versus ENCE, his performance was a little bit lacking.
On the flip side, though, I got to say, everyone else is stepping up, right? Brokey, he just seems to continue to deliver every single time. I'm like, okay, at one point he's got to fall off a little bit, right? Based on his early performances, like the previous year, for example. But he has been delivering fantastically. Twist looked good as well yesterday. A couple of rounds have gone their way, a couple of clutches being won, for example. This could have been FaZe going 1-0 up in this group.
Talking about delivering and delivering when it matters, let's take a look at FaZe's track record in overtimes. We've got a graphic of that, which we can bring up on screen, which all of you at home can feast your eyes on. Maui, what do you think about these overtime rounds for FaZe?
We saw
Yeah, what's with the 16?
Is that just a best of one?
That was just one map. No, that was just that one map in the
finals.
In the grand finals, exactly. That's what I was going to mention. You know, we saw how they can rise to the occasion, battle through these overtimes at the finals of IM Katowice.
It's a little bit tough, Paula, to actually find any consistent trend with all of this. I will say, like, the 0-4 loss to Vitality, the way that lost that game to Na'Vi, I remember, was the end of the group stage at Katowice, and they kind of choked a big lead. That was a big lead that they had right there. But when it came to the grand finals and playing on the stage, that's when the experience of some of those big heavy hitter star players like Kerrigan came in. I mean, Kerrigan himself delivered some rounds for FaZe in that one, and his calls on top of that were excellent.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Kerrigan and where he shines, particularly for me, would be these sort of like OT games where basically the strat book goes out the window, right? It's all about mid-rounding, mid-calling, late round calling, and I think that's where he shines, and that's where the superstars as well on the side of FaZe really do shine.
Yeah, guys, let's turn our attention slightly to the AWPers on either side here. You know, on FaZe and on Outsiders. Which one of them do you think stands out the most?
It's got to be Brokey, Paula. It's got to be Brokey. I wanted to talk a little bit about impact. Impact is something that we talk about on the desk, what it means. There is a rating in HLTV called impact, so I want to just briefly break that one down. Even despite the fact that they have higher ratings than they do impact, it's clear that Brokey's impact rating is far better than James. And what impact generally means for HLTV is when you get opening kills, multi-kills in rounds, and when you have successful clutches. Brokey is a guy that has been clutching like a fiend at IM Katowice. This guy has been on a complete tear, and all of the doubters in the previous year, when he hit that number 20 spot on HLTV's top list, people were saying, it's probably one of the weakest 20th players ever. And yet, he is showing that he has come in with turning the page into this new year.
I got it, like all these players, they have all these cool nicknames, right? You have The Undertaker, you got Flash, and of course.
Okay, what's Brokey, Blair? Where's this going, buddy?
I'm going to give him the Iceman, actually.
Do it, Blair.
Iceman, there we go. Like, the guy is so cool under pressure. It doesn't seem like anything seems to really affect him. And like Maui just alluded to right now, his clutching ability, primarily with the AWP, is just fantastic.
I like it, man.
He's the Iceman.
Brokey the Iceman. Let's get it trending in the chat.
Hashtag Iceman.
The Iceman. All right, so just to reiterate at this point of our discussion as we head into the vetoes, you guys do think in this matchup that FaZe are slightly ahead, that they're the favorites?
FaZe are the favorites, and this is a revenge matchup. If I'm not mistaken, these two teams, the last time they played was Outsiders knocking out FaZe from in the group stage of the PGL Major. So now it's going to be a revenge matchup. Vertigo and you going to be banned out early on, expected. Inferno the pick from FaZe, no surprises there. It's been their perma pick every single time it's been allowed. Outsiders going with Dust 2. They're trying to punish them. They're trying to punish FaZe. Their CD side yesterday was completely completely lackluster,
Yes.
and they're going to try and abuse that fact.
Yeah, I actually love when teams pick a map that maybe isn't in their wheelhouse necessarily, but kind of there's been a blueprint that has been shown to work, so hopefully Outsiders has that in the bag, but we'll see. I'm still going with FaZe, though.
Same here.
All right, thank you so much, Blair and Maui, for that breakdown of this matchup. It's Outsiders versus FaZe, and it looks like it's ready to go.
Oh, yes, it's ready, all right. A little bit of FaZe taking on the Outsiders. And, oh, lordy, I can't wait to get this one going with me. Fresh out the closet, I've got you.
Well, yeah, that was.
I can't, like, cupboard, I guess,
Cupboard,
being a
yeah,
better word for
that's
it.
Probably. Well,
I have Hugo.
You can't unsay it, Harry. It's here now. But either way, yeah, nice little intro. We found a couple of those earlier, so I'm sure.
I hate that things have two meanings sometimes.
More in store, yeah, I'm sure that was by accident completely. Outsiders, FaZe Clan, and Inferno to start this series, Harry. Welcome back to the mic, by the way. I did replace you with a similar sounding gentleman.
What was it like, Hugo? How did you find it?
It was really good fun. But, you know, I missed you, Harry, as I'm sure you missed me.
I missed you, man.
It's cute. Dress looks good today.
Thank you, thank you. It's very comfortable. So here we are, a little bit of Inferno to open this one up. It's a FaZe Clan map pick. That means they're going to be over on the T side to begin. Jane, taking a peek down alt mid. Not the start you want. They've already lost your Kindar over towards B. And right now, there is a gaping hole over towards that B bomb site.
Just going to let that one sit there for a moment. FaZe don't know, though. They'll wait. They'll hang out in a 5-on-4. This is a classic Outsiders gamble, and I love that they're still believing in it. 4 not shuffling yet. FaZe throw over the smokes. They're going to walk right into this. Good Molotov combo with a flash. It pushes them back into the bomb site, but that's exactly what Outsiders want. The re-aggression is not, however, Jame dying early, a rare case. And now FaZe look to commit. Twist is not going to be given a kill back down B, so they'll never know about what they're walking into until it's too late. Flit in the corner, cleared after 1, and Reigns forgot his gun.
Yeah, he's gone back for it. It's all well and good. Now wrapping in through the spawn. Buster. Oh. Sometimes if you build into a moment like that with a that's when something good happens. But
and if it doesn't, what do you do then?
That's where you drop the like it's inflating to deflating.
Yeah, try not to give away all the trade secrets, Harry. Next thing you know, people will be stealing our job.
Here's another one.
Okay. That is a good noise, yeah.
No, it's not. It's not just noises here, right? We also know what's going to happen 6 rounds ahead of time, give or take.
How?
Because we get given the little bit of paper that says.
Oh, the script.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've done our research. We read before we came into this game. Obviously, how else would we know? Oh. Nice round out of Rops, and it's shut down by Rain, who we welcome back into the server here. It's nice to have him here at Pro League. Not the stage we would have wanted him on, but still, the first stage for FaZe in Pro League is getting out of the group. And this, I mean, it is the group of death. We called it the group of death, and that's because it's the group of death. But we still hope the FaZe come through with playoffs right here. That being said, it's terrifying considering not just them and Vitality starting slow, at least Vitality have a win, but Ents and Fury are both 2-0, and not just like fluky 2-0s, looking really, really good. It's a little worrying. It means maybe there's only one spot left. Who's it gonna be? Vitality, FaZe? Ooh, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, kind of wild scenes, really, to open up this group. Opening up this round, though, going to be the force fight for the Outsiders. Oh, hang on a moment. Little jiggle from CT, but not dealt with. There is still Buster waiting at Coffins. And this isn't even a B play. You know, all of this is just taking the map control. The bomb is still all the way back towards the T stairs. Carrigan juggles it forward, but right now, you know, you're leaving your options open. You're not really decided either which way. Outsiders taking a bit of a gamble. Rotate everybody over towards this A bomb site, and wouldn't you know it, it would be great if the bomb was going A, the bomb's going B.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of these stacks for Outsiders. We're doing it all day yesterday against Fury, and actually we gave a lot of credit to Art in the in-game leading. He read them like a book, man. He completely outread Outsiders and rarely walked into stacks. You know, today, FaZe, they know they're up against the same thing, and so it's good to see them already making good work of it. They walked into it in pistol, but it wasn't a problem with their utility looking so sharp. But this is the map for stacks, the map for gambles, and the map for saves. So if anything, it does play into Outsiders' style. But you got to have good gambles, Harry. You got to be on the right site. And in this round, that is not the case. FaZe go 2-0 up, and one more eco.
As this one just kind of draws itself to a natural conclusion, can we talk Furia for a moment? Is that allowed? Isn't it cool to see them looking good again?
Yeah.
Oh man, it has made me very, very happy because, dude, I was worried I was gonna be like I'm trying to think, I don't know, like someone who's just very knowledgeable in such a niche topic. Like we spent all of 2020 watching Furia just dominate NA.
Sure.
And then Hetty left and then the team just kind of dropped off of a cliff. And so I was worried I was just going to be this guy that's like always sat there going, oh, well, this Furia team, they used to be so good. Like I could name so much stuff that they were able to make work throughout that 2020 time period. And then they just fell off into obscurity the moment they came over to Europe without Henny. So
coming back.
Nice to see them rebuilding with Safe and Drop in the squad. The results kind of speak for themselves over there.
Triple B this time. And they're not going to move, they're not going to budge, but FaZe will run right in, or at least Karrigan tries to. That smoke is a disaster from Buster. Will do nothing but cause more problems for Outsiders. Smokes go over the top, but again, you always wonder if this is a commit. It might be this time. They have no other map control. James making a rotate. This is a perfect round to stack up. You've got nothing to lose and a buy in the next. Buster flashing high. Flit is blind and Brokey's going over the top of Orange. They haven't cleared the boost and he hasn't shot a single bullet, so they have no idea. Does Twist go back for the late check? It's Brokey to pick it up instead. Good tuck position from Buster. Cleared after one. And Yakinda also here with a rifle. He can do massive damage. There's a kill. Got to back out for the reload though. Reigns picked James out of spawn in the meantime, and they're even hunting this frag. Bomb has been planted.
I mean, Outsiders may as well try to do damage here. That's a nice check for Karrigan. If you missed the FaZe game yesterday, you would have seen something kind of uncharacteristic of Karrigan. We had a desk slam moment out of the guy. Not normally someone, you know, he's very emotional in that, like, he's someone that you can read just by looking at his body language. But, like, even if he's having a bad time, normally it's more, like, disappointment as opposed to anger with Karrigan. So it was kind of unusual seeing him like that. Hopefully, bit of a better outing today, right? You sometimes get those kind of day one struggles, especially when you come off the back of a win at Katowice. Maybe you're kind of, you know, chilling out a little, thinking you can just ride the momentum of that. But when you're up against, you know, very hungry teams looking for opportunities, it doesn't always go the way you think it's going to go.
Yeah, the stage environment is very different to the studio environment. No question about it. No crowd on your side and getting in your opponent's head either. That was certainly a factor for the quarter and the semi-run for FaZe. Not as much in the finals, but... oh, good grenade. Yakinda does throw one right back, though. Twist has been really good at Banana for FaZe when we have seen him be this guy finding the opening kills. Double mollies go in, clearing everything out. It's a complete barbecue at Banana. Twist is even going to smoke that top position because Outsiders lob their own utility to lock FaZe out of B. He says, no, you can't have it either. If I can't have it, no one can. And so late FaZe will recommit back into B with 3. Outsiders making the same read. James Orb. No better time to start than the first gun round, and Yakinda's going back. Ready on James contact to attack.
Oh, there's the flash. Playing anti with Twists. Karrigan's going to have to swing out and trade that. James still here waiting. They don't know. Well, now they know.
Yeah.
There's a little hint for you, a little breadcrumb trail.
They now know 2's A. There's no question about it. That's the reason for the rotate here for FaZe. This double pit setup, though, is really nice. And Kicker has so many grenades at 30 seconds.
Yeah, Kicker can slow this down so much. Little one-way smoke lobbed in. Playing around it now with the molly on short to really make this a slow affair for FaZe. They've grinded to a bit of a halt, and now Flip pouncing from down in the pit. They're only just realizing how stacked this A bomb site still is. They get both the kills, but the bomb fell into mini pit. Oh, there's no time for the Brokester.
Might he have had it default? He was crossing with 4 seconds. Probably not. I'm guessing that's why he went for the move, but damn, that was close. The bomb drop is such a massive kill, though, throwing the entire round into disarray. And FaZe, they waited so long for Karrigan to come in on that long wrap. It was a nice read, a nice call to know that long was open when they saw that AWP on B. And they took it, but he comes through Moto. He dies immediately here, and there weren't players close enough to trade. They weren't further than Cart, so Flit's able to double up. You see that bomb go tumbling off of Rain's body, and at that point, FaZe, there's almost nothing they can do to win the round. No kills were given. Nice try, but Outsiders on the board early in this CT side. And they keep the AWP as well, which is a nice feeling, a very hefty investment. You don't want to be dropping early.
Oh, I like this.
Coach Cam, where's Dastan? Somewhere hiding out. Oh, he's behind Kicker. You can just see the top of his head. Look at the top of his head.
3-1. That like it was like a rap remix.
Yeah.
Pretty poppin'.
Yeah, mixtape out soon. Oh.
Slow to start this one, right? FaZe pretty measured once again. Just kind of playing, you know, standard, like looking to take your default early. Try to take top mid, try to hold on to Banana and take away that top Banana control. This round, though, they've actually lent away from the Beanon and instead have their attention fixated on the top of mid. This probably is just the A follow-through with no map control held anywhere else.
You could see it coming.
That was teed up on a silver platter for James. Collateral delivered to his door. He didn't even have to work for it. And the bomb is now going all the way back down middle. Brokey's kind of freaked out by what's just happened. It's a tag for James, but not the killing blow. Flit now alone in the site. But FaZe, they grind to a bit of a halt. Are they just going to recommit? Right, with the positioning they've got, I'm assuming that's what's going to happen. They don't really know what's happening at Banana. For all they know, someone could be pushed down towards logs, could be playing this forward position. That's why they're all looking at it very anxiously. And so this going quiet is just to cut off the flow of information to outsiders, right? Nullify.
Wow.
What? That's a double up for your Kinder. Ow. And the bomb now cut loose. Outsiders know what's happening here. Twist has got to deliver. He wrecked the pit guy once before, but now he's got to do it again.
Yeah, there's just no time for this. Flit doesn't care. He's going to swing. He's going to end the round and try and grab that AWP. No time for that, though. It's a lovely one by Yakinda. That was a FaZe round through and through, right? The collat was nice from James, but a 3-on-3, a slowdown, chance to re-aggress. Yakinda just double dinks that first dude round longside. And FaZe, that's a real shame to see the round fall in such a way. It would have just been free if they walked up short together there, not to know. Twist didn't even see Kick in the pit. He just tapped a smoke. Knows his angles, does Twist. Beautiful shots from Yakinda. And that's the guy they're scared of pushing down B, right? Yakinda is the dude who's going to be making this flank happen in gun rounds. And so FaZe, they tried to get ahead of it, but instead they're left behind. Full pistols. No Kevlar, no nades. It's a James hunting ground right now. But FaZe have slipped the net somehow. Oh, what?
Oh my god.
They're out long. They can go CT. They can map A. Oh, that's the bomb loose, though. Flick gets the info. They've already made it, and that is such important info for outsiders, just knowing that FaZe have that CT control if they want it. Bomb is retrieved. Round is unsalvageable.
The areas held on the minimap. This is so peculiar.
They're crunching the bomb.
Yakinda just shot his teammate. They're so freaked out. They're trying to deal with ult mid, and that's a really nice response, right? You kind of acknowledge the weirdness of the situation, and you just collapse to get control of alt mid, have a little safe area. Oh, Carrigan, sorry, bud. He was even ready for it. Gets the dink off, but that's the end of it.
Rain hits these.
Does he now? Yes, he do. Rain. Now, 1v4.
Indeed. Bleed it for all it's worth. Milk that cash cow. Damage is everything, but no more than one. And I love that call, like you said, you know, outsiders, they don't get bogged down like, we're being wrapped CT. There's nothing worse than being wrapped CT and like not having banana and you know you're getting pinched and there's nothing you can do. So outsiders go, oh, the bomb's mid, is it? We'll just run down B and we'll collapse them with Flit. And so even though FaZe have all of that control through CT Sport, it doesn't mean much when outsiders have the bomb in middle. You can have both sites if you want. We still win the round. And yeah, 1 dig on the way out. It's still going to be outsiders equalizing the score. 4-buy for FaZe. No AWP though. Not for them. And James is putting his to good use. I love the attempts at the openers. You know, the reason he doesn't stay there long is he knows his timings, right? They can be out mid. They could be swinging him. He trusts his bottom mid molly for a moment, but no more. And so now Arch, or mid rather, getting taken by FaZe instead. The re-aggression of the AWP is on short side with 4 here on A. The flash was good, but Rain is better. Flit with a miss spray. It's up to James.
Yeah, not giving a re-peek right away. Oh, he's going to bring it to them.
Oh.
That flash, brutal. He's wrecked by it. And there's Rops and Brokey.
Okay.
Asserting dominance over this A-bomb site. Yakindar's trying to get out of there, trying to elude capture by these FaZe players, and he should be good to get away. They're not looking to pressure him too heavily. I mean, at this point in the game, right, it's still early days. FaZe want to build up their own money. So, you know, I wouldn't be against them just playing this one very, very safe and not even leaving the A-bomb site.
5 live is a very good result, right? That's why Rops is literally in T-spawn. So, yeah, make sure you get everything going into the next. And you can't just get reset by one singular round from outsiders. But certainly they're fine for now as well. Thanks to the save on both sides. A mutual understanding of money here. And a very FaZe veto for this series as well. Inferno into Dust into Mirage. Huggers unite. We're letting loose.
Yeah, what do you make of the veto?
I'm fine with it. I mean, it makes sense, right? Very loose maps. FaZe have never had a problem playing those. We don't really see the Ancients from outsiders. I don't think there's much special there.
I think Dust 2 as a second has potential to get kind of weird.
Yeah, for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, FaZe have shown that they don't mind playing it. I know their results yesterday were pretty garb by their standards, but it is a map that's very much in their wheelhouse, and I don't think you're going to get them as sleepy as they were on day one. Here's a setup in the apartments. Kicker. Nice. Can't quite make it a double, so the trade is in.
Oh, there it is.
Bloody hell, the ball's on this guy.
We've been waiting for that, right? FaZe have as well. That's why they've been slowing down in these mid rounds. They want that kill, and it's come to them at an awful time. And I love outsiders just evaporate. They go back to that A site. In fact, 4A. Again, these gambles are insanity, but they're also perfection. They're also an art form, because why would FaZe go back into the unknown with so much of the map to clear at B? Instead, walk into A. There's only 2 there, right? Right?
Oh, hang on a moment.
Yeah, you only hold it for so long.
Okay, they're going to send Yakindar back, but still, 3-on-3 inside of the A site. This is good for outsiders. Drops Molly in the pit, Flit re-aggroing over on the short side. Brokey is scoped up, and you don't often miss these, does the Brokester? Ooh, but he will miss these!
Oh, he dead. No!
It's just to survive somehow. The nade just missed.
Yeah,
missed. But that's fine. 2-on-4, not really much go in the way of FaZe in this round. Rops and Brokey might be better off saving.
Gonna get a lot of that in this map. Get ready for it. But yeah, it's the right call in this position for FaZe. I love watching Flip play this game. He is so sharp, and he's always pulling in aggression at the right time on those CT sides. Just a nice off angle, goes wide on twists on short. Catches FaZe off and just gets the kill on the 4-on-3 to win the round. It forces FaZe's hand to go. And even though Flip wanted a little bit more, he'll take the 1 and none. I can't believe Yukinda ran through a full smoke with no flash. This guy's got balls. That's what you're going to need if you want to take down the FaZe clan. Hot off the presses. Forgetting yesterday, still a very scary team. Back up Banana, Carrigan, quite a pacey start. Yukinda's here. They're not even considering it. They're not even checking it. It's too little and it's too late. Yukinda waits for a flashbang and they go back around the corner. They won't make that mistake again. Can he escape with a Molotov? He thinks they're coming through it, and maybe they are. He drops a smoke, a flash rather. Did he have a smoke? I don't even know.
Yeah, he misscrolled. He scrolled.
Oh no, that's why you want the nade bites, boys. That's why you want a nade on each key.
Dude, the worst thing is,
you don't want to math your way through that situation.
No.
How many taps do I press on for? 1, 2, 3?
It full whited him too.
Yeah, didn't help, did it? But also, FaZe respected the molly. Like, he could have just run away. You know, you understand why he didn't, because they can hold an angle to stop him from escaping on that corner, but he could have just smoked it, couldn't he? Bit of a disaster. Will FaZe use that?
Oh, James like, yeah, I see that gap. That's an invitation. That's calling my name.
Oh!
Name's James, and he's been dinked actually through his teammate, Buster. Now dead, Flit's all alone at the back of the site, gonna have to try and stand tall. James burnt out 1 with his util, and Flit still holds the line. 20 seconds, time's running out here, FaZe, you gotta go. And Rops will at least get rid of the gunman at the back of the site, but now they need to get this bomb planted. It's all the way over at Quad, and the rotations are already here. You're gonna be hard-pressed to do anything. FaZe might have to win this one by taking fights. Oh, instead it's the commit, and Kicker runs them down, so there's the response for Outsiders. Up onto 5.
Yeah, nice collapse by Kicker, right? FaZe with low time. They're never going to get given the room in those positions. The late rounds are when Outsiders come alive. And even though James gets really tagged up there at CT, he lives. And right there, the numbers are enough. They make Robs consider CT, consider Coffins, not look at that fast Banana flank. Yeah, Yukinda's just so blind there, and then he flashes himself in his own Molotov. So while you're at it, while you've seen that round, get into your auto-exec, get into your config, and set a different bind for each nade, right?
Give me some examples.
You want my binds? Yes. Again, you know, your mileage may vary. You want your own one.
Yeah.
Mouse 4 on my thumb is smoke. Alt on my left thumb is flash.
Okay.
Or the number 4 is my HE, and then my middle mouse click is my Molotov.
I don't like that.
I don't care what you like, because they're my binds.
I know, yeah, but I don't know, man.
Set your own binds.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Here we go, out in the mid. Out they come, running, gunning, and Yukinda's flanking Banana. Oh, hang on a moment, slipping the net. Is Carrigan, and he's the kind of guy, when he hits a timer like this, he's going to try and get as much value out of it as he can. Buster removed, Twist has teched James. Kicker does have support from Flit down in the pit. And right now, Yukinda's at the B site alone. He's about to get pressured, MP9 in his hands. Carrigan runs in first. This is where the trade needs to happen, and Brokey will manage it. It should be a save for Kicker. Maybe a kill here onto Rops could entice him to give this round a go, but he's just so far removed, and that's his biggest problem. Likely just going to hold on to this rifle. So FaZe, an immediate response. That little wrap was lovely.
Yeah, right. Kills on all sides of the map. Carrigan with a beautiful timing, but even the pistols are finding opening kills at the same time. And Kicker, he's going to have to get away with this one. Will FaZe recommit apps in the late round? He knows that there was someone here earlier, and Rops is re-aggressing. Here he comes, Kicker, timing. But at least with him going under Balk, Rops will have to drop, and Twist runs and guns. Instant headshot follows up, and that's 2 tech taps for Twists.
It is the technique to bind that no one wants to take.
Okay.
What you're going to need is a Guitar Hero drum kit.
Okay.
Now, okay.
So the foot pedal.
No, well, yeah.
Shoot.
No.
You can only one tap.
The foot pedals jump, right? That frees up scroll wheel to be talking game. So you just scroll for every word you say. And then each drum pad is a different nade. So, you know, you've got like the snare, that's your smoke, obviously. Of course it is. The cymbal, you know, that's Molotov.
What's your decoy?
Decoy, Q on your mouse.
Stop
on the mouse,
switching.
actually, yeah.
Wait, Q?
Q on the mouse.
What do you have, like a Razer mouse with a full keyboard?
Yeah.
Smart. That's one way to do it.
James nails that. He's got himself the... Ooh! I was going to say the opener was going to go untraded, but that's where Robs comes in with a convincing little tap.
Oh, no.
We're Sneakins. No! Get out the molly. We'll get extinguished, and Brokey runs on in. Gets the opener with the AWP. An early 4-on-3. FaZe have flipped the script on this one. It might have started with that AWP pick from Rain, but since then, from James, rather, and they're finding everything. Oh, hang on a moment. Kind of sideline. Kicker, dead. And there it is. A FaZe round, like we all expected. They might lose Rain early, but everyone else steps up.
Not sure what the reposition was for Kicker. He had Molly Smoke Flash. He could have done so much more to delay that play, but he's repositioning. He's pushing back in rather than playing quad with the belt of util. Strange one there. It leaves Buster in an unwinnable round. Even playing Ninja is not going to help him. He has no kits. And FaZe are coming in to clear Carrigan. He's got an idea, and he thought right, but he can't close the kill. Buster has a one-on-one right now, but he doesn't know it, and so he's playing very cautiously. Just wants to save, and Rops, the denier of that, is having an excellent game right now. Twist is here first, and Bus is dead, no matter how you paint it. Oh, he did check it, but Rops wins the round. And, you know, on the bright side, Harry, of winners today, you know who's the winner no matter what? Heku. Because no matter what happens, a Latvian is getting a dub today. So there's always that to think about. Brokey v Kinder, quite a fight, and it was at B that Brokey won at this round. Saved Twist as well with that smoke on the Molotov. Twist was essentially about to commit into a fight because of the molly, but he got given the out, given the option to escape, and FaZe go on to win the round on B6 on their T side. Things are starting strong. All right.
Okay, Jay.
Yeah.
I've literally never been behind a play more than this. Because if one guy can figure out how to make the Zeus work, it's Jay.
Yeah.
He's all about money management. And he's like, look, this one little thing with this one weird trick, IGL finds way to ruin economy of international squad. Here it is. They've gone past it.
Woo!
And Brokey, that's a lovely flick onto the top of Banana.
Yeah, there's more where that came from. They heard the tick. Do they know there's two here? Make it three as a swing comes in from Buster. Kick, it's dead. And Brokey trying to stop this from getting out of control, but Buster is doing exactly that, and that's a Zeus. Electrifying kill under Rain. What happens when you set fire to water? When you spice it up, James doesn't know, doesn't care. He's dead to Rops anywhere. 2-on-2. Buster's got an AWP, but 2 health. Does he want to save? It might be tempting.
Who did he Zeus?
Rain.
Oh, mate, you could have been like...
Yeah, I didn't mean fire on water.
Fire
but it's not fire. The rain. What is it, you know?
It's electricity.
Yeah, that's not fire.
Well, with electricity and water, you can create fire.
Okay.
Just ask my last landlord. Yeah, right.
You can't.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Respects.
Yes, of course. Now we will have that 1 minute silence, of course. Well, here we are. It's a 7th for FaZe up on the board.
Ah, yes. Well, we like the Zeus kill. Even if they remove the money bonus for it. That's a reminder to Nico. I don't think he knew that.
Really?
Yeah, there was a content piece where he didn't realize. That's because Nico doesn't use a Zeus because he's just better.
Yeah.
Need to.
I mean, you know, the Zeus is basically an AWP, isn't it?
Yeah, the Zeus has actually been nerfed a lot, right, over the years. It's been nerfed in 2 key ways. One, I mean, it's been buffed. I think it used to be 300? Now it's 200. Maybe I'm wrong there. What it did get nerfed in movement speed, it's slower than a knife. It used to be as fast, which is a shame. means you got yeet as easily, but also they remove the kill bonus. However, that doesn't matter if you're someone like James, and what you're looking for is a gun. What you're looking for is an AWP, a way to win the round, a save. So low investment, high yield. Those are the stocks that James puts all his money into.
Oh, hang on a moment. Look at this. Out through the apartment's kicker. Oh, he's not in a forgiving mood today, and that is a mow down. Well, it was meant to be an A play. Although looks can be deceiving, it's kind of been melted, turned into a little puddle. There's one for Twists. Trying to get some leeway into the site, some levity here. Down in the pit is still kicker, right, floating around. Twists and Brokey are going to go back. But once again, you know what's been happening over the wards B? We've seen your Kindar with these pushes down Banana, and it's in moments like this, when you're in like the 2-on-4s, that kind of conditioning starts to float back up to the surface, and you're now going, okay, maybe they're behind us, maybe they're in alt mid. So everything about this becomes very labored now, and it will just be a save. Like, there's no real option to go anywhere else for Twists or Brokey. You know, they gave it a go, and it all fell apart.
Yeah, T-side saves used to be really rare, right? Like back in the day, obviously, we're definitely in the save meta. It wasn't always the case, but I think Outsiders were one of the teams that first started popularizing the T-side save, because they would play these very slow default rounds. They'd use a minute and they'd get a little bit of map, and then they would lose 2. And you have 30 seconds left in a 3-on-5 with no map control, and that's just made for a save. Obviously, this is a different situation. It's a far more understanding one for FaZe, as they set up for a 5-on-4 pop, or 5-on-3 pop, and, well, the 3 all get a kill. And at this point, you know, FaZe just give it up. They want nothing to do with it. So, oh well, not the end of the world. The T-side is still really good right now for FaZe. 7 rounds, something to sit back on and relax.
Oh, look at them all having a little coffee.
In sync.
There is
chemistry.
There's genuinely no better feeling for a gamer than the 8 p.m. coffee.
Oh, yeah. Got to do it. You got to be caffeinated, but then you get 2-0 and you go, why have I done this? High energy. Can't go to bed.
Yeah, but on the upside, it is a really energetic VOD review, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Carrigan's bouncing off the walls. Guys, what if on Inferno there's a whole new set of smokes we could learn? I've been trying to come up with smokes all day.
Yeah? Anything good? I saw a couple of them.
Yeah, no, you know, it's all working theories right now, I'll be honest. I figured out how to smoke CT on Vertigo from T-Spawn.
As like B?
Like BCT, yeah.
Got some Temple smokes on Ancient.
Temple smoke from Lane.
Yeah.
Was one that was in the works.
Very nice.
I don't know, man. Every smoke I try to learn is like really niche and bad.
Over the top. And I can smoke A short Vertigo from B stairs. How useless. But also really cool.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. Like, in my mind, a smoke has to bounce at least 11 times in the throw.
Yeah, it doesn't leave a lot of room for error, unfortunately.
No, you better get it right, you know?
Pixel lineups only.
You know, I spent all these time doing that, and then I never have bought a smoke in a game in my life.
I've started getting into the way of just asking you for your utility. I throw 2 belts around. It's really nice.
Harry, smokes, let's go. And I just throw it over. Right, so we're right back in, little PC crash, all brushed aside now.
Oh, I like that. They let the AWP escape, you know. Take 1 shot, bounce. James demands the red carpet. And he doesn't even show up. Too cool. Really has tucked to kick it into a corner here. Meanwhile, on B, Buster's got his line. And Twists and Rain are here to stop him. Maybe a boost up could be good. It relies on a flick shot. Can Buster flick? Time to find out. Oh, he can flick, but he can't kill.
He did the flicking motion.
Yeah.
But that was it. Yeah, Kindar now, though. This guy, not to be underestimated. Oh, okay. I'm getting flashbacks to when he got mollied here and died. Now, it shouldn't happen again. It shouldn't. Right. And it won't. He's going to get himself out of there, out of the danger zone. Carrigan somehow finds this little timing again. Holding for it. Kikut's even waiting to come through.
Kikut, you looked at him twice. Twice.
The alarm bells are ringing. Jane comes in.
God.
He had so much support. They do manage to deal with Carrigan.
That's insane.
Kikut is three-quarter dinosaur because he just couldn't tell because he wasn't moving. Oh, your Kindar's out of ammo. Brokey. There's a little double up there, and Twist has taken it one step further. That's a save for Jane. And man, Carrigan finding gaps that shouldn't exist. The rest of the gang all popping off with the B entries. FaZe are in a great spot right now.
Carrigan just dies there with no kills, but it's so impactful because he gets 3 players on his position. He gets Kikut and Jame, and then he also gets a B rotate off. And at that point, yeah, okay, it's super weird. Nice to see Kikut, despite like whiffing his eyesight, he just tucks in, lets his teammates get the kill while Carrigan's on him. But Carrigan makes a call, guys, there's 3 on me, go. And FaZe pop into B. Brokey, he's got something to prove today in the Latvian ranking right now, right? Your Kinder may have been above him, but he wants something. He has something to say. He keeps killing your Kinder on B, right? With these orbs, and that round jumping over Coffin with an AK, like a lot of kills. I'm gonna check the head-to-head after the map and let you know, but it's right now very good for Brokey. FaZe, they've won the half. What more can they do? Is 9 rounds possible? Let's find out. They're delaying nades as well. They're about to lob HEs together. Oh, Carrigan, get out of there. He will. That's your Kinder's home now, his turf. And Twist wants to fight him for it.
He's coming through. Oh, unfortunately, that smoke fade is good for your Kinder. Brokey. Oh, it's Latvian on Latvian action. And there's Brokey coming out ahead. Oh. Almost a follow-up, right? Jane playing around this smoke at top car. It's like the Furia one way. He is going to deal with Brother Brokester. Kikut getting out the short side as well. And James getting aggressive. Hello.
Ow. What? Why?
When does this happen? When does this happen?
Oh.
Jane nails it. Carrigan was never ready for that. When you see him at top banana, you think you've
through Flit and Pit is not easy, and he'll never make it past the first man. Jame with a fantastic round and 3 kills down. Banana to shut it down. It's going to be Outsiders level pegging at the end of the half. We'll see if they can pull things back on.
Этот скриншота.
Не успел.
Хорош, молодцы. Хорош, Женя, жестко.
He jumped up.
Come on, deep.
Flash opening, flash opening.
Dash opening.
CT, take kill.
Yeah, kill. Yeah. I'm smoke ruins.
Flash him outside. Keep searching, keep searching, keep searching.
Smoke CT.
CT one.
Left
One
CT.
Healed up. Just one now. And one here, one CT. They're both here, no?
First side. Yeah, last one CT.
Nice.
I'm jumping in.
Hello and welcome back. I'm going to go over the key tendencies and strategies that can be found preparing against FaZe's Inferno. Starting off on the T side, we first want to look at the key positions and who plays them. We should be expecting Twist to be that lurk towards Banana, Robs to be the apartments player, and either JKS or Rain to be that side and library. CT should be generally aware of these 2 possibilities whenever they see this smoke come out. Now over on the CT side, we also want to be aware of who plays which positions. We should be expecting Carrigan and either JKS or Rain to be holding down B, Robs as the Halls player, Twist as the A-site rifler, and Brokey with the op towards A. The second thing to watch out for is this smoke at middle. This smoke has only been used a couple times, but each time the smoke has come out, they coordinate a boost on the edge of the smoke to spot down middle. Teams definitely need to be cautious when seeing this smoke. The third thing to watch out for is this setup towards the apartments with Robs and Twists. This is a setup that FaZe usually do at least once a match, so any teams clearing apartments through the stairs or window need to be aware of this possibility. That wraps it up. See if you can spot any of these tendencies or tactics in FaZe's next match on Inferno.
Smoking city. Pushing city. Library. Best push. Running in.
Maybe boosted.
True city. City is free city. Free city.
Take range.
Stunning. One is close. He's just spammed me from close. Haha. Bro, they shot me from arch, library, and CT.
Okay, buddy, I'm watching you. And I'm watching Karrigan as well. He's bringing in the humor, bringing in the laughs, keeping the tempo high. But now we're going to slow it down. It's outsiders on that T side. And we know they're in no rush. They're in no hurry to close this map and or series. Map 1 is Inferno. Welcome back. It's hype as all hell as we get into the pistol.
Dual Berettas here, set up with a flashbang, ready to deal death to the outs.
Oh dear.
There's the duel, he's gone. But don't worry, there is another pair still in play. Rops donning the second set of Berettas.
They're bold all right, but so much utility. 3 smokes, that's just too many smokes for a pistol round as far as I'm concerned. Kicker doesn't want to die here. He's providing the cover for these players lining up utility. They had to do so. They throw him 1 on the A site, and it's actually drawn FaZe back out of their bomb site. They will double back though. Now the XX in, now the answer is clear. And FaZe running the smoke, Karrigan giving it a go, no armor, he'll get chewed up by a Glock, and at this point outsiders know the site is clear. They're just doing their due diligence, checking their corners, clearing quad, and with the bomb plant in, it's their round to lose.
Yeah, smokes now fade, things get weird. Brokey's gonna tap out the first man, but there's a response, Yukinda. Oh. And with another, it's Flit to help out. Brokey tapping away, has tagged Yukinda. That's a headshot, I think, through the lip of the coffins. Rops now arrives with the dual Berettas. Does nail that first shot onto Buster. Brokey swapping out. The dualie's still bad. And Brokey's been wrapped.
Yeah.
Latvian brethren.
Oh, the Julie suck. Oh no, I'm shocked. Oh, but there's 2 of them, Harry. Oh, what? No. They suck. They're so bad. I don't care. You can't change my mind. I watch enough CS. Maybe they're great in prac. Maybe in prac all the time. The Julies are destroying, man. But every goddamn game I watch, they do nothing. Absolutely nothing, unless they're in Fuzi's hands, in which case then it's up for debate. But I'm not a fan. Either way, FaZe.
No, I mean, you know, there's
fun with it.
There's a reason why, like, when a dual Beretta's sick play happens, everyone's like, wow! Because, like, normally you just see someone, like, swing, fire 20 bullets, somehow live way longer than they ever would have with a USB, but get not even a fraction of the kills because they normally get 0.
But here's what you need. Valve made them cheaper. That means they're bad. They're trying to get people to buy them. Please, you don't put something on sale unless it's not selling.
Is the question? Would you use the dual Berettas if they were free?
No, over a Glock. not over a USP.
I think that speaks for itself, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not even if they were giving them away, would you use them?
You'd have to pay me to use a Julius, and I can assure you it'd be more than $300.
Well, little B creep. Rain boosted, up, over, and now down and out for the count. Brokey is wrapping the coffers, but it's just going to be a save here for FaZe, isn't it?
Apparently so. Brutal beginning for Outsiders. This is the start they wanted to the half. Pistol and conversion is clean. Going to do a bit of hunting right at the end. Try and get this scout out of Carrigan's hands. He's got to go, buddy. They are right round the corner, and leg shots will not cut it. There's two now. Carrigan's dead. Nothing he could do there. Rops in a 1v5, trying to stay alive. And, oh, they're going to find him. They're going to find him. They might not find him. Oh, yeah, that's how we like it.
Still going to get it. Man, if only 2 5.7s then, you know, would have been a
maybe. Well, 5.7's pretty good, man. I'll give you that.
What if you could just dual wield any of the pistols? That would be kind of sick. Imagine dual wielded Deagle.
That would be the one-shot body shot Deagle pre-nerf.
Yeah.
That's like the R8.
Dude, dual wielding the R8s? Come on.
I don't want a single the R8. Yeah, some guns Valve break and then they leave in the doldrums. The Negev, the R8. Now you all know my feelings on the Negev. It's actually really good, and one day someone will figure it out. Until that day, guess we'll have to wait. Robs puts that 5.7 to use. Double nades at B do some damage, but it's Kicker who comes out on top. These pistols getting poked and prodded.
Yeah, should be a clean round. That's what you're hoping for here. Any damage that FaZe can do when they came into this with so little is brilliant. So let's see if they're able to find anything else, right? Already dealing with Flit. Kicker looking like a tasty morsel that you could just scoop up with a USP. Like goo.
Like goo. When has goo ever been tasty?
You know, some goo's tasty.
Want to elaborate, or maybe not?
No, actually.
Didn't think so. Little B-walk.
Like custard. Custard's kind of a goo.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
I'll rain here. Will it be salty or will it be sweet? He's up on top of the coffins. Looking for a tasty treat. Everything's in rhyme all of a sudden. Here he is, lining up the perfect shot.
Oh, what have you eaten today, Harry?
Today actually just tofu. I was gonna make another goo-themed joke, but no, just tofu salad.
That's cool. Good for you, man. Kick it. Gets a lot of kills there, makes a lot of moolah, and that money is big as they build it up on the T side. FaZe coming in with their first gun round, though. That's what we've been waiting for. The trolling will stop eventually. For at least a round.
See, I'll bring this up in a moment.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe never. Maybe
just
think about it.
Just trust me, we'll come back to the goo thing. Just remember it. Here we are, right now. Your Kindar's down in the tunnels looking for a pick in top mid. It's a triple B lean early for FaZe. And that's a tag for Brokey. Lovely start to the round, right? Puts the fear in Outsiders and sends them away from Banana. Now looking for the A play. Grouping up in the apartments and holding on to the bottom of mid, still making sure that no aggro comes in. And it leaves the door open to go back to B. You've still got plenty of time left on the clock.
Outsiders stopwatches are ticking. They're looking at it through their monocle. They see they have a minute left. They take top B. But is that the fake out? Certainly could be. Doubling back down Banana. Even trading guns. Putting Kicker on the Galil to give Buster the AK. He is lower. every little detail counts, and Outsiders are perfectly encapsulating that in everything they do. Now it is the B play. Everyone's here. 2 players committed in the site. No nades left for FaZe at all. Really, if you don't at least double kill this hold, you lose the round. So let's see. Quick rush, and that's none. Twist will finish through the smoke. Rains fire 1. They didn't realize where from, though. He gets a frag. They go up, they go over, and he goes down again. 3 on 3, and it's the bare minimum you need on a defense. They have a kit. It's tempting.
It is going to entice you, isn't it? What a tag damage from Twist. All right, lad. Spamming them through the window. Sinful as he does that. Brings him down low. Not that he's aware of the damage done. And that might send FaZe out of the round. It looks so promising.
It's Inferno, man. You double kill a B hold and you still can't even attempt the retake. And it makes sense for FaZe. Like, you know, yes, could they have won that 3-on-3? Absolutely. But you don't know where Outsiders are. If they're playing for Banana there, if they have that control, they have a molly, they have a flash, they just win the round. So yeah, FaZe, it's the safer option of 2 as Outsiders have started to pick up the pieces and run away with this game. And so FaZe, they didn't want to lose that round, eco, and then rebuy and have it all rely on that. They wanted an immediate response. And, you know, part of the save here is knowing you're going to have a game plan in the next. So we might see a more of an aggressive start for FaZe. Might see Banana attempt getting taken. There's 3 Bs, so they certainly want to lob some nades down there. FaZe didn't like their odds. They want to increase them. Or I guess decrease them. Would make sense. Nades go both ways.
Know how numbers work, man.
You can't read or count for that matter. But you can talk.
Yeah, I mean, numbers are just, you know, kind of magic letters, aren't they? Here's Kicker over towards Banana, has Buster with him. Just slow on the approach. Outsiders always hoping that you get impatient, that you get curious, right? One little peek down Banana is all it takes for the ball to start rolling. Eventually, Outsiders do have to be the ones to make the move, so they're going to dispatch Kicker over towards the top of B. Takes all this control, makes a lot of noise on the run-up, and that's actually pulled Brokey away from A early on, setting Outsiders up really nicely to win this round, honestly. If they just egg-second towards this A side, the window's kind of closed. Brokey's pretty quick on this rotate. He pieced together nice and early what this was.
They have a motor smoke, so that's going to cut Brokey out. It forces him, if they throw it, to make his decision. What side of the site does he play on? Does he try and stop a long wrap, or does he come in on the site? It's going to be the first of 2 options, but James picked Rops off of his perfect position. We know him for it. Oh, that was almost a collat. Instead, it's just a leg. How do you go from 2 to 0 in an instant? Brokey shows us 5 on 3, trapped his Twist. He's got to do everything right now, and he can't. Falling at the first hurdle. This is a meticulous take for Outsiders. 10 seconds, throw that bomb along and get it stuck down, because that's a round. FaZe have got to throw in the towel.
Wow. Buster's even hunting. Now, kind of ballsy to commit to this on 4 points of health, but screw it. He's got support. He's got Jame with him. They know the impact that taking these guns out of play would have. This is really all FaZe have to fall back on. And so even removing one of them is a pretty big dub. Oh, Buster. Under Carrigan. Yeah. Underneath him. Shrinks himself down to the size of a small grape.
So even if we don't have Carrigan's config, I can tell you he does use CL right hand 1.
Yeah, because it was covering up Buster.
Indeed.
Rain, will you survive? No, here's the answer. Run down. I mean, look at that. Everybody was there for Outsiders. They were full committed to the hunt.
Yeah, not only are they the save kings, but they're also the anti-save kings. They're the save deniers. You can't save versus Jame and friends. Which is really what this team should be called, right? Let's be real. Let's address it. I'm just, you know... There are so many creative names out there, Harry. Nafani's anime team, for one. But that will be in Group C.
I was going to say, that wouldn't be a very good name for this team.
No, obviously.
Kind of misleading, if anything.
Yeah. players, of course, making their appearance next group. Group C is spicy, man. There's a lot of question marks. Party Astronauts, they're here already. ESL have actually hooked them up and allowed them to get in a group early so they can get some must-had European practice. Their boot camp kind of fell apart recently, so that's awesome. That's shout out to ESL for that. Shout out to Party Astronauts for coming here so early as well. I hope to see them perform in their group next week. Right now, Outsiders are trying to get their first win on the board, and this map would be one way to do it. FaZe's pick, right up B into the pistols. Kicker's getting bullied in Banana by grenades, but he still hasn't died this half. Buster with his back turn, Carrigan blind, will still get his 5th kill at the map, but it won't go far when the trade comes in.
Still, this is a little concerning with Outsiders off to such a good start. Like, being real, these rounds can get dangerous, but providing it all goes according to plan, Outsiders going to be up 13-8, 1 rifle round away from, always breaking FaZe. That's like the nature of this CT money. It doesn't matter how that loss bonus is looking. You are going to be hinging on, like, saving to keep the investments coming in. It's a little bit worrisome because in reality they are but 1 rifle round away from kind of having this one in the bag on the side of Outsiders. On top of that, something that's kind of spicy for the entirety of Pro League as a whole, obviously with G2 falling short over in Group A, if FaZe lose this and go down 0-2, they'll be joint last with Sprout. And that leaves them very vulnerable, especially with the hot start from Furia and Ents in this group. There's a world where both Katowice finalists get eliminated in the group stage. So, kind of wild, isn't it? Little long wrap in this one for Outsiders. Moving in. Inside of the site is Brokey. In the apartments is Rops. And that's the bomb drop. There's very little time. Brokey did all he could.
Get it! Oh!
It's the plant. Flip. Well, get it down. But a 2v2. Turn 2v1 by the J-Maim. Just twists his Deagle. Thing of legends at times, but this is a pretty big ask.
They saw him as well. James just leaving Graveyard, got that spot. Flitz takes his position back over the smoke and twists with a 1-on-2 to do. Solo Dolo clears James, but that's a beautiful headshot as he jumps on top of the box. James is having one hell of a day right now. 17-8. He is storming the board. He is slapping FaZe in the face. And there seems to be no stopping them. 1 gun round now for FaZe. Again, only pistols. They made it a damn good try. Brokey grabbed that off at the back of the bomb site with a 10-second hit coming in, but 1 more kill. Maybe that's a round. However, we'll never know. God, that was terrifying, wasn't it? But here we go. FaZe, they have to win the rifle round now. 13-8. This map will be as good as done if they don't. Back to Banana. Carrigan's so blind. He's getting assaulted with flashbangs. His retina's burned into the back of his mind. And Rain will have to trade. Carrigan, yeah, you can laugh at him in 5-18. He's having a roughie, but when you got to make those plays, and when the flashes are that good, there's very little he can do. At least he sets Rain up for the trade. But yeah, it's a hard game right now for Carrigan. He has been getting beat up. Both rounds flashed out in B. Kinder's taken apartments. Him v Rops. Oh, brawl and Flip will win. Stolen.
Secret option C, right? None of you saw that one coming. Flit's the man to steal it. FaZe are feeling pressure now. Right, being a man down on Inferno is just horrible.
Yeah.
It's like being in a blizzard in your shorts. It's just not a good combo. So they're desperate to try and get information here. Brokey holding the long side. Pretty proactive in his approach to lock out a top mid play. There is a smoke on James, and it's going to fall at the long side. That is so typical.
Go save.
Brokey. Yeah, at this point, kind of relegated to exactly where Outsiders want you, right? They know that Moto is open, so as they come out, they should be ready to get challenged. Brokey's brought it back to a 3-on-3. That's not even reason enough to go for this. We touched upon the CT money and how essentially there was 1 rifle round between FaZe and this game falling apart for them. Yeah. This save is needed. It's not a call you love making. 3-on-3, very winnable round, very doable round. One that if it was earlier in the game, you would have probably seen them attempt, or at least give a look in. But they have to write this one off right away. Brokey physically couldn't have done anything else there to entice them in.
That's 2 3-on-3s FaZe have had to save, and this one obviously makes so much sense. But, you know, I think at this point in the game, FaZe are thinking back about that previous B retake, and they're going, damn, I wish I went for it. You know, this could be a very different game if we won that round. Obviously, they lose, probably in the same position we're in now, except with less money. But this one, yeah, both players were stuck on that ace, on that B site rather, and Broky was, you know, smoked off after a kill. So, yeah, reasonable save, but also an incredible T side out of Outsiders. They have really stepped up to the plate here. Yet to drop around right now, and no sign of doing so. FaZe have this triple save and a bit of a battered buy with some mushy peas in between.
Yeah, and anyone will tell you, mushy peas, I mean, one of the only things that's better in non-goo form, arguably. Broky with a mid-peak. Nothing connects. Kicker is fast on the banana regression. Rain good for the first and the second. Both Buster and Kicker cut down on the attempt to take banana away. Now Jay, that's only a tag. Broky.
Oh no!
Oh dear!
Oh mama!
Oh dear!
Oh, they've seen him!
They've seen him now! They turn, they try to deal with both these players in the site. Oh! Trapped! Flits out through the apartments and twists. Oh, I'm having flashbacks. He was in this position just moments ago. He got dealt with. He got mollied out. He got forced to the back of the site, and there's the round. For the Outsiders.
3-on-5.
That is wild. And dude, I love you, Kinder, rapping long, like realizing the full gravity of the situation he's in. He's like, I've got all of them right here. They are trapped.
Oh, FaZe have been crunched, mate. Right between the molars. Canines barking in their ears. And maybe they bit off more than they could chew with this first map of Inferno, their pick, and they have not had a single defensive round. They knew about Yakinda, but he also saw Rain, and so instead of swinging and trying to get that double kill that he got offered for a moment, he's like, I know I'm going to get repeaked. Rain thinks I don't know where he is, but I do. And Yakinda not only kills Rain, but then gets both arch rotates, while the whole time Twist is looking long, like, oh, I'm going to get wrapped, I'm going to get wrapped. Nope, Flit just runs up his short from pit and kills you. It's all over the place, and it's all painful for FaZe. Teeth pulled in that round, and now no utility, only a couple of smoky wokies. Outsiders ready to close the map with a flawless second half. Even the little details, even the nades. Rain gets dunked.
Broky's left B. Noise getting made by Flit in the apartment certainly is tempting to keep that three-man stack over towards A. And that's exactly what Outsiders wanted. Carrigan up here on top of Oranges. With the swing, the MP9, good for the first, but his teammate and then him both cut down. That's Rain and Carrigan dealt with right away over towards B. FaZe left a man down in a retake, and I mean, if you had the choice to, you would save here. You're up against 15, so you've got to go for it, but you are in dire straits. Very slow moving in through CT spawn, and with Jame already on the angle, Rob's brushed aside. This is looking done. This is looking like Outsiders are going to walk away with Inferno under their belt pretty dominantly. FaZe's map pick in this series, and you wouldn't know that based on how this second half has gone. Twists doing everything he can, and oh, buddy, just Yakinda left to be running in, and he's not ready for him. Yakinda gets the round over the line. Twists, you couldn't have asked for more. You couldn't have expected any more out of him. That is a rough way for that to go.
Yeah, that's a painful map for FaZe there. Only the first half. It looked so good. It looked like it was going well, but that T side for Outsiders was brutal. We've got Heku down on the sidelines as we wait for FaZe to pick themselves back up. We're going to hear from someone from Outsiders.
Yeah, right now I'm joined by Yakinder from Outsiders. Yakinder, I mean, this is the matchup that I really hoped we would see in the grand finals of Katowice. Unfortunately, you didn't get that far. But on the other side of the booth, you have Broky, who is also a fellow Latvian. Because of that, does it make this series a little bit more personal?
No, I mean he's my friend, and I respect him for everything he does. I'm really glad that Latvia has another player out in the top tier scene, especially after Katowice where he got MVP. I'm really happy for him, and there's no competition between us because we are good guys.
We're good guys that like to play CS. Awesome. Well, the next map is going to be Dust 2. We didn't yet see your team play this map, but when it comes to FaZe, like yesterday, unfortunately, they lost. Did James already dissect the whole map and you know what to be ready for?
I'm not gonna say anything because last time when I said when we played against Fury one first map, I'm just gonna say that I hope we win. Maybe we will lose. You never know.
But you do your best.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Thank you. Good luck.
Running across the tiller, I'm going.
Okay.
Two. I think they're looking at me, Rush. Yeah, they are.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, water. Nice. I'm gonna go left towards radio, okay?
Where?
Radio. That's where I'm gonna go.
And what you see? Wait. Hold up.
Put them all on him.
I want to firework him out to water. You ready?
Yep. Oh, there's two people on me. They're probably dead here. Backup system if you got it. Okay. Oh, okay.
You got it.
Shifting around on the coast. Okay, I'll go for the last guy then. He moved. Oh, here now. Okay, nice. Yeah. Oh, one guy there with armor, so that must be one of them. Yeah, two at the sea container here. Last two guys. Nice. Easy. Shame he scouted while I was in the zone. Don't know what they were doing out the zone. Alright, I'm going. Wish me luck. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, go for that one. Alright, I'm doubling now. He's down there on it.
Behind the tree.
Yeah, I got him.
Alright, well I got a Goombin there.
Set aside your subdivine. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a
In the wise words that Yakinda himself said to Heku, I hope we win, maybe we lose. Well, young man, you win that first map. FaZe's pick Inferno. 16-8, a very strong showing by Outsiders. We're going to break it down for you all at home, go over some details and have some fun. Blet, Maui, that is definitely a strong side, winning FaZe's map pick and doing it with such a dominant round score.
It's a bit of deja vu because the last time these two lineups faced off, I mean, the majority of these two lineups faced off at the major, it was Inferno getting picked by VP, as you pointed out, Maui. It's a map they used to go as their pick. And last time it was FaZe who came out on top 16-13. This time around, the roles have been flipped. However, it wasn't even close. That second half was a complete capitulation.
Not a single round.
Not a single round. I'll give you a number. 16 kills for FaZe in that second half. In 9 rounds. That's less than 2 kills on an average. That's abysmal, man.
Yikes. That's a big yikes, Paula. Huge yikes.
Mega yikes.
Big yikes. Guys, let's take a look at our aim high head-to-head where we can compare and contrast our two Latvians, one on either team. We've got Yakinda for Outsiders and Brokey on the FaZe side. Yeah, Yakinda had a pretty darn good performance. Brokey was doing what he could also, but it wasn't enough.
Heku loves this one. Heku loves this. To see two Latvians battling as such. Yakinder was definitely the better player of last year. You know, things have been a little bit rocky for the Outsiders in 2022, but if Yakinder can play with this sort of form, then maybe Outsiders could progress through the group.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at those two players, it's also Brokey, you know, he's still, again, top frag for his team, but it wasn't by much, right? I really felt very deflated, and especially CD side Inferno, they seem so very lost. They didn't know what to do, and I got to give credit where it's due. Outsiders, you saw them yesterday in all the 3 maps. Even in Mirage, when they won, it came down to individual plays. They knew what they're doing here on the T side. They completely dismantled the defense.
Maui, I'm excited for what's up next because you wanted to take a look at round 14 and hone in on Karrigan.
Yes, yeah, even though there weren't too many bright spots for that second half for FaZe, the first half was actually not too bad. And I wanted to point out this one play from Karrigan here. So what you're going to see in the middle, kind of top left of your screen, Karrigan and Brokey going for a little bit of a mid play. Pause it right here. Look at where Karrigan is headed. He's headed right into CT spawn by his lonesome. We're going to see how that plays out because look at the rotations of Outsiders. Oof. All 4 of their players trying to find him. Boom, 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 boom. We got 4 dudes that are all looking for this guy right now. But look at where the actual play is going for FaZe. They're running into the B site, and as he distracts all of these guys for Outsiders, this is a free bomb site for the taking. When you get a 4-on-4 post plant, what do you think is going to happen, man?
That's a perfect example of the selfless nature of Karrigan's plays.
Absolutely.
Times, right? Like, look, listen, I'll be real. Sometimes it doesn't quite pan out, but that was a perfect example of how it worked out so wonderfully. You can take a look at the kills as well. They get the initial kill. It was Yakinder, I do believe he gets...
I think this is another round, or no. This is him getting away and him rotating over. That's right.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yes. So Karrigan makes a lot of noise, making no secret of where he is. And like you said, right, sometimes when it does click, it looks so clinical, right? They were completely playing with Outsiders here. And like you said,
Pickard he's like, where is everybody? Oh wait, it's just one guy.
It's so lost, right? Yeah. It's such a cool half coming out from FaZe. In all honesty, at the end of the first half, I'm like, FaZe are running away with this.
And it's a free bomb site.
And then the CD side happened, man.
Yeah, This was, I mean, this was a completely different second half, but I definitely wanted to just point out the fact that Karrigan has that selfless nature that he brings to his in-game leading style.
Do you think if we saw more moments like that, of course, mechanically sort of different when they switch over to the CT side, but if we saw more risk, some creativity, taking chances, that it could have gone more in FaZe's favor?
Yeah, I feel they could have been a little bit, like, especially when things were looking so dire for them. I felt like there was never a time. I've lost count a number of times they just went for the save, right?
Yeah.
The extremities on the map were getting taken control by Outsiders time and time again. The classic style from Jame and company. Just, you know, bait out all the utility and they go in for the hit. Sure, the trades do take place. It's a 3 versus 3, but the rotation's so far away, the bomb's down, round's done.
It almost feels like land phase would maybe have gone for 1 or 2 of those.
Crowd land phase.
Yeah, crowd land phase when everybody's pumped up. But when they're in the studio, they're exercising what is kind of a more modern style where you are going to save a little bit more, play the economy game. And, you know, that's when just the rounds just slip away from you, one by one by one.
I wonder what they're talking about right now. Out in the garden communal area, we can see Brokey taking a seat. Doesn't necessarily look too hyped up. Robban maybe giving a bit of a pep talk.
Mm-hmm. They got to do better.
Looking a bit not under the weather in terms of illness, but as in not exactly super motivated right now. But hopefully they can bounce back for map number 2.
I'm still not too worried about them.
Yeah, all right, well, Up next, everybody, it's Dust 2 and it's Outsiders pick. If Outsiders win this one, that means FaZe is 0 for 2 in Group B, and Outsiders will get their score up to 1-1. But, you know, if FaZe can bounce back, then we will go to a third map, Mirage. Exciting stuff. Do not go anywhere, and we'll get this map underway shortly.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Welcome back to the Cathedral, ladies and gentlemen. This is a final of biblical proportions. Grand Slam on the line. This will be one for the history books. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's light up the Lexus!
The first part of 2019 was all about Team Liquid, and for good reason, as this North American roster plowed through most events without breaking a sweat. And it was no different in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Oh no. Nearly got knifed. Smoke's down. He has to get around them somehow. And he gets it through the window.
As favorites, Liquid went all in during the tournament and soon found themselves just inches away from the trophy and the prestigious $1 million Intel Grand Slam. Only Vitality stood in their way, and even though the battle ahead would be tough, Twist set the tempo almost instantly.
WebBK doesn't want to let them go that far this time. He takes the fight to them. Twist even gets one at range. Down to just 2. How does Twist find the second? He's got the bomb. He's got armor. Twist! He baits him out somehow! A third! And he's looking for it all the ways! RBK's gonna try and swing around the backside. Twist switches back to the Deagle instead. Confidence in his name. He's in his RBK is found!
Team Liquid, that's what it means to them. ESL 1 Cologne under their belt and $1 million bonus.
Unreal.
I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must to see the progress. Gotta ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again.
A little bit of the old musty dusty as the second map. It's the Outsiders map pick here. And after already taking away Inferno, FaZe's little trick up their sleeve in the series, there is a world in which Outsiders could 2-0 the champions of Katowice.
They totally could, Harry.
All right, lad, all right.
That would be an impressive feat, wouldn't it? And you know, these boys have showed up today. It was a pretty close game, all things considered. Okay, they got a pistol. Okay, they won the anti-ecos. Okay, they flawlessly swept the half. Damn impressive stuff on their T side of Inferno and T side. But that's maybe where they'll begin now, as it is their pick moving into this second map. Get your guitars ready. Hope your smoke's on the drums, because boy, oh boy, we're getting into dust. Sounds so wet.
Thank you.
No, not a compliment. Quick out long for Kicker. Psych, you thought he jiggles, he wiggles, and he doubles back, but they're coming to him. Oh, and they're coming quick. FaZe up top middle, in the face. Yakinder's probing B. Got his finger a few inches deep, but he's not quite hit the spot. They're going to double back out through the lower tunnels instead. And where was I going with this? Lower, yeah.
If I don't talk, how screwed are you? Twists now. On the catwalk. And it's Rain. Gnarly opener. And that's gnarly with a G.
Gnarly.
Gnarly indeed. Gonna look to assemble a boost. Rain. Ooh. Just a little love tap there.
Oh, he loves tapping, all right. Tapping heads, and he'll back up all the way for the long regress. I love the call from Carrigan here, taking all that space back. And so they can situate Twist down in the pit and play for the bomb site. Stop that catwalk. Walk. Step back to the mid to be. Smoke's out. Molly will follow. Smoke. It's not the best. In fact, it might even... That's a decoy. Where did the smoke even go? No, that is a smoke, and it's in the middle of nowhere. Rotro is going to fight their way through CT up A.
Oh, Yakindar's dropped right in. Right into the action. Brokey, back of the site. One. Can't find any more. Twists will tap out another. And now we're into a 2-on-3. There's a re-swing at long, and it's James to deal with the USP out in no man's land. He's even going to follow up with another. Now all eyes on Rops in the 1v2. And Outsiders tuck in, they count down, they swing on 3. And now they tuck once again. Rops is going to be hard-pressed to get back into this one.
Yeah, with the kit so far, this is a done deal. They know it. They're going to swing together right at the end, and James steals all the glory. 4 frags in the pistol round, and I'm very excited for the prospect of an Outsiders T side on Dust. They already get weird in the pistol. That was all over the place, from the long fake to the lower take to the mid to B bungling. Don't know if that was on purpose, right? Like, it didn't look like it, just looked like a missed lineup, but you never know what's going on in the old Jane brain.
Yeah, I mean, I do love it when, like, kind of Outsiders, they run like a Frankenstein's monster of, like, 3 different strats all kind of coming together.
Which one is real?
You know? And you'll note I said Frankenstein's monster. It's very misunderstood. A lot of people think Frankenstein was the creature, but that's not the case. I think you've got to have respect for Mary Shelley's work, if I'm being honest. So here we are. Twists opens the round up with a deagle. Now, Lord Byron will come in with some of his esteemed poetry. That's you. That's your name with Lord.
He's dead. He died like 100 years ago. I don't know what you want from him.
Well,
it's fine.
Woo! Carrigan Scout King. We all remember yesterday. Yep. We all remember it. Carrigan was trying a whole new thing where it was scout or nothing, baby, and it didn't really work, but it was still a real treat to watch him with the scout.
Yes.
Oh, he's got the bomb. He's got the bomb in top mid. Little hinge smoke throwing in for Yakinder.
Yeah, Flitz underneath it. We've seen players recently crouch peeking under this smoke. Carrigan won't let that happen. He's holding on. Reset on long here for Outsiders. Are they going to save in round 2 with 3 guns? They certainly could. That's a very Outsider call. And they're doing it. Who saves round 2? Rain? Pain. But that's fine. Otherwise...
Of course, you thought you could go to T-spawn on Dust. How wrong you are.
Yeah. But they're going to hold on. That's fine. Guns kept to the next. And I mean, that round was pretty unrealistic. It's just surprising to see up against a 4 spy there. But FaZe will be on the board early. Hey, they've got more CT rounds now than they did on all of Inferno. It's going to do massive money moments for FaZe as they get a lot of guns around the arm. I don't know where I was going with it.
Money moments, Rain, the money maker, and it's a bull market, all right. And Rain, he is my bull. Lives in the house with me. Here's Twist's back inside of the A site now. No exchange guns with Brokey.
Yep, Rain's girlfriend is Harry's wife.
No, that one is not true, Hugo.
Either way, it's Outsiders. Don't save now, okay? A couple of scouts in play.
You could make a case for it.
Yeah?
There's always a case to be made.
When James in the server, how else is he going to keep his flawless 5-0 scoreline? Buster looking for guns. Looking for anything.
Welcome to James Lawyer School, where you've always got a case. Incident at work. Whoa! Carrigan's looking to try and deal some incidents to him.
Oh.
Swinging with the scout. More damage. More damage. The nade. Brings James down to 2.
They should save. This is a save. They should save. It's over. It's done. Oh, forget it. They're all going to die. James won't. James will live until next round. Perhaps.
God, it is peculiar, isn't it? Another one of these saves, right? It's a. Oh. Okay.
Carrigan's so clean.
He is so good with the scout, isn't he?
Clean.
He's so good with the scout. It's kind of mind-blowing. It really is. There was a round yesterday. It was actually the final round of Dust 2. He was like 1v... well, he was actually in like a 2v4, right? He'd already opened with the scout, and then his teammate dies, and then he gets 2 more while combat scouting, which like isn't even really a sentence that exists. You know, that's like...
Shotgun sniping.
Yeah, shotgun sniping. Or like, you know, blindfolded driving. Like, these are all things that just aren't very common to see together.
I'm glad we got 2 angles of that weapon swap. Otherwise, you know, I don't know what I would have done.
Like,
they really traded those.
Doing it again. Come on, Cam.
It's Brokey.
Oh, it's Brokey.
Too many scouts out. Carrigan's got a gun. James running wild. He's got that 1 weapon saved around a bunch of Glocky Wockies. James in the Molotov, and it was a nice try. It was a heroic play, but they're going to need to go get that gun flit. You can smell it. AK, did the nade blow it away? Flit's on the case. Oh, it did. Nice nade from FaZe to get out into the open. Go get it, says Rain. I dare you.
They're going to try and run boost to get the gun. Here we go. Saving the AK in the most... Oh, they've got it!
Oh,
they've got it! They've got their hands on the prize, and okay, now you can't get it again. And okay, that's fine. You know, it was just a full eco. It was never going to get that exciting. And so it never gets that exciting.
There was a chance if, you know, the CT drop. Not going to help, though. Not anymore. Okay, we're waiting for the guns, Harry. That's really where this has come to. Outsiders kind of dropped the ball in round 2 by getting picked, you know, 2 players and just having to save, and their whole money has been kind of wrecked as a result. Nice to see FaZe keep these ones clean, though. All right, rifles out. James got nothing, sadly, because he's saved. Brokey's got a scout. They take long back. FaZe have that full control right now, and it's a slow default for Outsiders. They're all over the map. Hoping that FaZe make the first move or mistake, but that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was kind of worried about Dust 2 coming into this. It's one that Outsiders can definitely play, right? No one's kind of doubting their ability, but to my end, it felt like this was a bit of a punish pick because of how flat FaZe looked on this map yesterday. And while they did look flat on this map yesterday, I don't think that that was like a typical FaZe performance. And I think if you were looking for them to relive that, you were maybe thinking wishfully as opposed to, you know, acknowledging that FaZe do actually have a very nice kind of repertoire of ideas here on Dust. Very proficient at it. Yeah. Out towards short they go. Brokey, Scouter. Can he rise to the occasion? Carrigan's going to get one, but it's still Yakinda opening up the round. They deal with Rops on a smoke play, and Buster's going to flush out that Scouter in the sight. Twists a long way from playing into this one.
You would have thought Yakinda was going to swing Brokey there and try and get that kill, but he's so ready for a CT smoke walk. He's so aware that it's not just, you know, Brokey on the ramp to worry about. There's more pieces to the puzzle for FaZe, and they feed him. Yakinda goes on to grab that third, but it's stolen away. No complaints. Buster helps out, and Outsiders get involved with this T side, get around. And you talk about FaZe having trouble on this map, Brian. It was the CT side where those problems arose up against Ents. I think Snappy called a really good game in that Ents matchup yesterday across the whole series. They had really good T sides with the exception of a slow start on Nuke. But yeah, either way, FaZe, CT sides have been the problem. By and large. We saw that on Inferno just moments ago. So, you know, the force buy and starting strong, that's a bit of resurgence for FaZe. It's something to rely on, but we'll have to see now that Outsiders have guns out, how, you know, whether these problems continue or FaZe can put them to bed. Full buy and first AWPs, plural, two of them, Brokey Rops, wielding the weapons, and Outsiders are not so well endowed. They're down on their luck. Rifles instead. Shot over the smoke connects to nothing. And so Rops gives it another go.
Dude, James always so surprising when he makes plays like this. Like, he just ran straight down mid, like ran the entire way to get behind Xbox here. You know, we always attribute him as a very, very, like, safe player. And so it stands out the most whenever he makes moves like that. It shows that he feels like he has a bit of a read on how this was going to go. Rops holding a gap in this smoke, but they're already up and over the Xbox and now have their eyes set on this A-bomb site.
Yeah, it's a nice off angle, but a flash can neutralize Brokey and he'll have to drop into spawn. If there's good spacing, they can trade this kill, even if it is dry. You more commonly want to flash an AWP off at the angle that Brokey's holding, right? That close drop-down position. This is far more audacious. It's very Brokey-esque. How will it go? Yakinda v Brokey, there's the molly, it's in front, Yakinda moves in, Brokey gets that drop, it's perfect. Trying to escape now, Buster's killed Carrigan. In the meantime, and running back between two Molotovs, they save his life. FaZe smoke a Molotov. Flit still lives, Buster's out long, and he's found a second. Rain on the smoke, and they walk into him, getting stuck in the corner, 2 on 3. Even though James has these rotates on lock, he needs his teammate to get in the bomb site. Buster is winning the round on his own on A, third kill. Needs to cross, get that bomb off Cat. He's got a long way to run.
Run, Buster, run! Oh, James gonna get it.
Wow.
But will James drop the bomb to Buster in a James classic? No, it looks like he's gonna plant some tag damage to Rops. Lets him know that you can't come, CT, buddy. And that's only gonna leave 1 point of rotation. The short side, Rops yet to frag in this game. And a 1v2. Outsiders will not give away. It's very similar to the pistol that Rops found himself in here. So run out looking for them, and Buster gonna get rid of him. So Outsiders arrive on the scene. Buster has one hell of a round there, right? Essentially, all alone, doing just a solo A take while James killing rotations in mid, and it works.
Even aside from that, even aside from James lurking middle, right, who was Xbox from the start, as you said, his team were taking Cat with the bomb. Buster was solo looking long. Check these kills from Buster, man. Smoke shot on the second after Brokey misses his. After Rain drops a bomb, Buster still kills him here on Catwalk, and then he goes on to close the round with 4. Excellent round for Buster. Someone that went very cold yesterday. Someone that Maui touted on the desk needed to stand up and step up in their first loss just yesterday. So nice to see him starting stronger. And that's a nice cleanup round for Outsiders in middle. FaZe get 1 kill, that's it. I said I would tell y'all the head-to-head between Brokey and Yukinda. It's 6-3 in that first map. Brokey won it out with double that of Yukinda. That much was very clear in the banana on the T side of Outsiders. Brokey was just, Brokey was wrecking. Sorry, T side of FaZe, first half. Brokey was wrecking, but they still lost the map. But, there was clearly a lot of respect between the two from Yukinda's interview with Heku at the end of the first map. That was a hit. That connected.
What?
Yep. I don't know how either. Little leggy.
Just, like, curved the bullet.
Yep.
It's wanted.
Game ting.
Twists. Manages to get out. How's he done that? Out like a bandit, and Brokey's there to help him. Oh, another.
Wow.
Like we all expected.
What?
Through the door, headshot, through a smoke. Nice and long on the kill feed. Twist has seen a barrel. Oh, bigger isn't always better for James.
Wow,
There's 4 for FaZe.
The longer the kill feed, the better the kill.
That's true.
The rules. You want a team flash into a no-scope wall bang headshot.
Smoke shot.
Blinded.
Yes.
That's the best kill possible.
I want someone to do a trick shot off of Xbox, because then you can throw in like Xbox 360.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
I want them to bring Train back so you can say, wow, that was a really good play at the station.
What? Oh, like
Train station. Get it? You get it?
Like PlayStation.
Yeah, because you said Xbox.
Dude, that's
I'm
pretty
working
funny.
on it.
Yeah,
you know? It's a work.
Don't worry, dude. Your bits at the comedy club have been going down a hit.
Thank you.
No one here in Germany understands really where you're coming from with a lot of them, but you make it work, and no one can say anything about that, Hugo.
Thank you.
Catwalk's taken. Outsiders moving in. Little run boost to get Yukinda past the point of danger. No one on the drop down, so he is good to take all this control.
Yeah, respect it this time. They've tried to go through that molly a couple, but it's not done them any favors, has it? Often been an AWP on the angle, and Brokey here is no exception. This does look like a cat take, right? The only question is, do we drop down into a mid to B? Right now, the mid to B is getting sold. Our FaZe buy-in. Smokes down, and in come Outsiders.
He's got his left foot in, right foot out. Brokey Koki turns around. There's the first. Any more for the man. Back of the site, tucked in at Goose, and he is brought down low, but he's still fighting. He's still looking to chip away at the Outsiders. Flit is trapped behind Gandalf, and they know about it. Nades go in just to throw the middle finger his way. Buster's on the line. Buster can see Brokey, and Flit's come in with another. Saving this round and leaving it all on Rops again. 1v2. How many of these has he been in now? Can he finally get one over the line?
He's done with cat retakes. He's going round, long mode. And there's at least one player on the chopping block. Jame, though, he's sharpened his tools. He's watching CT right now. How long does he consider this? How long until he turns around and checks the far angle? He's never going to do it. Rops gets a freebie. Oh, tapping away. Does hit the headshot eventually. Rops needs to move quick, and Flit has dropped in spawn. The last place Rops will expect of him, looking just above. Thank goodness that molly doesn't tick below, because it was on the mark from where Flit was playing. Rops has to go for the stick. He thinks it's Gandalf, and he couldn't be further from the truth. Flit has won the round. There's simply no time, and the kill, Rops is every day. But the round goes to Outsiders. Flit was just playing with his food. And don't you have better table manners than that? 5-4, and FaZe's money is a bit busted. 3 to 5K, maybe justifying a triple rifle buy, but really shouldn't if you're relying this much on an AWP. And Brokey seems to be the one guy who's putting together these picks for FaZe. But Buster, man, what's he on? Another level right now.
It's crazy that they keep turning these moments around, you know, like we're... Oh, hang on, this is a fast one. Carrigan with the scout so often. This is his golden gun. And he's done a lot of damage, but is that going to make life any easier for these Deagles? Oh!
That wasn't him.
That was raining on it, but still just as cool, man. All the way from the crossroads, Rain delivers. They're sneaking up. They coming through, and here's Buster. Oh, the shadow. Oh, the shadow. That sucks. Sucks to suck. But there we go. Outsiders are on to a 6th. The Deagles don't get it done. Not that I'm too surprised, really. Bit of a rough map for, you know, pistol buys to find much success on, if we're being honest. Which we are.
Yeah. Unless unless you're getting 5-on-3s and forcing outsiders to save, I don't think we're going to see many of these go the way of FaZe, and that's fine. That is absolutely fine. Exit for Rob's attempt. You got to feel for Rob's, man. He is the firepower edition of FaZe. Of course, one of many, you know, high fragging players in this team, but he has so far not been able to have impact into a round because he's on B. Outsiders have not gone B, Harry. They have literally not gone B.
No, and this was something that was happening a lot yesterday as well, you know, in that Ents game. Like, a lot of the attention was being dictated towards that A bomb site. They did admittedly have a couple of nice B takes in there, but I think what you can do is you can really set this precedent that we're going to be, you know, harassing you at A. That kind of puts the fear in FaZe to keep leaning into this 3-2 split between A and B. Maybe you have one of the B players, like, hinging on mid instead, and then over time, right, that B site inevitably gets weaker to try to make up for the shortcomings of A. And so then when you do go B, it feels that much more effective. And on top of that...
It's a cross shot.
That's only going to make matters worse. But what I was going to say, on top of that, like, these guys at B are barely warmed up. Like, Robs really has got to play, like, 5 rounds so far in this game.
And not this one.
And not this one. It's another one he's got to sit out.
He's been saving every round. And now he... Oh, Twist, if only he took that shot. Now, Robs just got shot through a smoke. There was no, you know, skill to that, really.
There was no skill to that.
No skill to
that. There we go. You go viral.
Oh, dear. No.
There was no skill
I take it back.
that.
But, like, it's just a timing shot.
Yeah, no, I'm just memeing you.
Oh, thanks.
I'm sure everyone else will respond appropriately.
Yeah, I've never been called anything bad on the internet before. Why would it start now? Twist pushing up a B. Buster's ready. I wouldn't want to trifle with Buster right now. He is looking really, really sharp. But yeah, Robs did nothing wrong. He had to get to B, and he didn't.
Nice.
Smoke, yeah, there's no skill to that one either, Jane, but it doesn't matter because they're going to run wild on the A site anyway. Carrigan drops a smoke, and it goes quite deep, and it doesn't matter when the headshot comes in that quick and clean. 5-on-3, save.
Yeah, this is feeling pretty grueling at this point. Lots of gruel.
Gruel, gunge.
Gruel is like the edible gunge, right?
Yeah,
it's
gruel is like really bad food.
My favorite.
Please, sir, could I have some less?
Please, sir, could I have some gruel? Oh. It's like sludge, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of words for things that are sticky liquids.
Sure.
Stickwids, as they're called, I think, scientifically. Buster. He sticks with it. He might remove a few quid. Unfortunately, Rain is holding for that push. Brokey, will he get gunged on? No. He's gone and out of there. The big green, still in play.
Hanging above him, in a bucket. And if he asks his next question wrong,
they will drop the gunge.
He will be.
That would make CS a lot more entertaining, wouldn't it? Like, because I think already it's very theatrical. We all buy into the stories and you know, keep up with all the individuals. But if at the end of it, you know, the winning team won $1 trillion or whatever they win, and then the losing team get covered in goo. That's like prime 2002 television, isn't it?
Yeah, kids' TV brought back to reality. I know that would be the biggest motivation, I think. No one wants to get gunged on. Well, Robs did.
Robs got gunged. That is a gunging right there.
Yeah. He's going to be taking that out of his hair for weeks. Wow. Condiments aside, FaZe have got to catch up. 7-4. And they may or may not win this map. Remains to be seen. Outsiders, they're gonna go to the A site.
Oh no, come on.
Oh,
hey,
that's it, baby. Get back.
Rops is trying to catch up right now in this game.
I just did that one.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe open your ears.
Sorry. Got a sauce? Rops in mid.
Horseradish.
Okay, let's try it.
I did not give you an easy one.
No, horseradish doesn't work. Over in mid though. No,
no, I'm really trying.
Right, they're up the catwalk. They're up the catwalk with 2, and they're still holding lower tunnels. Ready with the util, ready to go. 45 seconds as they start to lob it in. Brokey, ready at the cross. Little gap for your Kindar, and the bomb's actually going back. Is this a late recon? No, they've got to go away. They don't have tunnels control. You've got to go away, surely. They lose Kicker along. Your Kindar got 1 in amidst that. It was actually Rops to trade as quick as lightning, man. Flit and Buster now. 2 versus 4, but they've got 15 seconds, and with the bomb dropped in the tunnels, Buster is saving.
Nice try, very nice try, but it's good to see FaZe get a gun round on the board, man. It's been few and far between. It's been lackluster. Back in with another. Right now we're just trading 3 for 1. That's been the mantle. 3 for Outsiders, 1 for FaZe, and well, you can see where that's going. If it keeps up, FaZe are in hot water. Nice to see Rops get involved, right? He's got to feel like, man, I've just not been able to play this game. Left saving, left rotating into 1v2s that he can't win due to time alone, and yeah, finally gets smoke shot, and he decides he's had enough. He's going to take an opening kill, and he gets away with it. A little B rush. This is great because they've just not really shown any B early, and this is a perfect buy to do it. Nothing to lose. If you do, you go back with a gun round next. Twist, time to step up. Rops is on a rotate. He's going to get smoked out. Twist going to get shot through 1. Buster's in the sight, and Rops has something to say.
Up in the window, armed with the AWP. Rops giving it a look in, but that molly, you got to say ta-ta to Rops as he backs out the window. Trying to assemble this boost over the smoke. Here it is, little tiny gaparoo, and
now they heard it. Move!
And boom! And here's the boost, little tiny gap, and it's been disassembled again. They are ready to pop out the window, or Outsiders. Kicker's even playing in the doors smoke, and your Kindar's rushed down the window, man. Ooh, he's hungry for more. Spam is good, Rain is gone, and Rops wants to save the AWP. Just get the hell out of danger, get the hell out of dodge, but there ain't no dodge in this one. You might be screwed. It's a bit of movement, bit of KZ, that in a lower, but wrap through the tunnel. Jane could look to end him. He's not moving, not budging, and Rops dead in the final bullet from Flit.
Ouch. Real ouch. It felt like he got away. Jane wasn't even hunting with the AWP. He had 7 grand. He could have. But Rops just gets tapped out by Flit. Well, I say tapped. It was a full spray through the wall. Eventually connects. And I love the disrespect B play. Because again, we've been talking about it. They have not gone B. They went there in the previous in a 2-on-4. But other than that, Outsiders have not touched this bomb site. So to finally just throw a Hail Mary rush in, good smokes to lock Rops' AWP out. And James AWP is involved in the head of Carrigan. Yakindar kills Rops, and that's a sitter miss. Yakindar follows up. And yeah, all the stars are shining bright for Outsiders. FaZe, nothing to say in this round. It was only an eco. And they're getting made quick work of right now.
Saddest thing is, you hear them going up catwalk, you're thinking like, maybe it's A, maybe I can get one with the scout. Well, it's not A, and you can get one with the scout, but that's the end of it. Flit's wrapping CT. Twist is fighting in the B side. Oh, just looks away at the wrong time, and Buster gonna make quick work of it. 9-5. Them's the hours, them's the score. And right now, Outsiders poised for a brilliant, T half.
Yeah, this would be excellent, right? We've already been talking about FaZe's CT side woes. Wow, the head sticks up a lot there. Whether it was, you know, yesterday against Ents or even Inferno to start this series, an 8-round T half on their map pick, it felt like enough. It was not. Even 15 wouldn't have been enough with how that game went. Rops again going for openers, and you respect it. You have to respect it with the game he's had. You know, when he's been allowed to play, he's been on fire. But when he's not been allowed to play in every other single round, he's been snuffed out. Licked fingers putting out the candle. Oh, that's nice. Out long range here. Bait and switch. They're not ready for the second man. They never are. Flit, he's trapped behind the blue bin. He needs some help. James here to support. And that smoke might even give Flit a way out, but Psych Rain shoots him through it. James going for smoke shots of his own, but he won't hang around with the AWP and the bomb. His team are in B.
Twists now. This is the moment, and the moment passes us by. Like water in a stream.
That's the bomb mid.
Dead in mid. Oh no, the alarm bells are going off now. Outsiders, what are you gonna do? It's actually been conceded somewhat. Carrigan
get it?
Could stop this, and he will from the top of middle. Yakinda. Oh, Yakinda. All alone in the 1v4, and this should just be a formality with the bomb out in no man's land. You're asking a hell of a lot from him here. Brokey up on the door. Will get removed. Oh, give him a chance. Hang on a moment. Yakinda dodges the flash, flicks back. That's a gnarly second. Now just Carrigan and Rain. 20 seconds. He might have to go for kills here. Might not have time to go about getting that bomb. Ollie, that is the ultimate middle finger. You don't even have to fight him. Rain should have just won the round right there with that one Molotov. And Yakinda, just a formality now. There's Carrigan to close 9-6 at the end of that first half. FaZe salvage that final round. And is that going to be their golden grace as they get ready to head into this second half of play?
Working.
Flash. Flashing. Two more top mid. Two more mid. Took a mid
short, right?
Lower dead. One up. Nice.
What?
One more lower. Up and short. Watch out.
I'm B.
One might be.
Hold B. Fine. Holding on the box. He can go to
I have on the box only.
He's holding.
He's gonna come behind the molly on B.
Short end.
Nice.
There we go.
Bro, I just hit something random.
I should have been dead.
I just throw back the guy I didn't.
That's what we take those. We take those.
Yeah.
We like those.
Oh my god. This play from Brock, then up a bit, he's knocking him down like bowling pins. He gets more, is he on for the 8th? Tough kill and run, he's back to spawn. Robs will be fine then. Oh, he locks it up, Robs!
Пойдем. Пойдем,
Убили его, убили, все, гусь нету, гусь нету, гусь нету.
Пойдем.
Хорош, 2 в 1.
Ропс, ропс.
КТ у вас. Деф есть.
Времени нету, времени нету.
Звук. Раз.
Хорош.
Жестко разыграл.
Well, 9-6 there, scores on the doors. We had that little round, we all remember it, Robs. That was one of the closest clutches he got to have, and unable to get many of them over the line. Now moving on to the T side, at least Robs maybe gets a chance to play in this one, Hugo.
You'd hope, you'd really hope. A couple of times he threw himself into the meat fryer. He fried some meat, all right. Yakinder's doing the same, and push deep and B. Caught by Rain and Rops. It's the double pistol entry into the site, and now Outsiders get a taste of their own medicine, forced to save on the CT side. As bomb gets planted, there is no way back in.
Now, talk to me about the idea of the meat fryer. How does this differ from a regular fryer?
It's for meat.
Oh, I like that. It's actually very inclusive of you, because then you can have one that's like for vegetarians or vegans.
I have 2 fryers at my house, just in case you're ever over. One for meat and one for
When you say you're
grass.
ever over, that's not a reference to me, right? That's a reference to the folks at home.
Well,
if they ever come round.
Yeah, them too, but mainly you.
Actually, we ain't seen y'all there for a while. Hugo's address is...
Ooh, scary one there. Don't go, I'm not home. Here we go.
Yeah, this was just a round that ended like with the first 2 kills. You know, that's kind of the nature of the beast of Dust 2 sometimes. That's how it goes. Outsiders gonna force up around those saved players. They've got a Famus, a Deagle, and y'all can see, so I don't need to keep talking you through that. Scout on mid.
45 seconds on the clock, and now there's 1 minute 43 seconds.
No, I don't need a running play-by-play off the time. 1 minute 35 on the clock now. Carrigan dropping the hinge smoke. Mid control taken by FaZe. I just realized, oh no, job's kind of redundant. Like, everyone can see what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. That's
all basically all we do.
That's all
like,
it is.
3 up the catwalk, Buster's in the A site.
Yeah, you got to add a little more flair to it, Harry. You sometimes have to get guttural. You have to dig deep.
Okay. Oh, the smoke!
No, wrong time to do it.
Sorry.
It's all about the context. See, a robot couldn't take our jobs over. That's the best part. It had to be a really good robot.
Not yet, but just you wait. Buster in this smoke, waiting patiently. Another one. They're topping up his little defense. Oh, God!
From top to bottom,
dear.
he falls off.
And that'll be a save again, I reckon. I'll have what they're having.
Another round.
That is what's on the board, yes. And I am often the one buying the rounds as well. It's 8 on the board for FaZe Clan. 9 alive at the end of this one. Not quite a unicorn round. It's just a horse.
There's no horn. But that's nice for FaZe, right? Coming in with 5 rifles, they knew that Outsiders would be on a force bite. And now we have one more of those, basically. Outsiders are probably going to put 5 on a bomb site, 4 on a bomb site, and that's why, you know, these T sides go well for FaZe, right? We saw it on Inferno as well. It's like good due diligence. Send in a pro player, get that information, have Carrigan on a Mac 10 run through a bomb site, try and find out where these stacks are. More common on the force buy rounds where you have very little to lose and you're okay with saving. But yeah, Outsiders, they'll do it with 4 or 5 rifles, sometimes in gun rounds if they're feeling it. We'll have to see if FaZe can outread them in the second half. Carrigan, he's got a good start to the round as he finds Flick trying to cross pit. 5 on 4 taken, and FaZe with full control at long.
Oh, Kindar creeping through the upper tunnels, taking this flank all the way into T-spawn. Kicker, 2 kills to his name right now, and now spotted in a bit of a rough spot, in a bit of a predicament, tries to get out of there. Hello, some utility. Kindar has, like a Henry Hoover, sucked it all up from the spawn and is now wrapping long. He's not going to get to use the util, but he has scavenged the FAMAS. Look at him go. He's just picking up the scraps. And well, one man's waste is another man's gold. It's 2 for you, Kindar, but it will be FaZe still getting that round over the line.
I respect that FAMAS grab. Too many times a Deagle will let you down, right? You're trying to line up the one Deagle flank when they can't see you. They're moving, they're strafing, they're AD, and you're going to miss it. So he takes that extra second, grabs the gun. He knows he has good timing, and he gets a kill. Even follows up with the most ridiculous Deagle as well. But it's still around for FaZe, right? They're still building this comeback, Harry, trying to take us to Mirage to close. I certainly hope we get there just for entertainment factor alone. Outsiders coming in. They've been waiting all half for their full buy, and it's here and now. Jane with the AWP and full util behind it. Kit on your Kindar. Brokey's got his, fortunately enough. Oh, through the smoke and through the wall. Kindar's picked Rain. It was going to be this A play. Now it's just left down to the long take. Forget the split. Catwalk is gone. Rops is still lurking lower. Does he activate or does he want to try and kill these rotates? That will rely on FaZe getting this opening kill. It's a perfect Molotov spreads at the last second. Flip thought he was comfortable. He was not. And so FaZe, now the world is their oyster. Can go full Na'Vi, go quiet, recommit late. Also the option to reset B if they want. Rob still has Catwalk where Rain couldn't get it. But he is being wrapped on a timing. Yakinda can activate whenever he wants.
KCat's dropped down and is now in the prying eyes of this short wrap. They really don't know that it's coming in, and no one's even considering it. Robs gets himself a double. And he's dug FaZe out of trouble. Buster moving in. Gets his hands on the AWP, and you know what that means. You'll know what that means.
Surely not.
It's a Save.
That's a shocking save, to be honest. It's just off of Rops' position, right? Having Catwalk, meaning outsiders can't come in through CT very easily. It's just, you know, luck of the draw and which angles they're clearing there and crossfires. Plus Karrigan's AWP at long. But I am surprised outsiders saved there. A lot of teams would have gone for that 2v3. But they're playing the long game, Harry. They're playing the money game. And Yakinda, he wants to get some exits. He might find Drops on the cross out. Although, legs getting seen, and Rob's too late to cross. Yakinda, not ready. Just the AWP here. And Karrigan keeps his.
Mate, KitKat and Flip so often been a driving force in these outsiders wins. Like, I'm used to seeing them open up rounds, create a lot of opportunities for the rest of the team. And thus far, both of them are really struggling. And like first half, it didn't really feel like it mattered that much. You know, everyone else was doing so well that it kind of just flew under the radar, right? And you could just kind of chalk it up to like, oh, well, everyone else is just killing them first. That's just the nature of it. But now, as we've gotten into this second half, you need one of these players to come back online. It doesn't even have to be both of them. But just a little bit more out of a usual threat like Kicker would go a long way. Yakinda playing the smoke fade. That is cheeky. No! Double! Can't make it a third, but still, he did all he had to do, didn't he? Twists and Brokey, 2 versus 4. They've been asked to step up, and they will deliver that opening kill. Flitz down here in the lower tunnels could complicate matters, could make it weird, could really throw some trickery in as he's dropped the bomb, and now it's all left onto one man. He's just missed the timing at long. They're giving him a second chance. They're giving him a little bit of room, but it's probably all to take it away in just a moment's time. Smoke in the mid doors, gone a little too far doesn't really do anything to get that AWP off the angle.
Yeah, and even though Kicker got that timing out long, right, this is the difference. When you're having a game like this, when you're 4 and 13, yeah, he hits a shot, but instead of hanging around and giving Twists away to win this clutch, he just goes to play objective. He goes to firstly save a gun, but also just sit on the bomb and win the round with your team. Sometimes staying alive is as, if not more important than getting a kill. It's just about those numbers, and there are too many for Twist to tango with this round. He's got to waltz his way back to the site. He's looking to get something on the way out here, but he's not winning the round, I can tell you that much. 1v3 with 15 seconds to go, and that's a sick little round out of Yakinda. Twists anymore? No. It's going to be flipped to close, and yeah, Outsiders get away with an absolute bounty of weaponry. Couple of AWPs, an AK as well. It's all off of this. Not just the D spam, what year is it, but bop.
No, that was so clean. And they do get a bounty of guns. Coco Nutty.
Yeah. Nice. Celebrations all round here for Outsiders. FaZe 10-10. They're not out of the woods. This is fine for FaZe. Their T sides are where they come alive. I've still got faith. But Outsiders have broken the streak of 4. 5 if you count the last round of the previous half. Yakinda's even AWPing.
Yeah, look at FaZe waiting with this conga line at long. 3 players moving in. Jame just playing the drop down. That molly won't displace him, and he will throw in one of his own. It's always nice to counter a molly like that with one of your own, because yours is popping second, and so they don't really get the value out of that Molotov that they wanted. They couldn't get up short because you were nice and quick to respond with your own one. Now, actually, Outsiders are retaking the catwalk. Flash for Kicker, trying to get him back into the game. However, everybody's blind. They are trading util 1 for 1. And now another molly in at short. Fights at long are happening. It goes even. Rain's still waiting on the catwalk, but is all... I was going to say all alone. He's not. He's got a teammate with him, and a bit of spam goes a long way. Kickert's dead. James got to try do it to him. Up close. Rain is clean. Through the smoke and in with the frag. Up the short side. Rops takes out another. And FaZe, this is their round, baby. It's written all over it.
Oh, we saw that, but Robs drops off, and there's no way back in. James is screaming, save my AWP, and so he must. He shall do as his leader requires. Also for money, you know, it makes sense. Outsiders have a bit of cash, but this AWP save means a full buy will be no problem, and FaZe are on the hunt right now to stop it. Robs is very quick, but not quick enough to stop Buster. Still an 11th round for FaZe Clan, though. They're coming in with the goods, Harry. What a round out of Rain. Kicker, it felt like that smoke was going to let him down. Obviously, spectator smokes are different to what the player sees sometimes on the edge. Oh, good shots. But it didn't feel like Kicker had an angle there, and Rain just shoots through it. Double entry. James couldn't stop him with a shotgun AWP. And Outsiders were kind of boxed in there by that cat recommit. It felt like they won the cat fight, right? All of that util coming in, the double molly into the smoke, the flash pop for Kicker. They threw everything at just trying to lock FaZe out of that real estate. But Rops and Rain come in swinging, come in winning. FaZe take the lead right back.
Oh, just wild, isn't it? A really lovely round from that Rain and Rops duo up on the catwalk though. Like, that's the defining moment of it, really. You were dead on in that you thought that Outsiders had kind of disrupted the entire game plan. And somehow, FaZe make it look like that was where they were super comfortable. Like, that was always the intention. Oh yeah, they'll smoke us a cat, they'll double up. We'll just, you know, kill them both.
Run through a smoke. Okay. Yeah, it's all about breaking the money now. This round will do it to either team. Be very careful. Outsiders may have full loss bonus, but only 2-3 players really with anything to work with. Of course, they're a team that love a save, so You can imagine when they lose rounds, they keep something from it. Can Yakinda keep the B site alive? He's got to reload. They're running right. Oh, he's in the smoke. They're running right by him. They have no idea. Being for him is Buster. They seem to have an inkling, and Twist shoots him right through. That's a save, buddy. Yeah, you thought, kick it. You thought wrong. Get out of there. Keep your guns. And honestly, in this position, yeah, rightly so. You need the guns. You've got money on some. And it's a B-site retake. We don't see them often. FaZe up to 12. The T side reigns supreme.
Yeah, they're starting to run away with this now. You know, this save, you know, it's at least going to keep some options open to you that otherwise would have been closed off if you managed to get away with all three of these guns, which, based on how FaZe are approaching this, I think they're more worried about their own money than that of outsiders. So, you know, it's horrible to have a round go against you like that. But in a way, you would kind of rather you get double entry'd and then just immediately commit to the 3-man save than have that go like 1 for 1 in the B site, or I guess 2 for 2, and then like you're lulled into the retake and then you lose even more players. At least now you're able to reinvest and you're able to have everything you can need. You just forget about that one. You hope that FaZe don't do it again.
Need a route to a win. Need something new for outsiders. FaZe are starting to pick up pace and get even more confident as they do. Quick out long again is the call. Carrigan with an opener. He just bopped Jame in middle. Carrigan went stone cold last map and he is going crazy this one. Yeah, okay, snuffed out by Kicker. I did curse him, but this position for Yakinda is beautiful. They have no idea how close Flick is about to spot them. But Yakinda pokes up first. Almost a double. Not quite though. Flick can do it himself as Brokey is very low. King stole that kill and then he dies. Watch out, boys. You might just be about to give up a little round to FaZe again. That can't afford to happen with the openers provided. Rain covering the CT smoke. Brokey gets the stick. It's a big flank for Buster, and Rain's not considering it, but he's tucked in right now. Footsteps will get heard. Flick trying to find this site player, and now he's all that stands. Can't even finish the job. 13 rounds to FaZe. It's all Rain, baby, in the post plant. And this is their game to lose now. They are poised and ready to take us to Mirage.
Dude, this is kind of like what happened to outsiders the other day in that Furia game. Like, I don't know what's happening, because this never used to be the case with this team. It used to be like the longer games go on, the better they get. But at the minute, it feels like there's kind of almost like this impatience at times. And that really goes against the whole mantra. Like, that should have just been your round every single day. You've done so much damage to the long push. You have this, and then they're like recommitting to those fights. And I kind of get it, you know, like you had a low HP player for FaZe, you're trying to just get the round over and done with, but that's never really been the style of outsiders. It's always been in the late game, in the late rounds, more aggro, getting punished. This time it's Rops to get it. And FaZe, they're in the early 5-on-4.
And yeah, of course they hold off. They wait for a re-aggro. They get it, but Rain just moved off the angle. Yakinda makes it a 4-on-4, and he disappears from middle. Now got to go back to the bomb site. Meanwhile, Jame is alone. He's getting crossed on right now. The smokes are down. He's behind the smoke. Maybe there's a boost up. Carrigan can't see him yet. He's crouched, but when he jumps into the bomb site, it's a nasty surprise for Jame. Time to go. Carrigan looking for more, and oh, it's a messy spray. Kicker recovers it. 3-on-3. Forget the plant. FaZe have got it in. Flit's been boosted back up. He's chased another kill. There's a chance, but the bomb is not open right now. Brokey's trying to cover the cross. They're going to stick it. They're just going to win the round. There's nothing FaZe can do. 5 seconds stick, and it belongs to outsiders. That is Orky Dorky, as FaZe not set up for the post plant. Dear oh dear.
Yeah, Oki Momo indeed, right? You know, dude, it's a bit of a shame, because you do have that double long hold. It's just, given how close they were, and after you lost Carrigan committing to the site push, you know, you didn't really have a choice. If you wanted to plant immediately, which I do think was the right call, you had to do it safe from these CT players, from the CT boost. And that would be, you know, also the catwalk. Like, that's the risk you're running with trying to do an open plant. So, I mean, he tried to make the best out of a bad situation, did FaZe.
He stuck the plant before Carrigan died. That's really the problem there. He never knew he lost all control of the site. Talking of losing sites, well, B is flavor of the day. FaZe are all up in their grill. Yakinder's going to get flashed in, you'd think. There it goes. He won't know. And second one, he will, but they're ready for it. Rain untucks from the car and gives him a showing. Burns kick it in the window, and there's already Karrigan out long just to make matters worse. He won't even give up the kill. He won't even give them a way out. They're going to try and run away, but Karrigan, he is in the best safe position in the map. So outsiders are going to have to fight him for it. They will be hard-pressed to keep these guns.
Ah, that's all well and good, but you weren't ready for rain, were you, James? And now just flip. Should get away with the AK. Should, being the operative word. Rain is aggroing over towards long, but decides to run it back and gets out with the AWP instead. Still FaZe in pole position here. 14 rounds to the good.
Yeah, did we swap the team names? Like, why? Like, this is such a dead CT side for the outsiders. It was meant to be FaZe that were having troubles here on Inferno, yesterday on Dust, as I've been saying, but FaZe have just had something different every round. They've been doing a lot of long takes, cat splits. They just, both B rushes they've done, full B rushes like Disrespect, popping smokes on the molly and just going for it. They've won them both easily. FaZe have not really been tested in this half, and they just keep it fresh every single time. James, funky shot, he's dead. Hits Karrigan, but gets shot through the wall. What an entry, what a way to begin. FaZe looking for 15, 4 kills away. Yakinder, watch that molly, bud. He's gonna cross into the AWP. Oh, he does kill Rain first, though, and he will escape somehow, some way. Twist looks like he wants to commit through the smoke, and it's almost a perfect kill. In fact, it's not. It's anything but. It's a double up for Kicker. He didn't even see Karrigan at the back. Now just a desperate B-pop, and Buster's got the stoppage, leaving Brokey in a 1v4.
Smooth moves. Ooh, nice flick. Low HP on Yakinder. Don't get ahead of yourselves here. There's still a lot of time. Minute and 5 seconds left to play with. Molly will force Yakinder out, but he's good to win that fight. It's a 12 now. Outsiders not ready to give up. Kind of fortunate that the stars align for Kicker over on the short side. He's been having a very rough go at it thus far. Little double kill like that, even though it took a stroke of luck going your way, sometimes those moments can pump you up and get your head back in it, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is still a very close game. It's just off the back of a, you know, a fairly nice half for outsiders into just a dead CT side with 2 rounds separated by, 4 in between them. So back in now, remembering what victory tastes like. I'm trying to spoon feed FaZe rounds. Jame on the AWP. Brokey's got his twists. Broke alongside Rain, and this is how close these rounds are becoming.
Yeah, this is a real swing moment. Like, whoever wins this, it could just give them the momentum and the edge to push them over the finish line, right? That's kind of mental, considering the T side that FaZe have laid out before us, the fact that this could still turn against them just on the kind of lackluster first half performance, leaving this so close.
Stop setting it up, Harry. Stop. Oh, don't tell me the truth.
I'm telling you all the facts, dude. You got to make your own mind up here.
This is minimal loss bonus for both sides. This is, like, obviously this holds true the deeper you get most of the time, but this is the most important round of the game. And yeah, nothing is guaranteed, nothing is sacred in CS, but if there were ever a round to tip the scales one way or the other, it would be this one. Mid to B, I said FaZe have tried everything. They've not tried this. They've crunched B, but never through middle. James' eyes are on the prize.
Oh, they
picked them out the sky.
They've thrown the corridor smoke. It's been a while since I've seen them. Kicker, double spam, yeah!
Oh,
buddy! Buster, how are you ready for that? Looking right down, it goes on a double. What? Smoke shots upon smoke shots, and now Karrigan in a 1v4. Oh, buddy.
This would be such a FaZe way.
1v5, by the way.
Yeah, this would be such a FaZe way to lose the series, man. Like, they have been doing so damn well on this T side. Such dynamic calling, all the stars popping up, Rops coming back in, and then this is the round that kills their money. Kicker does that, Buster does this, no one sees anything, really, and Outsiders destroy FaZe Clan. I'm not putting it lightly. I refuse to. FaZe have to eco. They've got to play for 30 rounds. God, are you feeling it?
Oh, dear. Outsiders are believing again.
When James doing this, you know it's troubling. You know it's terrifying. It's Glocks. What a time for Keegan to come alive. You said maybe that double kill on short pumped him up. Well, how about the double kill in CT? How about the impact? No one cares how many kills you get if you get the most important kills in the map.
Yeah, I like how FaZe are approaching this one, right?
This is attack time.
It's very, very slow, and you're probably going, just get it over and done with, guys. Well, you know, going slow lets you talk about what you're going to do in the next round, but also you've wasted utility from Outsiders. That's a wonderful spray transfer, even if it is only up against Glocks.
Delicious.
And Jane, yeah, never even really saw Brokey to end the round there. So 14-all, we're tied up. It's a tie game.
Let's get it.
Hello? Right, FaZe coming in with the guns. They've got another chance, but if they lose this one, if they lose this one,
GG.
It should be Outsiders 2-0ing them in this head-to-head.
9-round first half for Outsiders. FaZe have pulled this all the way back. Mirage is a third. Do we get there? It's all at the beck and call of this round. And even if FaZe win it, they've got to do it back-to-back. They've got to win 2 buys. Outsiders ready with this lower pick. Oh, Jamie's been seen, but he still gets the shot off to Carrigan. And that is the start. That is the beginning. That is how it could come crumbling down.
Yeah, quite the man to lose as well. Carrigan's been influential on these T sides. Often not afraid to throw himself in first, to lead from the front of the pack. Well, now he's got to be summoned via Seance, lead from beyond the grave. Laying up the short side. Ouija board in his back pocket. Does have support from Twists. Bomb's now going back to join them. There is a bit of a lean away from A for Outsiders. Don't mistime this. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Right now, FaZe have only got cat control to work with. They lob these smokes in. Is it going to be a duck down into CT, or is it the commitment? It looks like the latter. That Molly is burning rain. Oh, dear. He's now low. He's now wounded. Singed. 3rd degree. Moving up. Man at the front. Trying to molly kick her, but it's a little shallow. He's walking on fire. He's walking on the fire, and they don't know. They think it's clear. Kicker waiting as long as he can. Gets himself a double. And this should be 15 for Outsiders. While Jane can walk on water, Kicker can walk through flames, and that there has put 15 on the board for the Outsiders squad.
Robin's crying now. Thanks, Outsiders, thanks. What on earth is this game? That Molotov, it looked so close. It looked like it was on him. It's almost perfect, but almost won't cut it in this business, not at 14-all. And I love it. He holds the shot so long. He considered swinging further, but at this point in the game, you take the kill when you got it, when you're good and ready. 15-14, Kicker, the one man who had an abysmal map, has stepped up in a massive way in this second half. Double kill on Catwalk, double kill through the CT smoke, and then this? Impact cannot be overstated. 15-14, and FaZe didn't even get the bomb money. It's pistols, it's a MAC-10, it's a couple of rifles, and it's a whole lot of copium.
Oh yeah, Twists up at the forefront. Holding on to the tunnels is the Rops man. And he is getting pushed, he is getting pressured. Oh, he's back on the angle at least. Yakinda, ready for it, but Rops is going to nail the shot. Is he ready for man number 2? What's behind the door? Buster waiting. My goodness.
What's in the box?
He's going to go back. Doesn't want to throw this one away. Doesn't want to give up the chance to end this in regulation and put this series to bed. Last thing you want to do is feed these ecoing players guns. So he'll hold his nerve, but this B-side's been a problem. It's been a problem over and over again for the Outsiders. Buster needs to give us solutions.
Oh.
One kill, but he can't get out of there. Now they're spilling in. Jane, pest control's on the line. He's trying to get these guys back under wraps, but they do make it into the site. Rain gets the bomb down. 3-on-4 retake at B. You've got to attempt it. There's no saving anymore. Is this salvation or is it overtime?
My goodness. They're really used to these positions. Locked out by Brokey on the door. Dunk onto Robs, 2-on-3. It's still favored for FaZe. Rain's up close, you got to clear him. It's so hard with Brokey taking that first contact. It might be overtime. On a path to turn for the flash. Rain looks back, but Twist gets the kill. And Jane with a trade. It's too little, too late. It's overtime between FaZe and Outsiders here on Dust. What a game we're getting. FaZe hold on despite everything that they were dealt. And you will have to hold on for overtime. Stick with us. It's coming up next.
Ooh, idol, that's a strong word.
Ooh. That's a hard question. I think my Counter-Strike idol is nobody. I think everybody in this game is beatable. It has showed throughout all these years where we had different eras. Some players lose, some players win, but then the same players that win, they lose afterwards. It's always different, obviously.
He just went like my job at doing Furia, like a captain, IGL, and also Alper, and he has a lot on his shoulders, and he did so many things coming out like a young scene like Brazil in the time back then. So I would say follow him for those reasons, yeah.
My old idol was for sure Barry, our coach now, but as it is right now, I love to see Kerrigan, how he plays it, and just I love his style around the calling, so it would be for sure Kerrigan right now.
For me, when I started playing CSGO, I used to watch a lot of device. I don't have one like simple device that those guys following, of course. You know, I don't have like one specific guy, you know, so yeah, I think those 4 guys were the most like impactful in my career.
I don't think I have really an idol. Back then, in Astralis Primetime, I always watched a lot of Glaive demos because I liked how they play. So maybe I would say him. But it's not a real idol. But I really just liked how he played.
Back and forth throughout all this strife, we're into overtime. That intoxicating feeling seeping in as we get ready to run it back again. It's Outsiders versus FaZe, going the distance and now into bonus play.
This game's sexy, all right. It's been quite a wild ride. It's been ups and downs, highs and lows, and maybe a third map in store for the end of this series. We'll have to see if we can get there. 15 apiece, overtime 12.5k, just enough for a couple of orbs, and not enough to allow a save. Jane, yeah, I'm talking to you. Play every round. First of 4.
Hinge smoking. Given the illusion that players might be taking catwalk, it throws a big question mark up in middle. Outside is very, very split on this defense, right? Kind of taking a spread approach here. No gambles early on. You know, they weren't putting that past them in the in regulation. Yakindar donning this second orb. Actually aggroing into the tunnels. I mean, this was literally how round 30 fell apart. It was this decision to probe your way in. So he will taper off and just hold this deeper angle.
Rops
is on the other side, yeah. So this could get bad very, very quickly.
Oh, it certainly might, Harry. It certainly might. It's just down to who takes that first contact, Rops or Brokey. The Latvian duel. Will it matter? Or will it be a Baltic blowout? Rops is waiting. There's the flash and a missed shot. Oh, he tries to dive out. Rops picks him out of the sky. Buster does kill the one man on the mid to B, but it's still a B. Forget mid. They are out. Buster. Smoke, no. Flash instead. They're going to just try and cross dry. The smoke comes in late and Twist. Killed by Kicker, who has had an activation late in this game. He has woken up at the right time. Brokey's lurking lower with an AWP, and at least finding nothing tells your team that they're all coming in from middle. He might even try and backstab with an AWP, no less. It's just down to how late is Jame out of spawn. He's finally making that cross. Brokey taking his time, and he takes the shot.
Now he's going to duck out. You at least know you got a 3-on-2 in the site. They deal with the first, and they follow up to Rops. A 2v1. Brokey already back in the tunnels. They got to get on the bomb. Smoke's on it now, Brokey. This isn't going to be easy. They're sticking it, and he just doesn't have a line into the site. Doesn't have an angle. So the retake comes in, and Outsiders win the first in overtime. A successful B retake. I don't think we actually even saw a B retake that came in fruitfully for the Outsiders in regulation.
To be fair, like when they're on CT, you know, they tried it in round 30, but otherwise they would often just like lose. You know, they'd either go 4-on-4 or 3-on-5 or whatever. They would never have a favorable round. Like, you know, B's hard enough in 3-on-3s, but they would never have a reason to go for it. And the money was always on the line, and they were just trying to get a buy round. You know, they couldn't even piece together CT rounds until the very end of reg. So, you know, it made sense there. But that's a nice activate. Jame calls for it, he dies, and they just go in, and Brokey gets knocked out. Kinder's right below Carrigan as the flash pops. He gets that kill.
Thank you very much for that second flash.
It might have saved his life, Harry. Jame was also mid with an orb. But yeah, that's something that Jame was doing in reg as well. So FaZe have a read, and if they went through, they would have had a whole book.
Right, mid control taken. An early 5-on-4. You cannot look a gift horse in the radish. Brokey. Gonna go back out, rejoin the long component. Short side is Carrigan and Carrigan only.
Yeah, this is a gamble for Outsiders. They are so sure it's B right now.
Dear.
This is not the time to be making this gamble either, because FaZe are already out of long. Kicker. He's been heroic, but I won't butter your parsnips. This is not one where Kicker should be multi-killing, and he is dead. The poor timing for him, very unlucky as the flash comes out. And as I said, you don't save in this situation. You just go for it. Jame, he's going for it. And he's hit a leg through the smoke. Barely any damage, but it will do nicely. Buster pushing the top side. Rops waiting, and that is given away. Rops just about converts it, dinked in the process. They would love to save, but again, it's not reg. Ollie slows it down, and maybe they just keep the AK.
You can go for this.
Do you win it, though?
Probably not, but like, hell, you know, you definitely don't win a save, so, you know.
Yeah.
You either maybe win or definitely lose.
I agree with you in theory, but yeah, I'm not surprised.
But Jame only deals in absolutes, right? A Sith Lord.
Yeah. Well, they did get Darth Mauled in this round.
Hey, there it is.
16. I don't even like Lord of the Rings.
Not the show.
No, not a show either. But yeah.
Once again, actually, I will inform you that you're wrong on that one. There actually is a show.
Oh, The Hobbit, yeah.
Nope, not that either, but here we are.
I'm pissing everyone off. 16-all. Yeah, I would have liked them to go for it. Again, like you said, they literally would have everything. The only justification is I have an AK, and I can't buy an AK. But the AWP?
Yeah. No, okay, that's fair. I respect it on the AK front.
Yeah. Either way, last round, all that really matters now. FaZe want to go 2 for 1, as their T side was the better. Both teams were. Kerrigan's walked out mid.
It's Kerrigan. Here he is. Ooh, little window jump. Kindar sees it all. He knows what's up. Oh, Jane, right place, right time. On with the AWP and holding for a cat play. It was about to come his way, but that molly's actually sent them packing. FaZe go, all right, we don't like the way that molly was looking at us. So let's look for an avenue in. Let's try to get this 5-on-4 again, because things get so much easier once we're dealt that opening fight. Grouping now for the B play. It's been a reoccurring problem for the Outsiders, has this B bomb site. Kindar and Buster, top of their team, they need to hold the line. They need to be heroes in this one. FaZe are going to deal you a rough old hand as now the push is on. Flashes go in. Kindar's baited for Buster, but it's only 1 kill. Kindar needs to go even. And oh, no! The jump and the silencer's off. But James at least reclaimed the 3-on-2, giving them a chance now. Brokey and Rops going against it. They're going to wait for James to get into position. Oh, no, they're not. They go ahead of him. They try to run the site down. Kikat's giving this one over. It's just James left in the clutch, 1v2. And he knows about the close man, but that's not going to make dealing with him any easier. They can just swing, they can trade contacts, and it doesn't even come down to that. Those rounds there, they're the examples of where this Outsider squad looks a little different at times to what we've seen in, kind of games gone by for this squad.
Look, I get what you mean, but at the same time, the rush in that 2v2 was technically fine. They hear the plant coming in.
You know you've got like the 2v1, right?
Yeah, they just didn't clear the corner. There's so many angles to check. And also the anxiety that maybe that is a fake. You're just trying to stop the plant. There were 10 seconds left. You get the kill. Jane wins around to time. He's a god at it. So, yeah, not going to happen. But FaZe, they pick themselves up, they dust themselves off. It would have been easy to tilt with some of the rounds that got stolen away from them. Criminal was kick it in regulation again to get all those smoke spams, Buster too, and FaZe really isolated the problem in their T sides. They just kept hitting B, 2 out of 3, and they win them both. Or rather one of them, but yeah. Either way, up around FaZe. Just need 2 defensive Outsiders back to T side, which was great all those days ago. But everything's changed now. Rops has woken up. He's no longer getting left alone, saving Outsiders. They never went B on their T side. They only did these A splits, so FaZe know what to expect. They know what's coming. They're taking catwalk with utility. Everyone is here. Kicker's on a late lurk. Kerrigan, V-Kicker, not now but later. First, the meat and potato up on A.
Kindar sometimes tries to CT drop here. Molly denies it.
Oh, he
will attempt it, but doesn't get down. Kicker dead on the mid push. Rops his AWP. Opens the round and he goes back in for more. Catches Jane. 3rd for Rops. Can't flick down in time, but he's not needed to do any more than that. It's only Kindar left now. 1-on-3. They know he's on Cat. They've got him pinned in. FaZe are about to get this round up onto 18 now, and 1 away from taking us to a 3rd map.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to save, but nothing else to do but die. Brokey will deliver that at least, and FaZe find map point to get us going, to get us to Mirage. They couldn't do it back on regulation. They were the ones at 15-14 down. But now it's their chance to dance, their chance to close. And FaZe with 2 opportunities to do so, need to seize it here and now. certainly feels like it's going to happen. But Outsiders paper the round. They've been here before, and they'll be here again. Double pick down mid. That is one way to start.
It doesn't get better than that, right? You really should struggle to lose this round. And Carrigan giving up another kill, right? You know, when you lose two guys like that, very unorthodox, you kind of need to make a bit of a play. You need to try and come in with a big info grab or big backstab, and Carrigan attempts it, but does just make matters worse. Twists and Rain, screw it, go play together, right? At this point, either they come to you or they don't. It's 50-50, right? So just hang out over here at long and hope the Outsiders make a bit of a fool of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're going the right/wrong way as they do walk into this setup, but 2-on-5. No one's ever won a 2-on-5. Why start now? Twist with the cross. Will miss his shot. That might activate the long play, but that means they walk into Rain and Twist. Oh, he goes back and he won't flick in time. It's going to be Rain getting that kill, and Outsiders, they can commit. They've got so much space. There's the frag and there's the round in the face from Flit. 17 up now for Outsiders. One more for double overtime, and we run it right back. No break, no delay. Just right in with more rounds. You at home. Double or back for FaZe. It has been good to him.
Yeah, not chancing it. Oh, hang on. No.
Chancing
it. Chancing it is Rops.
Chance would be a fine thing. A fine thing indeed, but he's not given the opportunity to pick middle. It's James holding in. Is he doing the Rop smoke? I think he is. James just did the Rop smoke. Lined it up with the AWP. Up against Rops to cut him out of middle. He's gone back to his perch on B. Now, Harry, we never saw Outsiders go B in regulation. Yeah. We just didn't see it. Now they're testing.
Okay, kind of ballsy to go at it in the last of overtime, but let's see if they're able to get in. No, God, no one's checked.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Twist's only one. The flash did wreck him. Kicker kind of bails them out with that flashbang. And your Kindar late cat lurk, a thing of beauty or a thing of nightmares for FaZe. Leaving them now in a 2-on-4. They know they've at least got a slightly weaker B site, but you've got to be worried that this pressure on the backstab could come in whenever. Carrigan running through, trades places with Kicker and then gets backstabbed. It's all on Brokey now. Up in the window, and not much to get done. He's low on health and out of the round, out of chances. This one has got double OT written all over it.
What's he saving for? What's he waiting for, Brokey? Deliver us into more rounds. Do it. They might even be using this as a break to talk it over. He knows it's unwinnable. FaZe want to discuss the upcoming rounds, the upcoming overtime. As I said, there is no wait, no break. In we go. And Brokey kills him with a bomb, but it's still more rounds and more opportunities for Outsiders. FaZe could not close it with 2 opportunities. Now it's Outsiders' time to get back involved. And now they've shown their trump card, Harry. They've shown their B-site attack. Something we didn't really see. There's more than meets the eye when it comes to Outsiders T-side.
It's got to feel good, man, the fact that you're still in this. Oh, hang on a moment. The Kindar's open the round. Rops caught crossing. And oh, dearie me, into the double overtime, and it's a bit of a tune change. Twists at least holds down the B site. That's big. Buster tried to run the smoke. This won't let him in.
Oh, through the smoke, that's cocky. And he wins it. Unbelievable. When you hit double overtime, all the rules go out the window. And Flit just runs down Rain, regrouping with his team now, knowing in the back of FaZe's mind they are always going to consider the catwalk and a player being close. Smoke to get Brokey in spawn. He's already here, but he's going nowhere but through it, over it. And he sees nothing. That's good info for FaZe. Shot missed, and he's on the chopping block. James jumps up, and he hits a tag. Tries to get optimistic. The nade, perhaps, but James already escaped it. And Flick can late lurk and kill this B-rotate. Bombs up Cap, but right now they're situated for a B-pop, and that's only going to make them commit right through the tunnels now. The site is empty, and the round should be won. The only question is these low players, and Brokey's got his pistol out. Yeah, do it, man.
Oh!
Do it.
Tried to run in, tried to throw a bit of chaos into the mix. Gonna leave it all on Carrigan, and the window peak is immediate for Kicker. So there's the first in the double OT going the way of the Outsiders. Something that I do like, something that's kind of cool, is that whenever they make these B plays happen, they always send a player on some, like, just wild, to call it a lurk is like kind of, yeah, maybe disingenuous. Like, I don't know, he's just there to cut off rotation. So I guess it is a lurk, right? Yeah. Like, in that round, Flit was opening it up over in middle. If you remember, he was the guy who actually killed Twist to open up the B play, and then he immediately hightails it up mid, up to the long doors to play around the idea of denying rotates. Yakindar did that as well in the first overtime. We had that from him, where he got the double kill on the mid players.
It's all about Outsiders not telegraphing their intentions. Like, think about some of their pistol rounds, like them defaulting on T Glock rounds, and or running lower, showing B, showing mid, going up Cat, and then going back to B. Like, they just keep FaZe guessing, and in doing so they get all of their grenades out. That's why these retakes also don't happen for FaZe, because firstly, retakes are really hard on Dust, but also FaZe don't have util left. Even in this round, they've got 3 flashes of smoke and a molly, and already it's starting to drip dry. Gaps are being taken. Out long is Kicker, who was like 4 and I want to say 17, maybe that's too low. 4 and like 15. That's a lovely tap. He's really come back into his own. Has Kicker, good shot though. Put down for a moment, and if Yakinda didn't get that, James did. Robson Twist in a 2-on-4 as the long cross smokes come down, and a missed shot through them, taking fights and now saving. As these double orbs have been expensive, this save is actually somewhat justified, somewhat necessary. And Outsiders know that. They're on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like, you've got all the reason to. It's really only the CT side that can get broken in overtime, right?
Only if you double buy
exactly,
double
normally it hinges on that double AWP investment. And now that you've seen it come through twice, you're like, well, that's it, mate. Their money's on the chopping block. We're going to dedicate literally everyone to hunting this down. And as if this is how they do it. They've boosted James. Try and deal with Twists, drop him back into the tunnel. It's Buster to find him. Just Rops now would love to hold on to the AWP. He's burning. He's burning, and they're running at him. Buster's there to take all the money away, to take the AWPs out of it, and look at what this is going to leave you with.
I mean, they can still double AWP, right? That's why 12.5k is nice. It's like it's the little bits extra. It's having full rifles and full nades and kits and everything, right? It's not the, oh, we've lost 2 rounds with M4s and now we have to play MP9s with the last round, which we all hated with overtime. Just objectively bad. They can still buy, it's just not pretty, and that is the risk of buying double AWPs. But there's the payoff. Rops and Brokey start off strong, and there's a follow-up for Brokey. More like it. FaZe just frag out in middle. Buster, literally, how are you here? Can you silent drop? I don't know if you can from here. He uncrouches in the air, and he does it. He's snuck in. The bomb's on a long road. Brokey has no idea.
Dude, the longer he waits, the bigger payoff this could have, right? You hope he doesn't accidentally end up baiting the bomb to its death, right? I'd like to think he's going to peek ahead of the bomb's arrival, and he is sneaking up. Buster, they just... Brokey's screwed.
He could walk mid, mate. He could walk all the way behind Brokey and go for 2. Like, that would be the mega play.
He's going to just delay this as long as he can, right till the bomb's about to move in. And there we go, taps out Brokey. Brokey never even knows. He's saying, guys, they were in B. How? How did that happen?
2 smokes to shut this out and 2 mollies, Harry. They might win this round to util. FaZe have to pop through.
This would be a 2-on-4 as well. This would be one hell of a round. out of the outsiders. Rain looking like he wants to go through that. Will decide against it. Carrigan's got flashes. That's really all they've got to try and make this happen. Molly could attempt to cut off one of these angles, maybe a smoke in the tunnels, so you can nullify some of these positions. Flashes go over, but they've got to be good. They better be damn good, or else this one could turn against you. Flambo's Buster, they trade the peaks and they get it over the line. 2v4 and a gnarly timing hit. A big gap for Buster. And he puts a stop to the hopes of FaZe in this second OT. That is a flawless T-half out of the outsiders.
Unbelievable round out of Buster. Sneaks into B and it just wins it. You could tell with all of that util, there was no way in for FaZe. Unbelievable game. Outsiders. It was FaZe to pull the comeback initially in that second half, but Outsiders look down on their luck and they've come in with, as you said, a flawless T-side. They're ready to end the day, end the whole damn series. Drops goes for a B pick. Buster lives. Oh, is he okay? Yes, he is. Back out. Bit battle scarred. 1 round, 3 chances. T-sides have been the name of the game for both rosters in both maps. And FaZe keep it up? Or is this them going 0-2 in the group?
I'm nervous, man. If Rain throws this hinge smoke, there is a part of me that thinks that Jame could nail this shot. And now that part of me is made to look like a fool.
Ow.
Good nade. Carrigan. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, Flit's like, okay, they were there. Guys, they were on catwalk, so he's going to get back into the site.
He's dropping spawn.
Carrigan's going to try and make the drop happen, makes it into CT. He secured this real estate, big position to have Carrigan in. Right, nothing could go wrong. Everything could go right. Carrigan's wrapped up close and isn't ready for kicker. Double kill from the CT wraparound. Buster and Flit are going to hold the fort on B, and there it is. Outsiders lock it in, 2-0 over FaZe. They get knocked down, but they get back up again. And ain't nothing gonna keep them down. It's Outsiders, 2-0 in the FaZe clan in their second series here at the Pro League.
Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
У нас сплит. У нас сплит. Еще. Туннель бил. Очко.
A very, very rough start for FaZe here in Group B. They are now 0-2. On the positive side of things, congratulations to Outsiders, besting FaZe here 2-0. They are now 1-1 in Group B. We'll give you all of those standings in full for the group later in this segment. Welcome back for the final time today to the ESL Pro League Season 15 desk. I'm Parla, Blair and Mal, and we're going to break down exactly what just transpired. Overtime. We talked about it before the match took place, and we just saw it play out on Dust 2.
Yeah, I feel like, I wouldn't say we cursed them, but we brought those stats to show how FaZe seemingly have this ability to close it out whenever things look a little dicey in OT. But this time around, it was Outsiders. Some of the rounds are able to clinch. Man, we have to talk about the round with Buster. 2 versus 4. He walks in. The way they played that round, the way they saved the utility as well, it was just played to perfection. Take a look at this, right? He waits so very patiently, and Maui, you pointed out in the green room as well. He was waiting for his teammate to walk out, make contact towards tunnels, and the patience being shown by Buster. Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. And something after he gets this kill that we were geeking on was the fact that they just held their smokes. Doesn't instantly drop the smoke. Patience is a virtue here, and look at the timing that he throws the smoke. He waits, he doesn't even think they're there. The game sense is so on point for Outsiders in this very moment. Finally, the smoke comes out, and it couldn't have been placed at any better opportunity.
And the Molotovs as well, like simultaneous Molotovs towards tunnels, towards window. They know the hit's going to be coming in. They know a flash is going to be popping, smoke getting tossed in as well. They play the anti-flash. No one gets blinded, and a complete shutdown. Brilliantly done by Outsiders, and that was the final nail in the coffin.
One of the things that we were discussing in the green room about this round as well, which in retrospect was a fantastic decision by Buster, was that when he'd caught the AWP, it looked like he was considering going down to mid to see if he can find some other CTs not prepared, but he chose not to, and it seems like it was definitely the right thing to do.
I love that he doesn't go for the absolute home run play right there. It could have been a sick highlight, but he knows that if he's in a 2-on-3 post plant, that's also a very favorable situation.
With the smoke, of course.
Yes, with the 2 smokes and the fact that it's Flit. I mean, man, like Flit also, he's just been delivering every single day so far. Really appreciated his efforts in this, and it's really cool to see Outsiders get themselves on the board in this group.
Guys, let's look at some other rounds that we were picking out near the end of standard time, starting off with round 27.
Yeah, like there were a couple of rounds which I feel like if FaZe, I mean, obviously they're going to be watching the demos, the VODs of this, and a couple of rounds, like small little couple of mistakes being made by FaZe or unfortunate timing.
This was a little unfortunate, I think.
This is just sad.
Well, just to clarify for everybody at home, we picked out these 2 rounds because in the situation where Outsiders wins, that these felt crucial to us, that FaZe were making mistakes here.
What is this?
And yeah, there were also some turns of events that
3 kills in a smoke.
predict.
3 kills in a smoke, Paula. Like, it's just ridiculous.
That one's just, I chalk that up to almost being unlucky if you're FaZe.
How about this?
But yeah, round 29, this is great by Outsiders. This is great by Outsiders in how Kickard plays it, a little bit more trigger discipline, but also kind of, this is a flub by FaZe. That's a flub.
It's a fluff.
It's a flub. Look at that. Look at where he is. He should be burning blood.
It's not burning at all.
So, for instance, here, who have we got? We've got Kicker in Goose. And he should have been checked, right?
The molly didn't spread.
Well, yeah, the molly didn't spread, right? But perhaps maybe FaZe could have still double-check the angle.
It doesn't cost.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
It doesn't cost too much to check, but also you hope your nades are good. You really hope that that's not gonna happen.
Who threw that Molotov?
Well, put someone under the microscope. So someone needs to go under the microscope right now. Someone cost them that round. Someone cost them that round. You could say the guy could have turned, but I think if my teammate throws what I think is a good Molotov, I don't think I should have to check that.
True.
Either way, yeah, absolutely fair point. I'm not sure I agree, but absolutely fair point. Either way, guys, the reason why we were bringing up those rounds is because it seemed like FaZe were climbing their way back into this match and potentially taking it to a 3rd map. But then, yeah, there were a series of events where it just went completely upside down for them. What can FaZe do going forward? Because it's crucial now, you know, 0-2 in this group. What can they do going forward to change things like this happening?
We are in a situation where we might have the 2 finalists of Katowice just a couple of weeks prior going out in the group stage. Is G2 out already? Now FaZe potentially 0-2, and this is against an outsiders. Let's be real. Look, credit to outsiders. I think they really showed up here today. I still don't think they're playing at 100% the way we saw them early in IM Katowice like a couple of weeks back. But you know, still kudos to them. But FaZe, they should be winning this. They were firmly the favorites, and it's not going to get any easier, man. They still have a lot of fine. Maybe Sprout might be an easier team to face off against, but look at ENCE. Look at the way they've been just dismantling everyone. Look at Vitality, who'd be looking for more wins as well. It's not going to get any easier for Karrigan and his men.
The low-hanging fruit, which I want to dispel, is some people will say, why not get JKS? Because Rain had the worst stats in this series. He had some moments where he didn't maybe really show up. But I'm going to dispel that. I don't think they should do that. I don't think you can pull the trigger on a guy like this who's been with the roster for so long. I think that this still just needs a little bit more time. And for some reason, they're just missing on these little details, like that Molotov that didn't go right, the way that Brokey didn't understand that Buster could have been there in that timing in towards B. Those little moments, it's almost like they just have to lock in a little bit more. I was talking about how teams, as soon as they celebrate, they lift that trophy, they take it off for a little bit. They need to get back in playing for him.
Blair Maui, we have more time to discuss this, but for now we have an interview with one of the winning players from Outsiders.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by James, the IGL of Outsiders. James, congratulations, you just won against the winners of Katowice. But yesterday you kind of had a hard time when it comes to the Brazilians. Do you find that it's kind of like not easy to play against their aggressive style?
На самом деле у нас есть проблема как команды уже около 4 лет. Мы не можем большим периодом между турнирами играть достойно. И мы зашли как будто играть фейсет и не цеплялись, ну не играли не цепко в преимуществе и так далее.
Well, he says that like as a team they had this problem where like for 4 years that like when they have like a long break they come to the first match and they're just playing it as if it's FaZe. But the good news is like you warmed up with Furia. Now you managed to win against FaZe. But there's a question that one of our casters, that being Chad Barcho, like Sponge, he wants to know, what did you decide to cut your hair?
Мне надо было просто недавно знакомиться с родителями девушки, поэтому не должен был выглядеть каким-то геймером. Надо было быть нормальным человеком.
So apparently he quite recently got introduced to his parents' girlfriends and he wanted to look like more appropriate, less of a gamer. Okay, but well, tomorrow you're going to play against ENCE, and I already talked to the guys from Furia today and they said that they think that ENCE right now is like the biggest opponent, like the hardest opponent for them. What do you feel about ENCE?
Да я давно не смотрел их игры, но ENCE такая команда, которая не доходила до плей-офф, и они сейчас нереально замотивированы, чтобы пройти, и я думаю, будет достаточно сложно, но все в наших руках.
Well, he's saying that like ENCE is a type of team that didn't reach the playoffs for a really long time, and that they are extra motivated, but everything is in their hands. Thank you very much, James. I hope to see some good results tomorrow.
Thank you a lot, guys.
Okay, I'm just checking my notes from that interview. So the reason why they lost to Fury is because they were essentially playing matchmaking. And James cut his hair for his girlfriend's parents.
Yeah, that's a...
What's wrong with gamer hair, man? Like
me and you, we have gamer hair.
We have real gamer hair, Maui.
I have kind of longer hair than most broadcast talent.
James, come on, man.
Than Jason.
I'm glad that Heku was able to get that out of James, because we don't ever hear stuff like that about him as a person, you know? And, you know, Buster's actually engaged too right now. He told me that in an interview. There's a lot of ladies' men on this Outsiders squad.
Longer hair or medium length hair, I think James looks fantastic.
Oh,
but do their chances look fantastic against ENCE, their opponents tomorrow?
I don't know, man. I feel like it's on what sort of outsiders we see showing up. At least they're starting to win, so that's a good sign. The individuals are starting to shine as well. The Kinder still had a pretty good series, all things considered. Buster as well, if he's going to have moments like that. James, you can't count on James as well. He was very solid with the AWP. He was a consistent force throughout this entire series. ENCE, though, right now, at one point, we got to stop calling them the underdogs, right? Now, it's not about best of one upset team. They're winning best of threes on LAN. It's looking good.
It is looking really good. It's looking really good for them, but it's not looking too good for FaZe. I mean...
Yeah, I would love to close out today's show by talking a bit more about this, because, yeah, those are two losses which are ones that are going to be tough for them to deal with. And they've got Sprout in a way that should be a given.
Right.
But then they've got Vitality and Furia.
Those are both...
Oh, Furia.
Yeah.
Furia and Vitality are both question marks because we don't know what kind of form Vitality is going to give day by day. It hasn't been the most impressive lately from them, but they're a team that seemingly, like, you can't count out a team that has ZywOo, ever. You just can't, because he can always pop off and just steal maps.
I also have to say, like, you know, a team like Furia, they have looked the best I've seen in quite a while.
Right.
And you look at the interview from Art, and I did say, listen, Art, I don't believe what you say until he showed in the server. He has showed in the server. Today, they were just basically smurfing against the Sprout. It felt like they just demolished them. Art, especially individually, really stepping up as well. And yesterday, the game they had, it looked very, very clean coming out from the side of Furia. So, yeah, I feel like this is a very worrying time for FaZe, and they need to wake up right now.
I think they need to win both series. Or like,
all three.
Yeah, all three. I mean, that's what I meant. Yeah, all three.
So you're saying like Sprout is a guaranteed, it's a guaranteed win.
I'm not trying to jinx them, but you know, that's...
Yeah, I'm absolutely not trying to jinx Sprout either, and I wish them the best. But if we're looking at these rosters objectively, and especially based on recent results before Pro League, you'd think FaZe have the edge there, but only time will tell. Let's take a look at our Group B standings. We have Furia and Ents at the top with their 2 wins. Then Team Vitality and Outsiders in the middle with a win and a loss apiece. And then we have Sprout and FaZe Clan at the bottom, 0-2-2.
I'm just happy for Furia. I hope they put
I'm happy for Ents as well.
I'm happy for both of the teams with 2-0, actually. You're right. But Furia is a team that I'm glad to see them get it together. That safe move is something the whole community wanted for so long, and it seems like it's finally beginning to pay off.
Absolutely. And for the side of Ents, like, they're a team, you always look at them as like having the upset potential, getting a couple of upsets here and there, but not quite able to make it to the playoffs. Always falling at the very final hurdle. But now they've set themselves up in such a great way, such a good position now to finally, you know, have a deep run. I'd love to see that. I want to shout out to Natu. I want him to be happy.
I always want Natu to be happy. And he should definitely be happy right now because Ents are sitting pretty. Let's take a look at our Day 8, our Group B second day matches that are taking place tomorrow. We'll start things off with Vitality versus Furia, and that will be at 12:30. We'll be live. Well, not us, Trace, YNK, and Kassar will be live on the desk 10 minutes before then, so tune in about 12:10 to make sure you don't miss anything. And then we have Outsiders versus Ents, and that will be at 4 p.m. And then we'll close out the day with FaZe versus Sprout at 7:30.
This is fun. This is fun. I didn't know what I was gonna get with Outsiders Ents before this group started. Probably be like, oh, I'd write that one off. Now I'm raring to go for that one.
Like even the final game we have tomorrow, right? Like you're looking at FaZe and Sprout, you're like, this should be an easy win for FaZe. Should be a quick 2-0.
The pressure now.
Exactly. So right now, FaZe are going to be like, okay, we need to win this, and that makes things a little bit more exciting, Paolo.
Absolutely. I'm super excited going into tomorrow. This group of death is definitely proving itself to be worthy of its namesake. Blair, Maui, anything else that you'd like to say before we leave? Go have some rest and relaxation. Probably play CS ourselves.
Yeah.
We did that last time. It's pretty fun. I was the standout, the MVP, #1 utility. Entry.
Okay, all right.
What are you guys huffing and puffing about over there?
Yeah, all right.
I mean, we could just upload a demo.
Yeah, there's demos out there. Paula, there's...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the evening. That's it for the night. There we go.
Yeah, I was about to walk off set there, but let's just not publicly release the demo. And, you know, we can talk about...
Just a scoreboard, that's good enough.
Just a scoreboard.
Scoreboard for the Vertigo that we
Let's see if we get some Vertigos tonight. Let's see if we get some matchmaking tonight.
Anyone at home, if you're interested in seeing that, let us know in Twitch chat. Let us know on social media. Maybe we can make a content piece. We'll see. Anyway, that will be all for today. Yeah, Group B is well and truly underway. Some surprises so far, and I'm sure there are more to come. And of course, either way, there's going to be exciting, fantastic Counter-Strike. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.
There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Gotta ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I
to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming, it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming, it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you're feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just know this, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man, I don't care, bitch. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming, it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming, it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming, it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry by the soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
when you reach my life, it'll be chin checking and I'll treat you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Impact. And of course, the new season has kickstarted. EU's already concluded a 2-0 over in that game, and now it's our turn. My name is Nea Kai, joined with a lovely Namazuki, as we're about to bring you the coverage of South America. We're going down south, and of course, we started with arguably one of the best teams to cover. It's Furia taking on W7M Esports. But first of all, Sam, how you doing?
I'm super excited. This is like my second all-women's event this week, so you know what? Keep piling it on. I'm super excited to be involved, and also really excited to be involved in a region that doesn't necessarily get the same amount of love as regions like North America and Europe. So hell yeah, South American ladies. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, I mean, some of the notable organizations are present here, right? We talk about Furia, MIBR as well. So we know there's that fiery support coming from the South American scene. And Furia all the same. They're one of the better sides going in towards not only this entire tournament, but the women's scene in general, right? They're one of the more prominent names within women's CSGO. And I mean, rightfully so. They're dominant in the server. And of course, one of the sides that we have to keep an eye on going in towards today, W7M Esports on the other side, while they may not be as notable as an organization, as notable as a team, they've still put up some very fierce results to get to where they are now, in towards Group A. And of course, they want to try and kickstart their season here with a little bit of an upset, you could probably put it.
Well, I mean, so you mentioned how Furia are one of the other top teams, and they are currently ranked as the top women's team in South America at the moment. But W7M not that far behind at a very respectable 4th place. I think that the difference between a lot of these teams isn't as large as some might expect. You know, I was looking at some of the results of a lot of the teams that are playing within this tournament, and a lot of them have like a number of 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishes across tournaments. Okay, and then you look at Furia and they just like win 1st place in absolutely everything.
Yeah, exactly.
But all the other spots are really, really closely contested. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how this game is going to go. And I also feel like W7M have a bit to prove, because they had a bit of a tough road through the playoffs in Qualifier 1. You know, when getting through the initial stage wasn't too difficult, but then they get into playoffs and they drop down into the lower bracket versus MIBR. And they had to then win the lower bracket game versus Red Dragon, who are also in this tournament. They came through in Qualifier 2 in order to secure their spot. So a little bit of something to prove there. They've already had a bit of a rough one against MIBR, but coming up against Furia here, I feel like they've probably got the fire, looking to make a statement.
And I guess what we do know as well about them is that they have that perseverance about them. They dropped in towards the lower bracket and they made that run all the way through. And it's a kind of a long and treacherous road going through the lower bracket, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of pressure making it through that lower bracket where essentially you lose your out kind of situation. You do start to really, I guess, feel that pressure ever so slightly. So we know at the very least, they're a side who can put up very, very significant performances going forward. And yeah, granted, Fury, the best side in the region in terms of rankings. But for W7M Esports, this would be a statement to be made here to take down a side of this caliber. It's now a question of can they do it in the server on day one here in the South American scene of ESL Impact. I don't know about you, but I'm excited for it.
I'm super hyped. And I was chatting with some really knowledgeable people about the scene. I wanted to find out about one or two players that we should be keeping an eye on. And for Furia, it's Gabby.
Yeah, exactly.
She is a veteran player. She's been playing for 7 years and she's only 22. So she has been around the scene basically since she could walk. And she's going to be one of the riflers for this team. And she's going to be one of the people that I'm really looking forward to watching and seeing how she performs. She's also been on this roster for about a year now. She and I think two of the other ladies have been on for about a year. So there's a lot of good synergy within that core three. So I want to see how that plays out. And then as we look over onto W7M, it's Juliana. She's also a rifler. And while I don't have a ton of information on her because, well, these ladies seem to play everything under wraps. But now that they're on the stage, now we're going to get to see them in action. These are all the rumors that we've heard flying around, the wild cards. And we're going to see if that can actually come to fruition here.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, you know, Gabby, you mentioned, I think, is a prime person to bring up and highlight going into this. In terms of the ratings that she currently sits at, 1.20 in the past 3 months, a 0.7 kills per round. I mean, she is really bringing up some pretty significant stats, even to a degree. 50% headshot. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but for a rifler to be walking over 50% headshot coming into this with a 1.2 rating, she's a scary, scary lady coming into this. I mean, one of the people you, of course, have to keep an eye on going forward. And of course, we know that the Fury female side have had a lot of success in terms of the cash cups as well. We know they're one of those sides who consistently put up very, very good performances. So, you know, going into this, arguably you have to kind of put their names up there as probably one of, if not the favorites. But as we mentioned, there's some notable sides. Look towards Group A, we got, of course, Furia, W7M, but we also got MIBR and Quem Sal Elas. Now, I hope I've pronounced that right. I gave it a couple of goes. I asked for a couple of bits of advice on how to pronounce that. I think that's hopefully okay. Over towards Group B, though, is Liberty female, Black Dragons female, Red Dragon female, and Endgame. So 8 brilliant teams. And of course, yeah, as you mentioned, I feel like we kickstart things with arguably one of the best.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of really good matches as well. I mean, Group A is pretty stacked with Furia and MIBR, and these are two teams, like when I was looking at, so Furia is like first place. But usually the team that they're beating is MIBR.
Yeah.
And I feel like MIBR is going to be one of those teams that really has something to prove here. And I mean, even when you look at like I think it was W7M, there's a few times where they've come up against MIBR and they've won 1 or 2 and they've lost a lot. So you can tell that with this being a slightly smaller scene, these teams have played each other a lot. They've built those rivalries. The stories tell themselves. And now, thankfully, we finally get to like watch them play out. We get to bring them live for everybody on a broadcast, and honestly, what could be better? So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out. A little nervous for W7M here because, as we said, going up against arguably the best team in the region, but yeah, hopefully they can put on a show.
And what we can move our attention towards now is that veto. You see at the bottom of your screen there, Dust 2 and Inferno, the insta-bans coming through. Nuke and Mirage is where we'll kickstart our journey. So at the very least, we start off with Nuke and Mirage. 2 polar opposite picks, arguably speaking, as well. You got Nuke, kind of the one of, if not the most util-heavy and strat-heavy maps out there. Outside smokes are a necessity. The Molotov executes on towards A. Also, kind of a needs must in terms of having that understanding and the breadth of knowledge to kind of be able to pull them off. And if we get there, of course, Vertigo is going to be our decider. But the question is will we get there? Now, Sam, I've got to ask you, what's your prediction coming in towards today?
Oh, you know, I really want to see W7M do well, and I'm hoping for some close matches here. But Furia have just been looking so dominant in the scene for so long. I'm going to give it a 2-0 in favor of Furia.
Yeah, you know what? I wanted to see W7M pick up some real steam here. A statement taking on a mammoth side like Furia, but no, you have to go with Furia, don't you? I'm going to agree with you. I think Furia as well. They just look like the side you have to kind of hedge your bets with, right? Number one seed coming in. They've been dominant in the Cash Cups, dominant in their seasons. They're just an all-round scary side. And of course, we mentioned with Gabby at the helm, they could really just run away with this game. But of course, I think it is more or less time to get us into preparation stages for the first game here in the South American scene. We're going to throw this one to an ever so slight break, and then we're going to get underway with map number 1 of Nuke. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you all in just a moment.
Hey Future Pros! Taking mid as a T can open so many options while playing Ancient. Throwing mid smokes from spawn is quick, but also means you could be locked out if the CT's utility is on point. So these mid smokes I'll show you will be great for a slightly delayed mid take. For this mini execute you'll need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes and possibly a molly to be safe. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the top mid smoke. To throw the smoke, position yourself so this wall meets the edge of this highlighted brick while crouched. Aim just below this dark spot on the edge of the shadow. Then jump throw the smoke. Not too hard, right? Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the donut, Lara, cube, whatever you want to call it smoke. To throw this, stand against the wall in the middle of this window frame. Find this gap in the trees and aim just to the left of the center of the opening. Then simply throw the smoke. Just like that, mid doorway and donut will be blocked. A note for these nades, it helps greatly if you have a fellow T somewhat holding the B lane so you can't be peeked from the ledge area. Also, if you don't have early info on the cutout position, lob a basic molly in there as a sneaky CT could really ruin your day. Hey Future Pros! We're on Ancient today and I wanted to show you a nice temple smoke you can throw on your A hits. To throw this smoke, stand over the corner of this broken brick. Aim up and place your crosshair just to the left of this brick section. Then jump throw the smoke. If you did everything right, you'll receive a smoke that lands in the temple and blocks off both doorways onto the site. I hope you all have a great day and don't forget to smile.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. But underway into game number 1 here in the South American scene for the ESL Impact season. The debut, of course, for us, but of course the debut for Furia and W7M Esports. It's going to be a fiery one. You got the number 1 seed in the region taking on the number 4 seed. And I've got to say as well, I'm such a big fan of this veto that we're heading in towards. Nuke map number 1. One of my favorite, if not my favorite map going in towards this. It brings a breadth of knowledge in terms of smokes coming out. Utility is a needs must. And of course, team synergy and cohesion has to be on point, or else you really do start to struggle, especially on that CT side. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about you, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. I think that something else that Nuke brings to the table is a level of dynamicism that teams can kind of lean into. So you can go for like a slower push through outside. You can go for these like crazy aggressive pushes through lobby. Hell, you could go really aggressive through outside as well if you get your smokes down just right. There's some really great angles if you're up on catwalk, and it allows you to kind of jiggle back and forth so that you can cover a lot of the map. You're covering outside, but you're also covering one of the bomb sites. There's so much that goes into it. Like you said, there's so much strategic depth, and that utility usage becomes that much more paramount, because when you think of outside in particular, it's so open. If you're not using utility, you're going to have to forego it, or you're just going to run out blindly into the sightlines of an entire enemy team. So you have to be so careful about how you make each and every one of your approaches. And that's just on the T side. That's without mentioning the CTs.
Yeah, and you know, for me, as you mentioned, that T side, I think that is the importance. Normally when I look towards Nuke, I always put forth this golden number, I like to call it. The golden number of 6 is what I say for T side rounds on Nuke. For me, I think if you can pick up 6 rounds on a T side of Nuke, you've done more than enough to set yourself up to at the very least have a little bit of comfortability going in towards that CT side, because Nuke is one of the most CT-sided maps in the pool. I think you'd only argue that Ancient's slightly more CT-sided, but, you know, before Ancient got brought in, and of course, well, the debate was there with Train when it was in that active map pool, it was one of the most CT-sided maps. And no matter the changes that have been made over the time, you know, years back we had the railings towards outside, gave you the wrap all the way in towards heaven. Even still, didn't make a difference. It was always seen as such a CT-sided map. So for me, golden number is 6 is what I look towards on a T side. And of course, if they're able to find that, if not better, I think they set themselves up more or less decent. But of course, you know, the CT side isn't just a walk in the park. There's the opportunity and kind of the opening to be spread very, very thin when you look towards the CT side. You know, the kind of the normal metas leave kind of a 2 towards A, 1 towards outside, 1 towards B, 1 towards ramp. That's like a very standard meta. Not that everyone follows that, but the kind of possibility of that being is the individual players, like your ramp player, like your outside player, if they get picked, then that rotation going forward becomes very, very difficult in terms of timing, right? You've got to try and not be spaced out, still have, of course, when we spoke about that synergy, it can become a little bit dicey. Hence why, for me on Nuke, steps up in terms of aggression really bring a new level of kind of uncomfortability for a CT side.
You know, it doesn't often get spoken about, but when you get to pick the map, you get the added benefit of being able to pick a side. And that always, you know, you can really lean into your strengths on that one. So if you want to be like, we're going to start CT, we are going to get a runaway lead of like 8-9 points in the first half, 10, you know, it could happen. And then you give yourself a huge buffer so that when you swap sides, you may find yourself in a little bit of a rough spot, but you've made so much space for yourself that it's possible to stem the tide a little bit and keep going. You can afford to concede 1 or 2 rounds. If you've only managed to win 2 or 3 rounds in your first half, which is very unlikely, but if it ever is the case, you basically have nothing to work with when you swap sides. So creating that buffer is so important. And of course, enemy team is always working to make sure that you can't create that buffer because they're trying to get a buffer. If you have a buffer, then they have nothing. It's that back and forth, which is so indicative. It's so fundamental in the game, but it's one of the most fun things to watch. Is, you know, a team is now down and out. They're so close to being in a really dangerous position once you swap sides. Are they going to be able to claw it back in? You know, maybe there's 2 or 3 rounds left in the half, and now somehow you have to string together a couple of rounds, but you're on a pistol. You know, it's those hero moments that really make for exciting CS.
Yeah, one thing to mention as well, kind of going into this, is that Furia, the last time that they played on Nuke, they walked away with a 16-3 win over Black Dragons. I mean, a dominant performance from them, which makes this all the more scary. But of course, it's time to get underway in towards map number 1 of today's best of 3 action. Furia starting on that CT side, W7M starting on the T side, and W7M, they're slowly maneuvering their way towards outside, looking to set up a little bit of utility. It's looking like taking early engagement, in fact. Supposed to go in towards front main, but it's an easy double to open things up for Olga. Finding the opening 2 towards Red Crate, and still locking down the 4. Flashing second time round, going to catch her. They will be able to slowly cross over towards Secret, and actually actively trying to take this engagement.
Olga is so good at using cover. They knew she was there, but she still manages to survive, still manages to get 2 kills, still manages to slow them down enough to allow the rest of Furia to get into position. Now there's yet another kill taken over so quickly, and W7M kind of falling apart here in this first round.
Yeah, I mean, not really where they want to be. At the very least, though, bomb gets planted. Post-plant to be try and be set up. ET trying to raffle off. Single door gets open, though, and they're being pincered from all sides. Olga finds yet another kill to her already very impressive tally of 3. And just like that, that is the dream start for the likes of Furia. Picking up by first run on the board on CT side, kickstarting that momentum. At the very least, though, W7M picking up a bomb plant gives them a little bit of comfortability if they want to force buy into it, but I think it's risky.
It usually is to force up on that second round, but the reward can be so massive, you know, taking that opportunity to try and put a huge dent into the enemy team. And we are going to see a hero rifle come out, which is quite the investment. And let's see, hopefully that does pay off, bearing in mind, of course, our players to look out for so far have been a little silent, but it's only round 1.
Olga's taking up the silencer as well, found an opening kill once again. What a start for her. 295 ADR in the opening round and what, a quarter? Brilliant. An advantage once again collected for the CT side. And well, they hold and wait. I mean, W7M in a bit of a dicey spot. You mentioned that Hero AK is being brought into the fray here, but so little space they have to work with. Once again, they're posturing towards our side, wanting to set up a utility, and Olga just waiting for her opportunity.
But they should know that she's going to be holding it outside. And there you go. There's going to be the smoke coming through to try and force her off her position. But she's found yet another position. Blinded out. This could be the perfect opportunity to cross. But they don't. They push it.
Oh, brilliant. Finding one more as well. At the very least, information as they cross down towards Secret. Quick trade going to come forward. That Hero AK at least being put to some good use by the likes of W7M. And it's dancing with the idea of making the way back towards A. That is going to be the case. In fact, Car spotting out the cross, though. They haven't over-rotated. They've stuck towards their laurels. They're sticking towards the A side. MP9 at range to find something, but the AK comes out. Supreme once more. Bomb dropped. Trade coming forward, of course, from the highlight player, that of Gabby. And she's trying to lock things down from back pillar. Can she find anything? That is the question. Spotting up the second. Looking to make it a third, but Car comes in for support. 2-0 start for Furia. And a broken economy for W7M.
W7M really struggling to stabilize, I suppose. And I mean, it was always going to be tough because they did invest quite a bit. They had that hero rifle, but for the rest, it didn't have all that firepower that they would have wanted. So, of course, that's going to make it really difficult to stabilize. And unfortunately, when you find yourself in that position, it's so easy for Furia to take advantage of it. You start walking into their crosshairs, you slow down for just a moment, and you give them all the time they need to start moving.
Yeah, exactly that. And unfortunately, now for the T side, it is just that low buy. They went for the full force in towards round number 2. I mean, I don't at all question the decision. I think it was the right one to make. Bomb plant does give you that, at the very least, a little bit of comfortability in terms of your economy. But no, you know, now it's not really where they want to be. It's just going to be the pistols coming out, already taking a significant amount of damage as they're making their way up towards ramp, but they walk straight towards Car. 1-for-1 trade, but the FP9 from above spots up the first, but the trade comes forward from the Eagle. Olga's coming for support, looking to add to her tally once more, and of course she does. Finding a second, whips out the pistol, but falls back after taking a little bit of damage. Down to 11. 3 versus 1, a P250 to keep the dream alive for W7M.
And not the worst round in the world to have when you're on a bit of a save. You know, you've managed to get 2 kills. It's something. It's not the ideal, and they would like to have gotten that bomb plant if possible. There's still a little bit of time to try to make that happen. But I mean, Furia has every avenue pretty covered. W7M tried to take a little bit more dynamic approach here. So usually they go into outside. This time around, they, you know, change it up a little bit, try and use that to their advantage. But once again, Furia just have such good control of the map and good control of all of the sight lines. W7M, unfortunately, weren't able to get that bomb plant, but they do have quite a big, massive kind of loss streak going for them. So there is definitely some potential for that. And I see there's a pause coming through, so very likely that's going to be one of those tactical pauses.
Yeah, exactly that. And kind of, I don't think it's a bad time to call it at all. The first real full buy coming out for W7M, and for them, they need to utilize it, right? They need to find, at the very least, a way in towards this game. Use this round as a catalyst to success going forward as the rifles come out. And they may even be tempted to go for a glass cannon orb. I think it's risky, but I can see the benefits when you're looking towards outside and where Olga's been posturing towards. She has been the difference maker, hasn't she? Consistently finding kills towards outside, consistently just being a nuisance, right? And forcing W7M into really uncomfortable peaks time and time again. And all may have been picked up to just try and counter her. But no, they're going to go for the 5 AKs, utilities come forward, and of course, Ka does have an orb, which does scare me a little bit.
And Olga's just chilling in outside once again. She's kind of expecting them to walk into her sightlines. But look how much utility's been used in outside. It's huge. And meanwhile, the rotation's actually moving into lobby. So this could be an interesting fake out here from W7, or maybe they choose to rotate a little bit later on. They're trying to make sure that Furia are kept on their toes and aren't aware of what's actually going down.
Yeah, nice nade coming forward from Mari as well. Finding at the least a little bit of chip damage as the orb comes in for support. Cal will hold at range, smoking towards that front position. I'm just going to go for a little bit of an elevated angle over towards the left-hand side, holding and waiting. And W7M are still trying to figure out where they want to move towards. Smoke reapplied in towards single door. They've gone for that sort of double stack. And these crossfires from Fury are so lethal.
They're just not giving W7M even an inch. They're kind of forcing them to have to move into outside, especially after they've used so much of that utility. So now the rotation is going to come out. But again, Olga's here waiting, and she's constantly changing position. She's constantly in a different place every single round. They have clocked her, though, so she needs to be careful.
Oh, Molotov coming in, but of course she moves away more or less unscathed, taking a singular point of damage, looking to make an opening kill. It's still a 5v5, 30 seconds to work with as well. Catching one, crossing, damage dealt, but Bruna just about staying alive as they cross down towards Secret, and they made their way fast over towards B. One player to drop in that Amari. Opening kill going the way of the T side. Bomb still trying to make its way down. They don't have a lot of time, but swinging on towards the side. Mari falls, and everyone, one by one, they drop like dominoes. Kind of a lot of the laurels rely on Olga. She finds double, looking to make it 3, which takes quite a lot of damage.
Olga's been a demon. We kind of highlighted Gabby a little bit, but she's been terrifying. And she's, I mean, I talk about her being dynamic in outside, but she's kind of dynamic everywhere. And okay, it seems now it's more than likely they're just going to try and hold on to these rifles. So this has been a really good round from W7M. As much as Olga has been that hero, W7M come into this round with a far more slow default play. They use a lot of their utility to gain some of that early information, but also to fake out a little bit, try to force some of those rotations, try to starve information from Furia, because they're using their utility everywhere. So Furia doesn't actually know where that push is going to come in, and they use that to their advantage. And so they're able to get in onto the site fairly quickly. But Furia have been very good at clocking these things, so we'll see if they figure that out into the next few rounds.
Yeah, and for W7M as well, that's the dream kind of start when it comes to the first full buy coming out, right? We said for them, they need to utilize it as a catalyst going forward. And I think the main thing is that it really wasn't too expensive. You know, for W7M, they kind of start to build up, at the very least, a bit of stability in terms of their economy. So things looking all the more better for them. Mari down to low by herself. Car or peeking into a single door wants to take this fight. It's very risky and just about falls away at the right time. Once again, Olga towards outside, trying to just cause a bit of a nuisance, waiting in towards that divider position, just posting up in credit card, actually just relaying back towards config, locking it down, actually asking for the push in towards garage.
I like this again from W7M, maintaining that slow pace all the time. But Juliana, surely she clocks. No! Oh, she's looking for Olga. She knows Olga's always there, but she doesn't know exactly where she's going to be because she has been so dynamic. That's a play down for W7M. It's not a good start.
No, Smoke being dropped into a single door as well. Gabby finding a double kick start things over towards the A site. At the very least, the trade comes forward on towards Izza, but Olga, again, causing a nuisance, being just emphatic start for her. 11-1 is where she stands, and there was all down to Carter the banana, but no, not going to be the case today. Furia come back alive, regain a 3-round lead, and you got to say, that was a bit of a statement round.
A little unfortunate that Mari wasn't able to pick up one of those rifles towards the end of the round there, but it's not the end of the world. They're still looking pretty good coming into this, and they know that W7 are at a bit of an economic disadvantage here. There's going to be you could barely call it a buy at this point. They're putting a little bit of emphasis into utility because they know they need to actually be able to rotate. You cannot take a map like this without having some utility at the very least, and now, because they're on that pistol, they're going to go for something a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, the single door peek there from Car. It's such a confident play as well because it's so risky, but high risk, high reward comes on top, opening kill, going the way of the full buy. These pistols, they're surely going to be in a real troublesome state. They're making their way over towards ramp, and they walk straight in towards Olga. She's normally towards our side. She's coming for support, and it is a massacre over towards ramp. All five stay alive for Furia as they find their 5th round.
Well, at least W7M now have got some cash to play with.
True.
See, that's the kind of double-edged sword, right? You lose a few rounds and okay, you're a few rounds behind, but at least at that point you do actually have that lost streak bonus. So
yeah, exactly.
This is a good opportunity to get back into it, and it's been on one of these rifle rounds where they have actually been able to kind of dig their heels in a little bit and make something happen, and it was off the back of a slightly more dynamic round than what we had seen previously. Now, the big question here, of course, is they are bringing out an AWP of their own, and we have to see how that's going to contend against Car. Does she, run directly into Car's line of sight, whether by mistake or on purpose? And is she able to win out the AWP battle? Because that could be an important proponent in, getting the lead in this round.
Yeah, entirely. I think, that AWP battle towards outside, at the very least, can open up a lot of sight lines for W7M, right? Give them, at the very least, a small opportunity. But I think when it goes back to it, it's such a simple thing, but the main way they're going to find success, it's harsh to say, but it's finding Olga, isn't it? She has been the difference maker time and time again. That round, rotates back over towards Ram, goes to support the FAMAS, and it's so easy for her to just pick up multi-frags time and time again. She's 13-1 currently, 215 ADR. I mean, absolutely killing it right now. And W7M, they just need to find a way to counter her individually because so far, not so good. But of course, we are still in a bit of a pause here. I'm assuming it's another attack pause. Hopefully, we get this one back underway momentarily. But I don't think it's even a bad call for W7M to be calling attack here because it's not really the dream start for them. 1 round from 6 so far, not really where they want to be.
Yeah, they've really struggled to get any sort of headway into any of these rounds. And I think what makes it so difficult is how easily Furia have been able to read a lot of their strats and a lot of their rotations. They see the utility coming out and they're never taken off guard too heavily. There was that one round where they weren't entirely sure what to expect, but for the most part, they play very patiently. They don't tend to over-rotate unnecessarily. They kind of stand their ground a little bit, and they know that they have the advantage. They know that if it's anywhere near lobby or ramp, it's going to be a fairly tightly enclosed space, and because of that, they're going to have the advantage. The only big potential issue is outside because of just how open plan it is. But with Olga holding it down, they haven't had any problems whatsoever. She just continues to mow it down. So they realistically have this entire map on lock.
Yeah, so far so good. Car, open hand, going down towards Secret. In fact, just trying to lock up this ramp aggression, or this outside aggression, may I say. Early bits of utility keeps W7M at bay. They can't make that push towards outside because it's a risk. Smoking towards Red Crate means they get a ever so aware of the potential of the post-up. Missed all shot though, can't force a double away. Has to take a little bit more of a passive approach off the back of a missed shot. And at the very least, well, gives away a bit of a ruse. Now, vent will be broken open. Olga still ever so aware of potentially that single door being open, but it's a little bit dicey. Real tough spotting towards main. Could be pincered so easily here, and all it would take was a little bit of a utility. It's all about timing. Back and forward, Olga. Oh, so aware for it. But it's Bruno comes on top. That's the opener they needed. Now they make the way towards the A side. Nizza has to lock things down. But she gets dropped immediately. What a double. The A side's open. Bomb to be planted. Post plant to be set up. It may even be an early save call, or so I say. Mari from above finds one. But that's all they are going to find. 4 zeros in terms of the player count. And it's the second round for W7M.
I loved how they played that round. I think a lot of that has to do with where Olga was holding. Because, as I mentioned, she always plays that dynamic position, so you're never quite sure where she's going to be. But once they clock out that they haven't seen her in, the usual spots, they start to figure, okay, well, she's probably in that main entrance. They throw out the flash and they swing on her, and that's what I've been waiting for them to overpower her a little bit. And Furia now not looking to let that happen again. Look at how fortified outside is.
Yeah, the AWP going aggressive. Olga's tucked in close as well. They know that for W7M, a lot of their success in kind of, only 2 rounds, but a lot of the success, even in rounds which haven't gone their way, have come from finding just a bit of space towards outside. Missed orb shots. Kara just going to double back. Quick spot out second time round. No, Kara comes out on top. Opening kill goes the way of Furia once more. Flash to come forward. And Juliana does need to be careful. Going to trip Molotov in close. Waiting for it. Swing comes through. They both know exactly where each other are. But Olga going to make the smart decision not to overextend.
Not to overextend, but you've got to extend at a point. Or at least W7M does. I mean, they've been pushed so far back towards their own spawn. They haven't managed to cover any ground. They've given almost full map control over to Furia. And now they've stalled out. And with, time slowly ticking away, like, they need to make a move.
Time is ticking as well. Just shy of 40 seconds on the clock. And they do need to be careful not to leave things a little bit too late, because it can become uncomfortable, especially at Amanda's advantage. And that trade game is going to benefit Fury here. They're just holding and waiting over towards deep outside. CT finds one, Juliana falls, and that's such an important kill. But at the very least, Bruno and Yadina come out for one apiece. They're declaring towards Olbendo. They don't. Bomb gets dropped as well to double. Low HP, and Yadina's all alone. 1 versus 3. 11 points of HP and 12 seconds left on the clock. This round is done. Fury to find 6 because 3 kills and a bomb plant in 7 seconds. It's more than safe to say that's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's terribly surprising. So after they lose that first play, I'd kind of spoken about how they tend to struggle a little bit with stabilizing once they've lost the player, which is a little unfortunate because being able to stabilize, making those mid-round adaptations is incredibly important. And Furia are just consistently kind of taking advantage of the fact that they get thrown so easily off balance. So they find themselves in a position where they're person down, they stall out a little bit, they give Furia a lot of time to reset, and once they eventually push in, Furia have them completely shut down.
What a start for Kara as well. Kara finds Kara, a battle as old as time itself as they find the open out. Furia one advantage once again in their favor as the Orb wants to take this aggressive peak. Molotov will keep them away at the very least. Gives them a bit of room to work with. And actually, once again, W7M, I think they have to make that early call to go towards outside because the only place that they're finding any sort of space right now. Olga, FAMAS in hand, not really the best weapon for the job, but we know what she can bring to the server. So I'm going to counter out. She's got 14 and 2, 7 KD. I mean, an absolute ridiculous start from her. And, for Furia, so far, so good. Now, in comes some utility. Over towards config it goes. And Olga just going to post up above it. Does have a slight gap over towards Red Crate. And I don't really know if they'll be aware. If I can come forward, we'll catch her. In fact, does need to be careful. Sound cues in towards A. Maid as it finds one. The swing with a foul, that's good for one itself. But the trade from Yadina is brilliant. Gabby finds Sufa, but it leaves Yadina all alone. 1 versus 3, and the Orb just goes for a slight peek.
And again, it's Maidina, the last one left alive here for her team. And she's even got the lowest death count as well. She's consistently surviving. But unfortunately, it's not really enough. You need to be doing a little bit more than just survive. And what really makes this sad is that W7M had a little bit of a firepower advantage coming into this round. And again, just not able to leverage. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, she didn't hit the shot. That's heartbreaking.
On the ladder, accuracy is always going to be a little bit low. It's unfortunate for her. Tunnel vision in the Orb day became a little bit dicey. It was looking like Carl could have been kind of singled in over towards that outside push. And not expecting the ladder to come forward. Luckily for her, the AK shots off the back of the ladder, not really going to work in their favor. 7-2 is where we stand. You got to say, Sam, I mean, this start from Furia, scary.
I suppose it is more or less what we'd expected, though. We knew coming into this that they were the favored team, and, well, they're proving here exactly why that is. They're making such a huge impact here on this first half on their CT side, and W7M just not able to create that buffer that we spoke about, that all-important buffer so that you have an opportunity once you swap sides so that you aren't caught out in a really unfavorable spot in terms of what you actually have available and how many rounds you're going to be able to use to get yourself into a better position. They need to start stringing some rounds together. Now, with this being the pistol, hopefully in the next round they'll be able to buy up a little bit. You can see they're pretty close to actually having a decent buy in terms of what they have left in this round. So in the next round they should be okay. They need to. They can't just keep relying on one rifle round every 3 or 4 rounds to make something happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's kind of The key word for me is inconsistent, is what we're seeing from W7M. They have their moments of brilliance, but it's not really been, as we mentioned, consistent. I think because of that, it's starting to cause a lot of problems to them in terms of longevity in this map number 1, right? Where it's not bringing too much of a breadth of success, or so I say. Towards our side they go. Mari spots a little bit of information, spots around to a Silo as well, and unfortunate for Juliana. She gets tagged falling off Silo and falls to her death. Down they go, opening kill goes the way of the CTs. And now the pistols in hand, they're flooding over towards B. Yadina's still trying to sell a fake over towards the A. Sight pays the price for it. Bomb going to be planted, post-plant set up, but the pistols, they're lacking in firepower. They need to think of something clever.
This is such a rough spot to be in as an AWPer as well, because look at her. She's constantly jiggling from side to side. Well, where do I look? And while she's scoped in, there you go. She gets spotted out, takes a little bit of chip damage there, but oh, she's managed to do quite a bit of damage there with an AT.
Yeah, but unfortunately, as we did slightly expect, the firepower made all the difference, didn't it? At the very least, though, bomb to be planted. They're leaving that defuse just a little bit too late for my liking. A little bit uncomfortable, but no, they get there in the end. 8 rounds is what they find. And, of course, the main thing what that means is that Furia, at the very least, guarantee themselves a lead heading into towards that second half.
Oh, I think at this point, W7M are really, really getting nervous. I mean, they've been really good at constantly changing up what they're doing. So it's not like they keep running into the same wall over and over again in terms of the specific strategy that they're trying to run. But Furia have just been too good at adapting to W7M's every move. Whether they're trying to be aggressive or trying to take things a little bit more slowly, they're just constantly getting forced back. Any map control they try to take, Furia just disallows it with a small amount of utility, like not even as much as you might expect. They just use a couple smokes here, maybe a molly there, and suddenly W7M have lost any ground that they've tried to gain. So now we're going to see them again kind of pushing out towards outside. They know Olga is there, but do they know that Car's watching as well? Oh
no. Oh no, she didn't spot them the first time round. Second time went for the peak, and maybe that was her demise. Well, it was. Tufa kickstarts things. Olga going to open up the window, sells the ruse and finds the kill. That's genius from her. Juliana's going to fall, and what a brilliant way to bring the tides level 4 versus 4 in terms of the player count. And what can they find? They're making their way slowly down towards that a secret, but the lobby crunch is brilliant, is it? Dropping Yadina. She's been lurking time and time again, and unfortunately for her, paying the price for it. Now, W7M, they make their way down towards B, but they still need to find their way on towards the site, and they want to take this fight. Brilliant. Good opener. Mari finds the trade as well. He's all down to 1. The orb, Corridor, the Marauder has to step up huge. Finds the first, looking for the second, not going to get to the moto. Catch second time round. No, pays the price for it. Is in for clean-up duties to make it a 9th round on the board. 9-2, 7-round lead. Sam, this is so far one side of the fair, but we did expect this. In a map like Nuke, which for Fury is such a strength pick for them, they're looking scary.
What makes this even more heartbreaking is that W7M give themselves such a huge advantage in that round. But the thing that they've been struggling with so much, those mid-round adaptations, Furia has just been so good at them. Sure, they lose a player early on. Sure, it's their AWP player, and they lose the AWP as well while they're at it. But they're still able to stabilize. They're still able to rotate in such a way that they maintain control of the map. And now Olga near gets a kill through smoke spam. I mean, is there anything that she can't do? 17 kills and 3 deaths. She's been a demon.
Yeah, she has been nothing short. Scary, Olga. Adding, of course, yet another. Did we question it? No, we didn't. The double spray down was brilliant to make it a 3K. Olga has been the difference maker. She has been the win factor. What a player she is. As she currently 20-3. What a stat line for her. And Yadina, who's been lurking time and time again over towards lobby, does need to be careful because Olga's making the wrap all the way back through. She's gone through that T-spawn and it forces Yadina out over towards A, and will she be able to clear for above? Yes, she does. Brilliantly. Makes it a second as Izza falls. What a brilliant opening towards A, wrapping back in towards lobby, and that's going to be her demise. The AWP of Car reigns supreme, and that's double digits in the first half of Furia. What a start from them. But I've got to mention her again. 193 ADR, may I say. What an animal Olga is.
No, seriously, I mean, we came into this thinking that, Gabby was going to be the standout player. And to be fair, she is pulling her weight. She's also at 10 kills, second on her team. But Olga doubles that. I mean, just holding outside on her own, she's able to do so much to deny so much space. And it's actually somewhat illegal for one person to maintain an entire area of the map.
And the thing is as well, you got to think of the other side of things. This for W7M, their mental game must be really tough for them. Let's get back to the action. They missed the Ven, and that's going to be costly as it leaves it all down to one. Yadina, well, she does find a consolation kill. It's only that. It's a small silver lining in a bad situation as Furia mop up the pistols so easily. I mean, we go back to what we were saying about Olga, right? Kind of her continuously being just a menace towards outside is meaning that W7M, they don't want to test those wards anymore because they're not winning that fight. It's consistently that they're not able to take her down, or if they do, it's extremely costly because she walks away with 2 or 3 kills on a more than regular basis. And because of that, they're being forced into one of very few other positions. You look towards, maybe your A hits, but without the proper utility, it does become a little bit tough. And of course, we mentioned Gabby's over there, and she's been emphatic in her own regard. You look towards Ram, that's where the AWP of Cars posted up. It's so hard to beat an AWP at range over towards Ram. So there's so few options that W7M have at the moment. And that is credit to how well Fury are playing.
And let's be realistic here. So they've just taken another little bit of a timeout. We've got like, what, 2 rounds left in this half? And even if they do come through with the 4 rounds, are they really going to be able to do too much on their CT side? It's going to be one of the biggest uphill battles that we have yet to see. Now, they've also bought into an op. Once again, they're going to be trying to take this fight to Car. Oh, but Car just cannot be denied.
Oh, she's just brilliant, isn't she? We mentioned this all peek over towards Ram. He should only go one way, and she makes it a double. Oh, so effortlessly as Mari comes into support. And this again goes to credit to Furia. Their crossfires have just been brilliant, substantial, and there's nothing W7M can do at the moment to break them down. They just look like an unstoppable force.
You spoke a little earlier about W7M's mental, and I feel like at this point, it could be starting to boom.
Yes.
Because there's no way you get to this point in the game without feeling like, geez, what do we do next? Now, if I'm not mistaken, this was actually Furia's map pick.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Yes, so when we head on to our next map, hopefully W7M are going to have a little bit more to say about it. But for right now, this has been so rough, and we get ourselves into the last round and a half. And yes, W7M are going to be able to spend a little bit here, give themselves the firepower. But, I mean, we've seen consistently, no matter what they attempt to do, no matter what adaptations they make, Furia are just so on top of it round after round after round. This has got to be devastating for W7M.
Yeah, so far, so good. And I think another thing to mention, I normally don't like to highlight it, but I think it's a prevalent factor here. We mentioned kind of Juliana as being one of those players who can make a difference for W7M. And unfortunately, she's yet to get off the board this far. Real tough start there, but a pretty one for Olga once more. A double to kickstart round number 15. Traded out by Kara, but that's the dream start. Once again, the numbers advantage in favor of Fury and W7M. I mean, they have a real tough task ahead of them now, having that man disadvantage, making the way, of course, back over towards B. Yadina leading the charge. She's been a bit of a standout performer for W7M. Gabby's gone for that push in towards lobby, though. And now Kara's wrapping through, but will they clear her?
Oh, Gabby, you've got your back turned. Are you going to look in time? No, she's going to get completely taken out there.
Oh, that's not the way to go. Mari needs to come up huge. She's going to post up close, waiting for the extension to come forward. And 50 seconds to work with. W7M hard they played it. They walk straight into a 1-for-1 trade. Yadina coming out on top. Keeping it level at a 2 versus 2. Still, over towards B they stand. Car holding for that wrap in towards lobby. How do they want to play this? Kara's towards outside. Yadina's over towards B. They're so spaced out the T side. And they desperately need to make a decision.
Well, Kara's realized that B is free and clear, and they're going A. All right, so I mean, A is relatively clear, but Furia just get themselves into position. I mean...
Oh, brilliant.
It's just cleanup.
Yeah, Car, absolutely brilliant from her. Double kill to end things off. That's exactly what you wanted. Furia 13-2 at the half. I mean, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely no way that W7M for me can get back in towards map number 1. It's looking like one-way traffic.
It is, but we're going to take a quick break for the half, and when we return, we'll have our second half.
more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the from the hell still lives on. Grows heck from the doubt of my mind. From the voice still screaming out why. Didn't do what you done, did you think I was gonna stay quiet? Not in my life. 'Cause
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half number 2 is upon us, and Furia, what a start. I mean, Sam, that is more than safe to say one-way traffic. 13-2 is where we stand, and on their map pick, Furia look unstoppable so far, but of course now they head into arguably the slightly harder side of T-side.
And this is the thing, Fury have given themselves such a massive buffer at the moment. I mean, 11-round difference. How do W7M string 11 rounds together? This first round is going to be instrumental. We talk about how important pistol rounds are just in general, but right now, this is going to set the tone. If they don't win this round,
No.
not a good start.
Please tell me Shitley's landed there. She found that first kill. Julian, that's what she wanted. Car answering back. Does drop out Olga at the very least. Topher at range. Finds the trainer to Izza. But what a start again from Olga. Just flying by, quite literally. For headshot to kickstart things. One plant, the post plant set up. And the retake making its way slowly over towards this site. They're trying to clear the close angle. Radio, a tough one to try and maneuver your way forward. Yadina trying to lead that charge. And it's all banking on this extension forward. They're baiting them in to go in towards the grips of Mari, which she should be able to clean them up. But at range, Gabby and Carl want a piece. From above as well, the Adina at least good for one, but that's all she is going to find. A pistol round goes the way of Furia. And of course, I don't mean to be kind of the bearer of bad news or the bringer of the beckoning, but it does seem like the beginning of the end, doesn't it?
Toll the dead. That's pretty much what's happened here. Unfortunately, that pistol round was incredibly important so that they could start building some sort of an economy, so that they could buy into the next few rounds. I mean, we see them now. They haven't spent almost a cent. You've got a little bit of money being spent from Myadina, but aside from that, they realize that they can't afford to drop anything into this round because next round will be match point. And so they know that they will lose this round because, well, they have nothing. I mean, it's one of the worst double-edged swords that you can be on. And I mean, look at this force up from Furia as well. They know that they just have to win this round and then they're home free.
Yeah, more or less, right? I mean, they hit 15 and I think that should give them, if they haven't already got it, the confidence to close out map number 1 as we stand. But I'm going forward. Actually, Yadina going to take a small amount of damage. She still wants to try and find the Zeus kill. At the very least, it's a bit of a confidence play.
It's certainly something. Give them that. This is the thing, right? That's the big question. Because an opening pick here could be instrumental. Not only does that give you a numbers advantage, but you can pick up a gun as well. So hopefully they've got an opportunity to do something with that. Now, we've seen a little bit of a hover around lobby. Finally, the bomb is actually going to get picked up, but they still haven't quite committed to anything just yet.
While still just posturing the idea, making the way towards A, swing it forward, finding the perfect at the second. Car in for the trade and the Zeus comes up. We beg for it, we hope for it. And of course, it steps forward. Yadina being a shining light in W7M's performance so far, but of course, where we do stand is the numbers advantage in favor of Furia. 3 versus 2. And they're on towards the A side. And they may even potentially want to just save that Galil. They haven't really got the best economic situation. Juliana falls and Yadina follows more or less immediately. 15-2 is where we stand. And well, so far, so good. You have to say, Furia, they have just been dominant.
I don't know what more to be said. You know, we're now on our last round and hasn't been too much to break down in this half because this half has kind of come and gone, and Furia have given themselves a massive advantage just by virtue of the fact that their first half was so strong. Now Juliana trying to channel her inner Olga, but unfortunately, I mean, you just look at how Furia knew their way down those stairs. They are not concerned with anything in the outside area. They're going to make their way all the way down over to the B side, which is relatively unprotected at the moment. And this probably going to be a free site. Maybe a strong retake from W7M if they can pull that off.
Yeah, the bank on 2 for here needs to find, well, 2 at the very least. Don't go for the first. Carl will fall, but the trade comes forward. And of course, none other than Olga to make it 26-6 in terms of her kills and deaths so far. What a start. And looking like what a finish too. Bomb plant to post plant sets up in a 4 versus 4 situation. And while W7M argue the better terms of firepower, they need to utilize them and quickly to make it over towards this B side. Mari ever so scared of the flank coming forward from Vent, but no, Yadina coming out on top. Olga, 8K in hand holding and waiting, but it's all down to now 2. Make it just Olga, make it just Gabby. We highlighted her name coming in towards this series, and she needs to step up huge here. Bomb has actually ticked quite a long way, though. They do need to get on it. They haven't got a lot of time. Straight away forward, she finds all the damage, but it's going to be a very close defuse, but I think they'll just about get it. Yes, they will. On their first full buy-in towards the second half, W7M, they find a first round. Now, hopefully, this can be a catalyst to some consistency coming out from the CT side.
Well, it has to be. Yeah. You know, because if it isn't, then the game's over. They're on that knife's edge now. They literally need to win 12 rounds in a row to take us into overtime. This is the definition of a Herculean task. We'll see how they choose to approach this next round, because of course, still not, you know, fully loaded out, fully kitted out. W7M does have a little bit of an advantage in that department, and that's going to be a beautiful opener.
More than safe to say as well, it's an absolute mountain to climb, but that's the perfect start. Opening 2 kills going away to the CT side. But a site in control of the T's. Now, Molotov over towards Heaven, forces away the 2 players there, forces them into a little bit of a dicey spot. And speaking of, how do they want to set this one up? Carl's only got herself a Deagle, a double AK set up to support in a 3 versus 5. I think that a 3 versus 4 as a brilliant Deagle shot. The hand cannon lives up to the name. Gabby stepping off one more. Yadina, an important kill. And from below, good for the first. Make it a second. 1 versus 3. It's all down to Kara. And she's unable to close it out. Furia. What a performance in map number 1 from them. Absolutely stunning. From start to finish, the better side.
And after a pretty strong start to that round in particular, it's very unfortunate that it did start to kind of fall apart towards the end. It was something that I'd mentioned a couple times. Their mid-round adaptations were really lackluster, and Furia did so good at consistently taking advantage of that and shutting it down wherever possible. And again, you cannot overstate how important it was that they get 12 rounds on their CT side, because at that point, there's just no way. I mean, okay, it's possible to claw your way back, but it is so highly unlikely that at that point, you're just counted out. I mean, the fact that they did manage to get 1 round in and of itself was impressive. And unfortunately, yes, we knew coming into this one that Furia was statistically the better team. They've won so many tournaments. W7M came into this as a bit of a wild card, a bit of an underdog, and unfortunately just weren't able to stick it to Furia. However, this is just map 1, and it was Furia's map pick. So we're really hoping that as we move over onto Mirage, we might start to see a little bit more signs of life from W7M.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, Mirage coming up next, the pick of W7M. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this break. Stick around. We'll see you all momentarily.
Hey Future Pros, back to Ancient with a teammate to drop their smoke into this corner, and when you're ready, get into the corner too. To throw your first smoke, aim in the middle of the doorway in the middle of these bricks. Then jump throw the smoke. This will smoke off the left side of site. While in the same spot, aim above this wall decoration and in line with the leaf above. Then jump throw the smoke. This will smoke off the right side, but be careful as the CT could try and sneak around the edge of the smoke. To throw your molly, aim at this part of the door along this point. Then jump throw the molly. This molly will push someone out of the cubby, which is incredibly annoying to clear. Now the smokes and molly are down, aim to this section of the door, walk forward and jump throw your flash quickly. This flash will get anyone on the side, but hopefully not your teammates pushing up long. Finally throw your last flash over the triangle to stop someone from spraying through the long smoke and further blind anyone looking at the ramp. And that's it, pretty easy, and remember, just go B. Hey Future Pros! For this episode, I'll show you a neat little smoke that would help you when retaking B. This smoke will completely block off the B tunnels. To do the smoke, run into this corner next to the truck. Aim as shown, then jump throw the smoke. If done correctly, the entrance to B tunnels will be completely obscured. Make sure you don't have a teammate planning on going through tunnels, as he is going to be one angry retaker if that is the case.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the absolute dream start for Furia. I mean, They have looked from start to finish from map number 1, their pick of Nuke, dominant. What a performance from them. Olga, well, a shadow of a doubt has to be our highlight. She was absolutely unstoppable, a pillar towards outside, and just a constant thorn in the side of W7M. But of course, at the very least now, we head in towards Mirage. So it's the pick of W7M, and for them, they desperately need to turn things around if they want to push this towards Vertigo. And you got to say, the way he's been playing so far, it's quite a tall order.
Honestly, you know, we kind of spoke about how it would be really nice, given that this is W7M's map pick, that hopefully we'll see those kind of signs of life. But then you also have to bear in mind that the fact that it's their map pick means that the advantage of being able to pick a side goes over to Furia.
Yes.
And you know they're going to leverage that as far as humanly possible into that all-important buffer that we spoke about. So I do have high hopes for W7M. I think that with this being their map pick, there is definitely an opportunity to turn this into something. I mean, you don't pick a map because you're only good at one side, right? So You're really hoping that they have a really well-rounded approach to the map, and no matter where they start, they're going to be able to start to build up that buffer. And I mean, even if it isn't the magic 6 or whatever your magic number is, as long as it's more than, you know, as long as it's more than 3 or 2, you know, we're definitely off to a better start than what we had seen previously. And I also want to see, and it's really tough because one of my biggest criticisms is usually, well, I want to see more dynamicism from a team, because very often teams will do the same thing over and over again. But W7M haven't really fallen into that trap. They've tried so many different things, but now I kind of want to see them stabilize a little bit more. You know, they start a plan, the plan goes awry, and then they go, okay, well, what do we do now? There isn't like a contingency plan in place. So let's see if now that we move on to Mirage, do they have those contingency plans on the map that is their pick?
Yeah, I think you're spot on, right? W7M, they were dynamic. They were trying new things, but the problem is, you know, it's just testament to how good Furia were, because wherever they went, whatever they tried, Furia were able to counter them just absolutely brilliantly. And, you know, again, as I mentioned, it's got a testament to the individual prowess of the players. So you look towards Cara on the AWP as well. She was phenomenal. While she may not have been tested too much, because, you know, let's say you don't want to go a long-range duel against an AWP, and especially not one of her caliber, but when she was emphatic. Always consistently picking up 1-2 kills, falling away, repositioning, giving themselves the leverage and the time and space to work with. I mean, it's such a solid, well-rounded side. You know, we highlighted Gabby coming in towards this, and even though she may not have kind of top fragged, she was still so consistent, such a pillar herself over towards the A site, and when needed to, could step up in a clutch situation. This Furia side, there's no weaknesses in it, and that's what makes them, for me, just so scary. And of course, now we're on towards Mirage. Now Mirage is the pugger's paradise, isn't it? You know, it's where everyone goes in your standard games, you queue it with your mates. Mirage is probably in the queue order going forward. And it's one of those things for me, you very rarely see anything new going on towards Mirage, which now makes it, as mentioned, you know, a pugger's paradise. And of course, very reliant on the aim side of things. And of course, while this is the map pick of W7M, you do have to lean towards Furia once again, because especially if Olga even has a sliver of what she brought to map number 1, I think the map number 2 becomes scary once again.
And I'm really curious to see where they're going to post her up. So she had massive efficacy in outside. So where do they put her on Mirage, where she's going to have that like similar kind of impact? And hopefully, because one of the biggest issues was every time they tried to push towards Mirage W7M and they ran into Olga, that was the initial linchpin that put them on that back foot of, okay, plan A's failed. Now we don't know what to do. Yeah. So I think that one of the big important things is to isolate where she's going to be, and then once you know where she is, either overrun her, because she's very often on her own. So if you can flash her out, if you can smoke her out and then swing on her, then you have a bit of an advantage in that department. But if they post her somewhere where she's not alone, I really want to see how they adapt to that, because adaptation is so important, and it has been something that they've struggled with. So hopefully we get to see that kind of resurge a little bit as we head to the next map.
Yeah, exactly that. The scary thing as well is I kind of think of the different positions, and every position that you could put Olga, she'd be dominant in. So it is kind of bringing a positive science with Furia. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get ready to go towards map number 2, Mirage. We're going to throw this one to an ever so slight break before we get underway in towards map number 2, the pick of W7M Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back momentarily.
Hey Future Pros. Who doesn't like being aggressive? Well, if you do, this is a handy Mirage smoke that will be useful. You want to walking jump throw this smoke right as your crosshair hits that section. And just like that, you can keep tees back while you take mid, or they push through the smoke, which should allow you to get some easy kills. But be careful, this smoke will always leave a slight gap that the tees will be watching. Hey Future Pros! Continuing the advanced pro tips trend, I analysed a pistol round strat that Liquid like to perform on the A side on Inferno. For this execute, you will need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes, and 3 flashbangs. It also helps to have some form of apps control just so you don't get caught with smokes in your hand. The idea of this execute is to isolate the CTs playing in pit and on the site, allowing your team to overrun each position. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short-sided smoke and a supporting flash. To throw the smoke, first get into this corner near alt mid. This smoke lineup requires the classic view model as the lineup is quite precise. Position the right corner of the top of the smoke to the corner of the highlighted railing. Then throw the smoke. This smoke will block off vision from any pit players. This will allow the rest of your team to storm the A site as one pack. There is no real specific lineup for the flash, so aim high and jump throw. As this flash is about to pop, the rest of your team should start making their way at mid. Then head into apps and peek out with your team as they make their move. Future Pro number 2, you'll be throwing the smoke to block off long, accompanied by 2 flashes to help your team take the site. To throw the smoke, line up with the middle of this grate while up against the wall. Find this plant part and aim to the top left corner of it, then throw the smoke. Next, you'll be throwing your 2 flashes. For the first, aim to the lower left side of this window and jump throw the flash while running forwards. This will flash anyone on the site, allowing your team to pounce. The second flash will land over the pit and also help Future Pro 1 get out of apps. Again, there is no specific lineup, so just aim above the roof's overhang and running throw the flash. That's about it. Unless one of the CTs goes absolutely cataclysmic, you shouldn't have too much of a hard time taking the site as long as your team sticks to the strat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Map number 2 is upon us. And of course, we were building a narrative one way, Sam, but actually, we may have got us slightly confused. Map number 1, which we thought was Furia's pick because the last time they played on it, in a Cash Cup, they won 16-3, and we kind of had this idea that Furia was so dominant on Nuke. No, that's not their pick. Mirage is the pick of Furia's. And now I become even more scared for W7M. On their own map pick, they get trounced. A 13-2 half is how this thing started off, and it weren't much better of a finish. And now we go into Furia's pick. This is now alarm bells are ringing for me. There's more than one way to put it.
Yeah, when so we threw to a break, and then production was like, "Actually, you guys are completely wrong," and I was like, "Oh, that's so scary." The little spark of hope that I still had for W7M is somewhat dwindling here. I think that they've had some good moments where some of their players have kind of stepped up and been able to take the fight to Furia, but it just hasn't been happening consistently enough. And consistency is so important. It's that kind of the adaptability and consistency go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. And if you're struggling on both fronts, then really, I mean, you're just going to continue to struggle all the way through. Now, you had kind of mentioned that Mirage is a little bit of a pugger's paradise, and while this is Furia's map, I'm kind of hoping that W7M can lean into that a little bit more. You know, we saw some dynamicism from them, but now I want to see maybe some creativity, because we know that most of the strats and plays are fairly set on Mirage. It's one of those maps that has been done to death, and everyone knows every lineup, every boost, everything you can think of. So now it's really the teams that are creative, but that can pull that off, right? There's two kinds of creative. There's like smart creative, and then there's just like, what are you doing creative?
Exactly.
So hopefully we can see some of that really smart creative come out of W7M, because I'd really like to see them put a bit more fight to Furia and kind of knock them down a little bit of a peg.
Yeah, and you know what? At the very least now, W7M, they get their preferred start, right? They go on towards what is most likely going to be a CT side start from them. So kind of at the very least, it's going to be they're starting on the quote-unquote more preferred side. But the only thing for me is that normally when I look towards Mirage, because it is, of course, that Pugger's Paradise, and it very much benefits from Angels and people who like to aggressively take those 1v1 fights, like to aggressively look for information plays, right? Starting on T side for Furia, I think that even gives them a little bit of an advantage because that's going to play into their strengths. Furia, so good when it comes to aggressive fights. When it comes towards the Angels, they just have been the cut above. You know, again, you look towards your Olga, your Gabby, Car even, for example, all of which have been firing on all cylinders. I mean, unstoppable, it's more than safe to say. And now they're going towards T side. They get to set the tempo, dictate the pace in which they want to play it, and then, of course, just play with their opponents the way they did the entirety of Nuke. It's now a tough spot, I think, for W7M. But, of course, as you mentioned, a CT side start at the very least gives them a little bit of comfortability. And hopefully we see a pistol run just kickstart a bit of momentum.
Well, the nice thing about starting on the CT side is that when you are not necessarily stepping up in terms of the aim duels, you're able to play a slightly more passive game. You can use utility more to isolate those fights so that you don't find yourself in a 1vx. You can try and find yourself not only in a 1v1, but in a 1v1 where the enemy is pushing through a smoke. They don't necessarily know where you are, and you can try to take that and use it to your advantage. So this is a little bit of what I want to see from W7M here. Some patient plays and using that utility to force Furia into some uncomfortable rotations.
Well, of course, as we mentioned, it's that T-side start for Furia. And they're posting up over towards the B apartments. It's where they're looking to go towards a slower tempo, though. They are playing it at their own pace. They're going to come forward for the likes of Tufa. Not going to cause too much damage as they fight their way forward. I'm going to come out. We're not going to find the kill. Dina falls early doors. Car traded out. Bomb drop. And it's a double, in fact, for Bruno. Looking to make it 3. Will she be able to? Falls off the box. A tough one to clear. And the numbers advantage doubled down brilliantly. Mari's going to fall 2 versus 4. Everything's playing in their favor. One by one, they're being chipped apart. And the more important thing, the bomb is dropped from the site. They can't even get to a comfortable position. Kufa will fall to the hands of Gabby in the P250, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them. And 50 seconds on the clock, too.
And what I love about this is exactly what I wanted to see from W7M, this patient play. They know that they don't have to be aggressive. They can just wait it out, wait for Furia to walk into them, and then do that little bit of cleanup. There you have it. Last couple of kills come through at the end of the round there. This gets played very perfectly, very clinically by W7M. This is a better look, and hopefully they can kind of run with this.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's kind of, as you mentioned, with W7M, it's one of those situations now for them where it's kind of, you look towards map number 1, and they never, ever found that consistency, right? They couldn't get consecutive rounds on the board. And what we said about slim margins of success coming forward, it was sporadic. Now with a pistol round under their belt, and of course the main thing is now a little bit of a longevity in terms of their economy, they should be at the very least in a position to find a couple of rounds going forward. You're either taking up an aggressive fight, the Tubers kickstart the action though. Gabby will fall, the trade come through brilliantly, doubles down emphatically. Looking to make it a third, not to be the case. Kara, back tight, dancing around pillar, gets traded out 1-for-1 by the Mac 10, and somehow, some way, the lesser firepower of Furia is looking like it might tie this game up more or less immediately.
That's a bit of a rough start here. And you start to see the hero rifle pay off a little bit, but yeah, there you go. It does get knocked out, but they can just pick that back. Oh, okay, they did. Whew. So yeah, the hero rifle definitely plays off quite well there, and they take a far more aggressive stance, and then that kind of more subdued approach can become a little bit more dangerous. You get overrun very, very quickly, and you're not quite able to deal with it again. They weren't really expecting it to come out so hard and fast.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, now the thing for W7M is they're back to square one, essentially, right? Aren't they? The other side of the sword, where it's back to low by what we saw Furia previously. Not a bad start, though. At least the Deagle's finding one. Good damage on towards the second, too. Mari gonna fall to the hands of Juliana. She had unfortunately for her, a slow game. We highlighted her, didn't we? But she had a slow game in towards Nuke, and I think that could have been a deciding factor for the lack of success W7M found. But if she does start to find her feet, which it looks like she has, 3-1 is where she stands, potentially that could turn the tides to success coming the way of W7M.
I mean, this is, even if they don't manage to win out this round, it's not terrible. If they can get one more kill here, then, you know, they'll have kills, they'll get a little bit of cash for getting kills. Hopefully they can deny the bomb plant, so they deny some cash there, but looks like it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Still not awful, but you would have liked to have maybe gotten 1 or 2 more kills if possible. So we're going to see a very split push back towards the B site, and this can be very dangerous if you're not able to kind of swing on one another. You got to implement the buddy system, as Moxie likes to say. Unfortunately, being so far away, it is quite easy to catch you off guard, but that very nearly ends up in a death.
Izolo drops Juliana. It's all down to one. They knew exactly where Bruno's coming from, and it should be a more or less simple mopper. And it is 2-1. They take back that lead. They claw it back in their favor. And what was looking like it should have been a strong start from W7M, it's unfortunately turned the other way. And it comes off the back of that force buy going in their favor. That's such a momentum shifter, isn't it? And when Fury get a hold of momentum, they're so good at just pulling it further and further in their favor. It's the age-old saying, give them an inch and they'll take it a yard. And that is what we do see from Fury. And now, once again, second part of the double eco for them. Shouldn't expect too much. And what a brilliant shot as well. Kara just gets her head ripped off.
With this being a little bit back and forth for the first 3 rounds, no one's economy is looking terribly good, but W7M's is definitely the worst off of the two. Now, into the next round, they're still going to be able to do something at the very least. I think that this round is going to be a little bit of a wash. Just kind of get it over with, get to the next round, get some proper weaponry in your hands, and hopefully they can start to bring this back in their favor, because right now, it's been rough to make a start. It's crazy to me that Fury are still playing this so slowly. They know that there's only 2 players left alive, and they're still being so patient about this.
Yeah, it's testament to their ability, isn't it, as well? They don't really want to risk anything, and that's why we have found and seen this consistent success go the way of Furia, because they do not take anything for chance. Even when they know they're coming in with a significantly better firepower, you never see them go, hyper aggressive, try and risk things, because they're also aware of gamble stacks coming forward. And when you're going against pistols, it's more often the case that you do see a gamble stack come through. But yeah, Furia so far, cutthroat, ruthless as they usually are. 3-1 is where we stand. And finally, we see a full buy come forward for W7M. The question is, can they stop this B push?
Well, it looks like it's going to be quite an aggressive one. And unfortunately here, Bruno's alone on site. She has to wait for the rest of her team to rotate around. Now, there could be potential to create this little bit of a crossfire here, but Furia, again, haven't actually quite committed. They've made a little bit of noise over towards B. Now they're going to start moving, and I'm glad to see that while W7M did send in a couple of reinforcements, they didn't overcommit or over-rotate, and they've still got quite good control of the map in general. Can they leverage that into a win? Furia, again, playing such a patient game here. We've seen them play aggressive. Now they're playing more carefully. Now they're playing so much more subdued. See if this works out.
Kara may have just spotted Mari's arm, and they're still holding over towards short. He's got to come forward. What a brilliant opener as well. Kara, stunning, swings forward, deletes Kara out of the equation, and there's the numbers advantage going in favor of Furia. Now, flashing towards short, Sufa holding, waiting. Who's going to come forward as well? Will they clear it is the question from above. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Is that finding Tufa in towards this close get right position. Bruno pays trigger this, Bruno pays the price for it. Unfortunate as Olga finds that kill on towards the site, but it's still all down to Yadina's hands, and one of which she's not able to capitalize upon. Now, Juliana, 1 versus 3, and it's safe to say I think this is just a little bit of a tall order. 1 versus 3. Numbers advantage in favor of Furia. Post-one set up. They've got all the information they need, and they should be expecting her to come from exactly that place. Gabby, from range, finds that final kill, and as Furia now starting to pull away, I don't know about you, Sam, but I'm getting flashbacks towards Nuke already.
Yeah, it's not looking great. And the one thing about trigger discipline, so sometimes it can pay off so well, and you can get like a barrage of kills, and sometimes you don't get anything. You get caught out pretty quickly. You immediately get found out waiting, trying to get those sneaky picks, and unfortunately, yeah, that's exactly what happens in that round. And that's going to be another one going over to Furia. Now, I mean, we talk about dynamic players, and here we go. They're going for a pretty standard, maybe not necessarily the execute just yet, but look at all the utility coming out here. They're definitely making it seem like the A push, and yes, they are going to commit to it.
Yeah, Olga leading the charge, finding the first, make it second, but no. Traitors come forward, double from Mari though. Oh, so clean. Oh, so comfortable. 2 versus 4. Utility made all the difference to net over towards this A side. It's a very kind of textbook execute over towards A. Cutthroat, lethal, and for Furia now, this should be a mop-up. It should be a 5-1 scoreline, 5th round on the board, because with just pistols coming through, it's a tall order for W7M as they make their way slowly on towards the site. Now, Tuva kind of going towards Tetris. Damage dealt, but not going to be the kill. Mari finds that final shot, and that's that 4-round lead we were looking for. Furia on the T side, looking as prevalent as ever.
And the worst part is that W7M aren't even managing to make it expensive for Furia. They get 1, maybe 2 kills. And when you're on such a runaway streak as Furia have been, 1 or 2 kills isn't going to make the biggest difference in the world. I mean, look at them. They are flush with cash at the moment. Even if they lose, 2 or 3 players in this round and the next round, they're still going to be good to go. So W7M have a lot of legwork to put into this. What they have done that's quite interesting, we didn't see this in the previous map, is that double AWP setup. Now, is Furia going to be expecting that? This could be the linchpin. Look at that. First kill already.
Yeah, Dream starts as well, isn't it? Udina coming up huge to find the first. At the very least, though, the quick trade. 2 for falls, and now they've got a little bit of an alleyway. Mid control in favor of the T side. Juliana still just dancing and, well, quite literally playing with fire in towards top con. They drop. We'll do a slight bit of chip damage over towards Olga, but nothing too pressing as Izza makes her way forward into towards jungle. Now, there's a decent amount of control being gone there for Furia, and they have the ability to start potentially posturing towards a split, and they could even wrap towards B. Need to be careful, Juliana, both full blind of Olga, but she comes out on top just about by the skin of her teeth, winning out that fight, and they take that numbers advantage. We spoke about how huge this has been in terms of turning the tides, and for Furia, now looking in a very, very strong suit. And Udina can't even make her way through jungle because she's going to be picked off from behind. And there it is. All falls out of their hands. And the double up setup down to just 1. 2 versus 4. Bomb to be planted. And, well, just like this, I think it, once again, should just be an early save call. Long-term economy is not great for the CT side. Prioritize keeping that AWP in play.
And even in a round where they have 2 AWPs, they still only manage 1 kill. Which, okay, bearing in mind that no one on Furia even went over towards the B side, which is where one of the ops was posted up. But even so, I mean, that was a really huge investment to put into that, and they lost both AWPs. They didn't manage to hold on to either of them. So the massive amount of money that they invested into that round doesn't pay off at all. And now they can still, yeah, okay, so they're not going to go for any sort of massive force here. They could have maybe, but instead they're going to try and hold on to some of that cash because we talk about how important utility is, and I must say that that played such a huge role in that last round. All of the smokes to shut down the sightlines, particularly of that AWP. I mean, as soon as they knew where the AWP was, they weren't allowing any of those sightlines to come through. Furia are just like a well-oiled machine right now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, there's absolutely no flaws in their play. And speaking of, they're flooding out towards the A side. What an opener is. Finds Tufa, posted up on the bulk, just like that. The A site, oh so vulnerable in a matter of seconds. What an execute. I mean, granted, just against pistols, but cutthroat, isn't it? Absolutely flawless and leaves it all down to Udina. All alone. 1 versus 5, and with just a 5-7, no armor, no utility. I think it's more than safe to say this is probably going to be the round going the way of Furious. It's as you mentioned, for W7M, they could have gone for a force buy, but it would have been risky, and I don't think it's worth it in that situation. We've got a high risk, high reward, and occasionally it works in their favor. Cast our mind back to round number 2, or map number 2, where Furia pulled a force buy in their favor, and it massively turned the tides. But yeah, it wouldn't have been worth it. Stick around the 2K mark. At least gives yourself that stability to pick up a buy coming in towards the next round. But a 6-round buffer already being built up this is why we said that Furia starting on the T-side of Mirage is actually arguably a scarier thing than them starting on CT.
And we were really hoping that W7M would be able to put up some kind of a fight here. We kind of spoke about how important, utility usage was going to be, particularly on this map. Now, of course, it's also important on Nuke, but given that this is such a well-known map, everything is kind of in its box. Everybody knows exactly what they're doing on this map from round to round to round. You're really hoping that W7M are going to be able to use that to their advantage, and they start with that. We saw it 2 rounds back when they had the double op setup, which they're running again here. They try and use that little bit of utility to try and force some of those rotations, but Furia, again, as soon as they know where that AWP is, they had kind of held on to a bit of their utility just, for in case. And they managed to use that to give themselves easy rotations past the AWP. So now, let's take a look at where these AWPs are going to be posted up. This time around, and again, it's the same positions more. Okay, no, there's one on the A side this time? No, it's not. It's the same positions. This is so easily read.
Yeah, Udina as well, forced back early doors. Brilliant opener, they go for the underpass wrap, and well, just like that, they get put in their place in a matter of seconds. It's unfortunate for Udina that flash catches and doesn't give her that preferable peek in towards the early B-ups position, and after seconds, they just get decimated, don't they, over towards the B side. It's a substantial execute, and credit once again to Furia. It's textbook. This is the thing that makes Furia so scary. It's not like they're doing crazy plays that are really just out of nowhere, kind of pulling an ace out of your sleeve. No, it's just textbook Counter-Strike, but played at the absolute highest level. Is at 1-for-1. Bruno at the very least making it expensive, trying to cause a little bit of chip damage, but no, Gabby will be the one to finish things off. 8-1 is where we stand. And at a 7-round lead, Furia, they've already guaranteed themselves a lead heading in towards the second half. And the way they're playing, they might even trump the half that they had in against Nuke. That was 13-2. And they potentially could do themselves one better.
Myadina on the site with the AWP. Now, I know it's a little stressful. You've been pushed right off of your position from a very, very aggressive push. But to be caught out so unawares while you have the AWP, it's such a rough start to the round. And now, the second round that they've lost both of the ops. And now they're back down onto a full save. And this is, again, another round that we're not expecting them to be able to come out on top of. I like the fact that they try that double AWP setup. What I don't like is that despite us lauding them for being such a dynamic team, we see very little of that dynamicism when they have the AWPs in their hands. They kind of run the exact same play. Furia basically expect it, and they rush out, they flush them off onto the site, and in those very close 1v1s, the rifle's going to win over the AWP 9 out of 10 times. So Furia play that to a T, and W7M very much still on the back foot.
Yeah, not really where they want to be. Of course, it's back to that eco situation that we expected to come forth. The failure to convert really anything when they picked that 4-buy has left them in a dicey spot. Like, they're making them over towards A. Gabby slowly maneuvering way forward, just clearing the close angles. Molotov at least will force Juliana into a little bit of an off-peak. It's going to get tagged down a little bit. Sankyu's made, but finds the first kill, looking to make it a second, but not going to connect on the shots. Trying to fall away, but being pressured from all positions as Tufa all alone in this 1 versus 3. Now, P250 in hand. Nade and flash to work with, but no, just going to try and opt for the fight. Comes out on top, in fact. Gabby, bit of a laboured spray, pays the price for it. Flash to come forward and try and give her a bit of an opening. If she can collect herself a rifle, there's now definitely room to work with. But no, from range, Mari finds that final shot. And while it was made expensive, it's a silver lining in what is a bad situation for W7M.
I would have loved to have picked up a rifle, as you mentioned, but they do make it a little bit expensive. But as we mentioned before, absolutely flush with cash. No issues whatsoever here in that department. But thankfully, W7M able to buy up here. Now, again, we're seeing the exact same positions that we've seen out of them every single time. And yes, we're seeing those AWPs again in the same positions that they were previously. But Furia are now completely, for the second time, utterly circumnavigating that. They're moving over towards the A site where there is almost nothing, and they're bringing an AWP of their own.
Speaking of as well, Khan nearly finding himself an opening. Not going to be the case. He is in for the trade 1-for-1. And speaking of AWPs, Kara's falls in towards top Khan. Bruner's snuck her way on towards site. Trigger distance, brilliant here, but no, she pays the price for it. She was trying to give herself a double, but actually should have just settled for the first. It's an easy kill going her way. And a matter of seconds, Adina, in a 1 versus 4 with this AWP, we mentioned about how much of an expensive investment it is. This has to be a safe call.
What makes this so sad for me is that, so this is the 3rd round where they've tried to go for that double AWP setup, but when Furia push mid, they get 1 kill with the AWP, Furia flush it out with smokes, they run straight past it, they take control of the A site, and the AWPs get 0 value. If Furia start leaning towards the B site, they use smokes, they completely rush into the AWP, force her off of her position, and then she's forced into close combat with an AWP, so she loses the battle.
Precisely.
And the 3rd option is they simply go A and circumnavigate the AWP entirely. So what does W7M Esports do at this point? They need to be slowing down the rushes from Furia. The worst part of that, though, is that they don't know from round to round which side Furia are going to go for. So do they expend all of their mollies to try and slow things down in B? Or do they spend all of their mollies trying to slow it down on A? And then they have no utility for the mid round, which is where they have consistently struggled. They are just really not able to find a hole in Furia's play.
No, not at all. I mean, it's not really kind of any fault of W7M. It's just that Furia are the cut above. They're the step above. But speaking of, we were kind of hoping for the AWP to find a bit of success, and there it is. Yadina finds the opener, kickstarts, hopefully, what should be a catalyst to success in a round number 12 for the CT side. Tempo, though, slowed down. Gabby holding over towards back triples. The smokes come forward, and Juliana MP9 in hand. She has to be the difference maker, stepping up the aggression, finding the opening, fighting towards A. That's a brilliant way to cut out this execute, because she finds it immediately. Information gain to Olga. Finds herself a little trade there. Bruna will fall. Cara Deagle in hand, waiting for her opportunity. Bomb dropped as well from behind. Easy mop up, and it's all down to 1. Is a 1 versus 3 for the first time. This is where we've seen W7M actually look decisive.
This was very important. They play this so much better. So they get that initial pick over in B, and not only do they get that pick, but they also get some seriously important information that, okay, we caught one in B, but they're not actually going B. So they can immediately start to rotate around. And at that point, the players on A have figured out that it's going to be an A hit. And so they patiently play behind cover, wait until Furia get themselves in onto the site, use those smokes, which we've been waiting to see, and they utilize that to perfection in a round where they came in with a bit of a weird half jank buy. They still come out on top of it. And I think that that in and of itself is very, very impressive. But the question here becomes, how much more can they get done? They can't afford to just stop at 1 round, not when we're already at 10-2.
Yeah, I mean, already this is looking very similar to what we saw on Nuke. But the double setup comes forth once more. Kara's noticed the wrap, in fact. This could work in their favor. The team started to come on up top. Bruna, good for 1. The trade not able to connect immediately. Olga, trying to tap away, would at least make it a level standing 4 versus 4, or so I say, before Gabby steps up brilliantly. Entering over towards A, and Molotov in towards the bench is replicated. And the T side have got now control of A. Smokes in towards jungle, cuts off the rotation. It forces the CT side of W7M just to slow down the tempo. They tried to go aggressive. They tried to wrap around in towards T spawn, and while it found them that first kill, they lost the man advantage immediately.
This is still somewhat doable, though. But I think that at this point, you probably just want to hold on to what you have, because in the next round, they're not going to have anything new.
No, yeah.
Oh.
Is a comfortable. Gabby another one as well, and in a matter of seconds, it's all down to 1. They know exactly where Yadina's coming from. Still her HP. Pistol whipping. Cleans that one up. 4 people remain alive for Furia. I think the more important thing, and the more pressing matter for Furia, is that consistently when they find success, it's, 3 or 4 at the very least staying alive. So their long-term economy is always in such a stable state. But it's not really the other way. When W7M have found success, it's like, 1 or 2 remaining alive. So they're in a very dicey spot where their buys are always quite janky. And because of that, they can never find consistency. And I think if I'm right in saying we're yet to see W7M find a consecutive round this series.
Nope. not happen even once.
Yeah.
It usually it's quite a few rounds in favor of Furia before W7M are able to come back into it. Ooh, I think she just spotted out something there. Shots through the smoke, doesn't actually connect in onto something. And this time around, unfortunately, they could not afford the double AWP setup, but they do invest quite a bit into at least having the one. Not a lot of utility to play with here. They've got quite a few flashes, and they're going to be trying to use that to slow things down a little bit. They're not going to be able to create much cover here, so with very little utility left, oh, not good.
No, the entries on towards A are just emphatic. One apiece for the 8K and the AWP in a matter of seconds, 4 versus 3. I mean, W7M, they're in a tough position, it's more than safe to say. The rotation coming forth now from B. In the penultimate round of the half, it's one in which they need to convert to at the very least give them a sliver of stability heading into the second half, but it's not looking the case at all. So working towards top con, cuts off the rotations, forces them to shift their way forward. But Jadina snuck a way out. She now has an ever so slight gap that she's found towards Fury defense, and she might be able to capitalize something here. I think she may have heard the sound cue of Car Scope, so she has understanding of how she wants to play this, but time is of the essence. And not on her side. Bomb 3/4 of the way ticked, and yeah, this is just going to be the save call. Olga finds herself one. The trade not coming out in their favor. Olga still remaining alive from behind, drops the AWP, but that's all she's going to drop. Juliana just making this call to save, but she might even be able to give him the chance. No, she does. She comes on the top with Izza. One remaining alive for W7M, but that's a 10-round buffer that Furia now lead with. 12-2 is where we stand, and Sam, I mean, this has just been absolutely textbook from the Furia girls.
Just watching Topher get chased down mid. I was watching it happen on the minimap, and I was like, oh, you poor thing. Such a rough position. And they've had very few rounds where they've actually managed to hold on to any of their weapons, because, and this is another issue, they keep trying to press. Oh my goodness, okay, this is a different look.
Run boost. Only good for one, though. Trading towards mid, no, working in favor of the T side. Numbers advantage once again, but this time in a more pressing matter. It's round number 15. One of which, you know, W7M, they were trying to do themselves one better from the 13-2 half on Nuke, and so far, not so good. It's looking like it might be a direct replica as we stand, as Brune is just going to relocate over towards Tetris. Gabby the spotter out. I thought for a second she might not, so Brune comes out on top. Flashbang will catch her. She's posted up in towards Tetris, waiting for opportunity. Smoke to come forth, trying to buy herself some time, but it's Carl from behind on the flank. Excellently played by Furia, leaving it now all down to 1 versus 3. And not even given the chance. 13-2 is where we stand at the half, ladies and gentlemen. And what a brilliant half it is. We'll be right back after the break.
We can be heroes. You lied to me, said what you wanted to hear, lost in between two worlds and two dreams. Saints or sinners, losers or winners. Hell or hell, hell or hell. fall down to our knees and pray for a moment of peace. Sweet memories tear us apart at the seams. Saints are sinners, losers are winners. Is this hell or hell? Hell or hell? Saints are sinners, losers are winners. Is this heaven or
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2, half number 2, but so far, you have to say, so good. Furia have just been the cut above, a direct replica of the half they produced to kickstart a dominant nuke performance to put them 1-0 up in the series, and the way they're moving so far, it's looking like a 2-0 to follow suit. 13-2 is where we stand at the half, and you know, Sam, it's unfortunate, but I think it's just safe to say that Fury just have been the better side.
Yeah, I think that somewhat goes without saying. And
Yeah.
one of the things that, like, I wanted to get into this in our last round, but then W7M just decided to run it down, so I didn't get a chance to. But something that they haven't been doing is trying to hold on to weapons, or at the very least, when they do, very often they get denied that opportunity, and they've tried very few times. So basically what I'm saying is their economy is always even messier than it potentially needs to be, because they're not holding on to anything from the previous round. And okay, at this point it's a little bit late to start trying to do that, unfortunately, but I'm seeing a pretty heavy stack pushing over towards the A side here. Mari, converters, can she? Nope.
Sometimes they say 2 guns are better than 1. Not the case this time. You need to go for the first, looking to make it a second as Bruna comes in for support. A textbook execute out towards the A side, and Bruna's not stopping here. She wants to send it further forward, but she walks straight in towards Olga's crosshairs. She's looking to make it 2, but it's not going to be the case. The trade comes forth, but it's a Gabby and Izza 1 apiece to make it a 2 versus 2 in the retake. Dual breath has come forth. 1 more goes the way, but it's Juliana from Palace finding a double to close it out. That's the dream stars into half number 2 that W7M desperately needed, because it wasn't looking too great for them. Now, at the very least, they can start to kickstart a little bit of momentum. But of course, as we've already mentioned, Sam, they're yet to put a consecutive round on the board the entire series.
And I mean, they won the pistol in the first half as well, so it's not like this is completely out of the realm of possibility. The question becomes, what is the follow-up going to be? Now, they've put quite a spend into this, and understandably so. They can't really afford to concede any rounds, but of course, if they lose these weapons here, if they don't manage to win this round, then they are massively in trouble as we head into the next. Hopefully this buy pays off for them. They do like to have a little bit of a slower start. We're seeing quite a bit of utility getting tossed into mid there, trying to distract the forces of Furia. You know, Olga's position has already been caught out, and look at this sneak from Juliana. They're trying to get themselves into position to make a pincer in towards one of the sites.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing is they missed that initial window smoke, so it allowed Olga just to kind of play a slightly more aggressive stance over towards short. Juliana still posted up. She snuck her way through on the bar. She went for the jump peek as well. Smoke going to come forward and the flash too. And Olga still holds some weight. It's all about timing on the peak. 45 seconds left to work with it. It looks like they're pushing towards A. Mac 10 to lead the charge, and it is at to fall. Deagle in towards backside. Not going to come on top. Scout finds a second from Carl. Brilliant. Look for the third. Not going to be the case. Shadina in for the trade, but the double to at least give them some room to work with. Now posting towards backside. Gabby looking to make it a second as well off the back of the initial. brings things level. The numbers advantage no longer present, and Gabby, we asked for the second. She finds it with a quick trade with the Glock. Oh, and it's a brilliant second as well. Kara stepping up with the pistol. Who needs your rifles? All you need is a Glock.
Kara literally saves the day there. Now that massive investment pays off, but they lost so many players in that round that they are forced to buy again here. They don't have the advantage of some semblance of a bonus. So they have to force into this. They've got like nothing in the tank left at the end of this round if they lose it. And whereas Furia, on the other hand, they're starting to build up a loss streak bonus. They're not concerned at all. They're going to have cash in the bank. They've got rounds to buffer. And they nearly netted an opening kill, but were denied.
Yeah, now, kind of with just the USPs coming out into round number 18, it shouldn't really be too much. At the very least, though, W7M are starting to find a little bit of success, and it's on their T side. And the reason being so far is that we see in W7M dictate that tempo. That's kind of been the tale of this entire series, doesn't it? Where Furia, time and time again, doesn't matter what side they're on, what map they're on, they always dictate the tempo, the play style. They never let W7M find any sort of comfortability. Now, though, on the T side, it's all of the W7M's decisions. Hence why, so far, they're finding that success. Finally, we're seeing consecutive rounds be picked up. The question is, how far can they take it? As now a full buy comes forward for the T side, up in towards bottom con, and it's a stunner of an opener from Khan. The AWP reigns supreme as Bruno will fall.
Now, window smoke wasn't quite in the optimal position, able to peek out of that fairly easily, get that first. Yeah, pretty easy pickoff. And unfortunately, yeah, that's going to put a little bit of a hemorrhage into W7M. I mean, there you go. There's another little HE coming through that's going to chunk Juliana down as well. So that kind of forces you to play a little bit more carefully because you know you don't really have anything. She's got a little bit of armor, but I mean, it's not. She's still not in a good spot. And oh, no one checks the angle. Oh no.
Gabby still posted up onto a site as well. You know, at least finds the trade, but Gabby, a little bit of a gap to work with, a tough angle to clear. That's information gain. How you want to play it? Post towards back, they're trying to buy some time. Olga comes in for support. And it's Olga doubling down brilliantly. All down to one. Tufa needs to find 3 kills in the round to keep the dream alive and keep the consistent round on the board for W7M. But Furia, since picking up the rifles, just look once again back in full force. Well, so I say, Olga falls. Tufa makes it a 1 versus 2, but in comes Mari from short, cleans that one up oh so effortlessly. 14-5 is where we stand, a 9-round lead, and Furia looking once again back in control of this game.
You know what's interesting? We haven't actually mentioned Izza.
Yeah.
She's got 28 kills. I mean, clearly they haven't been massively flashy kills because, I mean, like we saw with Olga and Nuke, you know, she'll get 2 or 3 kills in a row and she'll be, like, super flashy. But Izza's been more of, like, a consistent player that's just getting those all-important kills when needed. And she's just racking up the death toll as the rounds go on. Oh, that's a good opener from Juliana. Let's see if they can pivot off of that.
Yeah, at the very least, it's a bit of room for them to work with. Smoking towards top con, posturing over towards A as well. An aggressive fight from Olga. She was the highlight player of map number 1, trying to step up in towards the second. Mari, 1-for-1 trade with Yadina. Damage dealt as well on towards the AK. But at the very least, the pressure will force Olga into a little bit more of a passive position. Now, she's going for the wrap, what's looking like in towards Palace. But of course, in doing so, that gives up the A site. Izza, 28 kills to her name, looking for the 30 bomb in towards ladder. Bomb to be planted, host bomb to be set up. And now for Furia, a bit of a dicey retake on their hands here. They're very spread thin and they're running low on that all-elusive utility as well. They're banking realistically on the fact of Izza and Gabby. And with Izza falling, numbers go the way of the T side. Juliana, she's starting to find her form. She was quite a map number 1, but it's not being the case here. Finds that second brilliantly, looking to make it a third, but it's Yadina to clean that one up. Stunning. And what an answer back. What a statement from the T side. When they looked down and out for the count, they came back into it brilliantly.
The end of that round was so beautifully communicated as well amongst the W7M players. They know exactly where the players are at any given time. I mean, you can even see how Juliana plays this. You know, her position is immediately spotted out. She spots where one is. She communicates that over. The swing comes out from the players on site. It's perfect. And what I've loved about this as well is that W7M are starting to dictate the pace a little more. It was something that you had spoken about, and it was something that they'd struggled with so massively. Now, they're forcing Furia to play their game. They're using utility to slow them down at every angle, but Furia clearly not a team to be taken lightly.
No. Hand cannons living up to their name as they find the opening 2 kills. Make the third. Olga in towards mid, one more, and W7M, they're falling in situations where they never should be. They're getting consistently caught in transition, and they're down to left just to 2. Make that 1, 2 for 4s, and Juliana, well, she has the firepower advantage, not the numbers. Finds the first. Olga will fall, but still a lot for her to do. And the more important thing, the bombs drop. She still has to go and collect it and then pick a site. AK's collected 2 for the Furia side at range. Gabby comes on the top. What an answer back from Furia. With just the pistols in their hand, they come out supreme. What they do is they effortlessly isolate those fights. Oh, so brilliantly.
Look at W7M's economy.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on match point, and all they can do is go into like a broken force. Oh, this is a rough spot. And unfortunately, I'm going to take this moment to point out, have you seen Kara's full name? Cara de Banana?
Yeah, Cara de Banana. I'm a big fan, I have to say.
That's
very
fun.
much a
I
big
think that
fan.
might be one of my favorite names ever.
And unfortunately, you can have for W7M, Cara alongside Bruno, the only ones bringing, realistically, anything of any importance in towards what could be their final round, and not only the map, but the series. A double Galil set to 4 them, forced by double Mac 10, and just the Deagle, and that's not the brilliant start. Tufa dinked down to 11 points of HP, joins Juliana with just a sliver of HP left in the bank for them as they make their way over towards B, and they walk straight in towards Gabby, a double for it, looking to make it a third, not going to be the case. Dances back in towards the truck position, and the hand cannon only able to find the tag. Now, Izza in towards short, we've highlighted her name in towards map number 2, 28 kills she sits on, but it's Olga from behind, all down to 1, and I think this may be their number up. Ladies and gentlemen, Furia take the series 2-0, and what a performance from them. They were absolutely stunning in map number 1, and it was, well, more of the same in map number 2. Their own map pick, Mirage, they made it look, well, brilliant, it's safe to say, but at the very least, towards the end, we did see W7M find, bits of success, and, they finally got a consecutive round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't their map pick, but like you said, we finally do see a little bit more out of them, a little bit more power, pack a punch into that, and try to make something happen there. And that does really give me hope for the future games, because bearing in mind, this is a GSL format. So, these teams are going to have the opportunity to play one another quite a bit and rack up those points and wins and so on. And hopefully, as the rounds go on, we already mentioned that this group is really stacked with both Furia and MIBR in it, but hopefully W7 with the rest of their games can make a little bit more of a statement. But Furia very much solidifying themselves as one of the favorites here in this tournament. Okay, we've only seen one game so far. It might be a little quick to jump onto that, but from based off of what we've seen today, they are a terrifying squad to deal with. They dictate the pace of a game in ways that are very uncommon. They are so good at no matter what is being attempted. If you're trying to go aggressive, they're using their mollies and smokes to make sure that you are stalled out unbelievably.
Yeah.
If you're taking a slower position, then they're making sure that they can fan out a little bit, catch you off guard, force you into a rotation, and then, take advantage of that. So they're playing their game. They're always playing their own game. They never allow the enemy team to dictate the pace. W7 were given an opportunity to do that for a few rounds, and as soon as, because you saw it, affected Furia's eco a little bit, and so they lost a few more rounds in a row, and then they brought it back. They were like, no, we're going back into our game now. And I think that this is one of Furia's biggest strengths, and it's something that's going to be a massive boon for them as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, exactly. I think, it's one of those situations, it's commiserations, but it's congratulations. I mean, Furia, they just were the step above, right? They were that cut above from start to finish, as we mentioned. They were cutthroat. They never gave even a sliver of kind of hope over towards their opponents. It was just consistently the better side, consistently putting the pressure on. And I mean, Furia, there's a reason why they're the number 1 seed in this region, because they are just absolutely unreal. We spoke about kind of Olga in map number 1 as the MVP. Is map number 2 arguably the MVP? I would like to see who comes out on top in terms of the overall series, but it's a flawless roster. All 5 have just an unreal mechanical prowess, and well, deservedly take the series 2-0. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is us done for the South American side of things. We do have one more game left for you. Over we go towards the North American region. CLG Red take on Hot Flash, but we do have a bit of time until that one. Of course, it won't be us covering that. This in the far future, so we're going to go to a bit of an extended break, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. Thank you all for joining us. Fury, congratulations once again. And for now, we'll send this one to a very quick break. We'll see you all very, very soon. Peace out.
Hey, Future. Future Pro number 2. You will have to jump onto the head of Future Pro 1 by jumping from the railing. Future Pro number 3. Now that Future Pro 2 is nice and situated, you can now jump onto their head by also jumping from the railing. This is higher than 2 people, so you'll be sliding when you jump onto their heads. Make sure you are sliding into the wall and try not to slip off. Future Pro number 4. Your job is to get Future Pro 5 on top of everybody else's head. You need to crouch down and let Future Pro 5, FP5, hop onto your head and get in their spot. Lucky Future Pro number 5. You actually get to shoot something. Hop on top of your teammate's head and you should easily be able to jump on top of everybody else's. You will also be sliding when up there, but you should be able to make it around the corner while sliding into the wall. Now you'll have a clear vision to a few spots on B, so take your time and place your shot. Happy boosting. Hey Future Pros! Ooh, we got a fun one for you today. I see Flusha trying to do this one every time with some success, but let's see if I can show you how to do it. This is a T-spawn smoke that will land in the mid window. To do this one, stand beside this bin. Aim just to the right of the edge of this wall in line with the window. Run to the left and jump throw the smoke just as you get onto the steps. Easy, right? Well, maybe not. It's going to take a good few attempts for you to get this one nailed down. But when mastered, you'll be gifted with a very quick mid-window smoke. Hey Future Pros! You know the map, it's Mirage, and we're back with another smoke. This smoke, if thrown correctly, will land in the window on B side. To do this smoke, line up with this curb on the ground. Position your crosshair up where these 2 planks intersect. Then jump throw the smoke. Now window will be perfectly smoked off. It's one less angle for your teammates to worry about, and I'm sure they'll be happy about that. Hey Future Pros! Taking the A side on Nuke can be brutal, but this set of util from Mousesports should help you get a foot in the door. This was done on a partial buy, but there is no reason it wouldn't work on a full buy. Mousesports start off by throwing the basic outside smokes to keep the CTs guessing on their positions. So if you want to know how to throw those, check out our pro tip on how to throw the outside smokes. To pull off this execute, we'll need 5 Future Pros along with 2 smokes, 3 mollies, 4 flashes, a decoy grenade, and an additional 3 smokes for outside if you desire. Future Pro number 1. You will be throwing the Heaven smoke along with a Rafters molly and a flash. To do this, hop up onto Silo and position yourself over the edge of this pipe. Crouch down and aim along this line of the dome that meets the far right girder. Then stand and throw the smoke. Then, while in the same position, pull out your molly and aim between the two lines just below the coping and throw. Frozen's molly missed here, so make sure you throw it just a little lower and it will land. Then finally, crouch and aim at the bottom center of these two windows and jump throw your flash. After that, head down to lobby and hold any CT ramp flanks that could come in. Future Pro number 2, you will be throwing a flash followed by a sight molly. To do this, hop up onto T roof and in the middle of the left side of this vent thing. Get your flash out and aim at the corner of the floor section and simply jump throw the flash. Then pull out your molly and aim just above the yellow railing in between these two sections of the wall cladding. Simply jump throw your molly. The molly won't cover the entire site, but it will force the CT into an isolated position. Future Pro number 3. You have it pretty easy and only need to throw 2 flashes to help get out of Squeaky. To throw your flashes, get into the back corner near these boxes. Aim below this section of the yellow girder and running throw your flash as your teammate opens a door. Peek wide and toss your second flash into the cubby of the second CT vent. Then hold the main smoke and keep an eye on vent 2. Future Pro number 4. You will start off the round by shooting the front set of windows, throwing a decoy, and then throwing the main smoke. You heard that right, a decoy. This is used to break the back window for Future Pro 1's Heaven Smoke. Get your decoy in hand and line up with the truck. Aim to the top of the wire in line with this part of the AC unit and jump throw. To throw your main smoke, get into Squeaky as fast as you can so you can do the lineup before it gets smoked off by the CTs. Position yourself to the right of these 3 wires, close to this very tiny little dot, but don't worry about being super precise here. Then aim between the door handle and the lock. You are the one who gets to decide when to go on this execute. If there is a smoke, wait it out and tell your teammates to hold. When it fades, it's go time. Open the door and immediately throw your smoke. Push out and hug close to the hut to avoid any of your teammates' flashes and take space onto the site. Finally, Future Pro number 5. Arguably, you have the best role. All you will need to do is molly second vent and follow Future Pro 4 and trade them if they get killed. There isn't really a lineup for this molly, so just know where second vent is and get that molly out as soon as the door opens. I hope you made it this far because that's it. This will be something you'll have to practice with your 5 stack to get the timings down, but if pulled off correctly and with a little luck, I'm sure you can make it work. Hey Future Pros! Back on Dust 2, and this time to show you a smoke you can throw for your teammate to peek long safe from any mollies to deny the area. To throw the smoke, get into this corner. Aim in the middle of this beam as shown, and simply jump throw the smoke. This smoke will extinguish a CT molly and allow your teammate to still take the angle into long. Even if no molly is thrown, your teammate's vision will still be unobstructed by the smoke. Good luck, and maybe throw a flash or 2 just to help out. Hey Future Pros! We are back with an advanced execute for your T-side on Inferno. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 mollies, 3 flashes, and 2 smokes. Let's break it down. Future Pro number 1. Your first job is to boost up Future Pro 4 onto the half wall. After that, get into this position and aim your crosshair above this point where the roof tiles combine. This molly will land and force out anyone playing first or second oranges. Then bank a flash off this window to blind anyone on site or in CT. This will allow you to get a quick smoke covering off CT spawn. And for good measure, lob this deep flash over CT spawn, which will further blind anyone playing on the site. Future Pro 2, you'll be smoking off coffins and also provide a supporting flash. To smoke coffins, get right up into this corner with the logs. Aim upward along the line of this fence and stop when you're at this line with this other fence post. This smoke will block off behind coffins. It is thrown this deep to discourage CTs from pushing through and hugging the side of the smoke, so be aware that someone still could be holding coffins. Alternatively, you can throw this smoke a little higher and coffins will be fully smoked off, but be wary of an aggressive CT. Finally, aim above these wires over the left of the plant bot. Walk forwards and throw the flash as you get to the second wire. This will provide a flash to blind anyone on the B site. Future Pro 3. You only have one molly to throw, so don't mess it up. Your molly will be to push out anyone who's playing new box. To do this molly, get up into this part of the wooden barrels, formerly known as car. Then aim at this part of the tile and jump throw. Now no one can play from new box, great! Future Pro 4, you also have an easy job. Once Future Pro 1 has boosted you onto the half wall, position yourself over this corner of the wall. Then aim at this gap in the trees and throw your molly. This will force anyone out of dark. If this execute is done correctly with the right timings, there should be literally nowhere for the CTs to stand apart from out into the open. But make sure you practice those timings, it really is all about timings. Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you an old strat that Fanatics still like to bring out from time to time. This execute is an alternative method to take the B side on Inferno, utilizing a wall of smokes. As with any great dish, executes, when you have the base locked down, you can start adding in other ingredients, grenades. To make this recipe, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smoke grenades, and some flashes. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the close smoke for the wall of smokes. To throw the smoke, line up with the edge of this wall. Place your crosshair above the middle of the tree and right in the center of these 2 sets of wires. Then simply toss the smoke. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other smoke to complete the wall. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Find this slight dip in the trees and aim ever so slightly above it. Then toss the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the deep CT smoke along with a flash. To throw your smoke, get into the corner next to these barrels. Find the third wooden strut and place your crosshair in the dip above the tiles. Then toss your smoke. To throw your flash, it isn't really a lineup, just lob it over the roof and pop it above the smokes. This should blind anyone on the site and also a player in CT. Now you have all the ingredients in place, it's time to think about your approach. The idea behind this strat is to cut off any site players and isolate the counter-terrorist player in CT spawn. Killing the CT player shouldn't be tough, unless you're playing against Screen. You can then wrap through ruins and split the site from 2 points. If you have the bomb, you might be able to get it down while the smoke's still up. JW is struggling a bit here, but I'm sure you guys can do it. Like with any great dish, feel free to add your own spices. Want to double nade CT as you push? Go for it. Want to throw a metric heck ton of flashes over the site? You can do that too. After all, you are the cool cat of your very own strat. And as always, enjoy. Hey Future Pros! Today we will learn a basic smoke you can throw to smoke off connector. To throw the smoke, get into this corner of the bricks. Aim to the sky and within this box shown. Then throw. This smoke is fairly forgiving, but make sure you don't throw it too far to the left as you could give the tees an unintentional one-way. That's it, connector will be smoked. However, be careful for some sneaky tees trying to use the smoke to their advantage. Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo. Then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter-terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running throw your HE behind CT red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T-Red, and if you're quick enough you should be able to catch any CT trying to get up from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch a CT player out. Hey Future Pros! Over on Overpass today, to show y'all a smoke I saw Furia throw to help get out of the monster position on B. To throw the smoke, get your back against the ladder. Aim where the line meets the base of the arrow. Then walk forward and jump throw the smoke once you get to the middle line of the A. Then optionally, you can throw some deep flashes over monster as shown. This smoke makes pushing at a monster a bit less scary as you can play around it and get a bit of a one-way to clear out a lot of close angles. You can also boost over it if you're feeling extra spicy. Good luck and Rash B! Hey Future Pros! On Inferno today, and I thought I'd show you how to throw the classic one-way to help you sneak out of the A apartments and maybe find a kill or two. To throw the smoke, get apps control, then position yourself on the edge of this door. Aim at the lower middle part of the extended bit of the arch. And throw. It's crazy how fast Rain throws this smoke, as this version is a little precise, so give it some practice. Now you have a good chance to crawl out of the apartments and play around the one-way smoke. CTs should usually be playing more passive once this smoke is thrown, but maybe you can find a CT with his pants down.
better world. Ooh, you never bring me down. You never bring me down. You never bring me down. You stand up, I hear you talking. Put my stride in where I'm walking. You never bring me down. I thought I never understood the rules, yeah, yeah. Standing up for something good. I know that it might take some time to believe, yeah, yeah. But maybe I can make this right. Oh no, I'll keep on fighting. Watch me go. I'll be living in a better world. Ooh, you never bring me down. You never bring me down. You never bring me down. You stand up, I hear you talking. Put my stride in where I'm walking. You never bring me down. 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 You never bring me down.
I've been shot down, I've been hurt, I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. No, 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 no.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Waking up to the showers, face on the ground. Alarm